Hi, y'all, and welcome to our third ever all day live stream. I'm so glad to have you here. We are going to be watching day 3 of the Donna Adelson trial. We are going to go straight into the court feed. There's not much that's happened. The judge has given an instruction to the courtroom about being, well, you can go ahead and hear it. We'll just go ahead and talk about it there, and we will be, by the way, hit the like button so YouTube knows, yes, we're alive, we're well, and let's get started. Let me add to the screen.
Gallery, as I have on previous days. Once again, please keep your phones off or keep them on silent as the trial is taking place. Do not shake your heads or make any gesturing as the witnesses are testifying, whether you agree or disagree with any of the testimony. If any of the testimony is going to be distressing or upsetting for you, please remove yourself from the courtroom. Also, if you step outside while the witness is testifying, you are to remain outside until there has been a change in witnesses. One other matter has been brought to my attention as well. If you are in any common areas with the jurors on this case, please do not discuss any matters that are pertaining to the case around the jurors, as they are not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else. They cannot be affected by any conversations that are happening by the observers. If you see the jurors, please do not engage them, do not talk to them, do not discuss matters that pertain to the case around them. Does anyone have any questions concerning those? Please raise your hands. Very well. With there being no questions, do the parties have any matters that you need to raise for this morning? Please approach.
Okay, we'll zip through this since we can't hear it. And there is, as you can see, Harvey Adelson. He's been sitting faithfully behind his wife all week long, or jury selection, and now this. That was Mr. Markel, Dan's father. You can see Donna Adelson sitting with her attorneys. Okay, we're almost caught up. Okay. So we've had our first sidebar of the day. Already moving into that. So yesterday was one heck of a tough day for Donna Adelson. She had 2 children testify against her.
Yes.
Unbelievable. Something you never want to happen, much less happen twice and in one day. Just brutal, brutal. It was both her daughter Wendi and her son Rob. So it looks like we're bringing in the jury and ready to get started.
Once they're finished with the bathroom, we'll bring them out and we'll get started.
Okay, we'll go ahead and flip past that. It'll go to regular speed as soon as. Okay, telling everybody, let's get ready. We are here for day 3. Okay. We're all the way, almost all the way caught up. Okay. So everybody, we are about to have the jury. It is day 3. Who knows what wild thing will happen? We've had a completely surprising defense from Donna Adelson. We've had 2 of her children testify against her. We know her 3rd child has been brought all the way from South Dakota to testify in this case against her on behalf of the state. He's serving, this is Charlie, and he's serving life in prison for the same thing. So it is.
You'll need to unlock your iPhone first.
We are going to
that off
with the
so
state's
we don't
case
get any.
once again this morning. Everyone does have their notepads and pens in their seats. All right. And for the record, the jurors have responded in the affirmative. Mr. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Jeff Lacasse.
Thank you for that nice comment, Anne. I really appreciate that. That is exactly my goal, to help people understand what is going on in the course of the trial. We're all interested. Sometimes, though, it takes a little unlocking of exactly what's happening. So thank you. That's very encouraging that you said that.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat.
I will lower my sound a little bit more. Hopefully that will help. You can turn your sound up to get the cord. So hopefully you can still hear me. If you can't hear me, let me know. I need to redo something.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Jeffrey Lacasse, pardon me, Jeffrey
How are you employed?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University
How long have you been at FSU?
since 2013, so 11 years now, 12 years now.
Have you always lived here in Tallahassee?
I was here from 2000 to 2008 pursuing my doctorate, and I went to Arizona State for 5 years, and I came back in the fall of 2013 when all this happened.
Okay. And back in that time frame, did you have a relationship with Wendi Adelson?
I did.
When did that relationship begin?
We started dating in late September of 2013.
What was the nature of the relationship?
At first, it was very casual. We weren't exclusive. After Halloween, things started to accelerate. That's the fall of 2013. And then by late February, early March, we were an exclusive couple.
When did the relationship end?
It's a little tricky, but I would market it around July 14th, 2014.
Around the time of the homicide or shortly
Stop
before?
there.
Right before, yeah.
Remember yesterday, Miguel? We don't know who Miguel was, but during the questioning from Donna's attorney, while Wendi was on the stand, she was asked, well, what about the trip you took with Miguel in April of 2013 and 2014? And apparently she went to a conference in Puerto Rico with Miguel. Well, we have just heard from Jeffrey Lacasse. He thought they were exclusive from February, March through July. So this was insider knowledge from Donna about her daughter. Donna was revealing to the world, hey, I happen to know that you were in Puerto Rico with this guy named Miguel when Jeffrey Lacasse thought you were exclusive with him. I wondered if that's what this was about. And now we know. Very interesting. No love lost anymore, it sounds
During
like.
the time that you were dating Wendi Adelson, did you become aware of her divorce
I did.
and the litigation surrounding the divorce and subsequent to the divorce? Were you familiar with that as well?
Yes, it was a constant topic of conversation.
All right.
Were you aware?
One last one. Donna looks really rough this morning, really rough. Wonder if she slept at all. Tell me your comments. What do you think about it?
Aware that it was an unusually difficult or nasty divorce?
I was.
And during the time that you were dating her, were you aware that litigation was still pending during that time frame?
Yes.
Was there a specific item of litigation that was a common topic during the time you were dating Mrs. Adelson?
Well, as far as what she discussed, there were multiple. The relocation motion had just been denied a couple months before we started dating. So that was still very much on Wendy's mind. That came up a lot. Then there were the custody issues with the kids, of course.
Okay. Did you know Dan Markel?
I met him briefly a couple of times.
Was that in the context of you being the new boyfriend and exchange of the kids kind of thing?
Exactly. Picking up the kids, swimming lessons one time. Never spoke to him for more than 2 or 3 minutes.
The interaction that you did have with him, were those cordial?
It was polite and cordial.
Did you have any issues with him other than things that Wendi was telling you?
I sort of adopted the Adelson family narrative. I kind of believed what Wendi was telling me. And Wendi and I also had mutual friends from when I was here before, and they had sort of adopted that narrative as well. So I didn't have a personal beef with Dan Markel, but I did believe sort of the Adelson family story about Dan Markel.
Which is that he was making it very difficult for Wendi. He was a difficult person.
Yes.
If you know, did Wendi Adelson want to relocate to South Florida?
Yes, she did, very badly.
And why did she want to relocate to South Florida?
She preferred to be down there with her family. She also hated Tallahassee. That's in my original, police statements. It was almost a daily topic of conversation how much she disliked Tallahassee. So it was both. She really disliked Tallahassee. She preferred to be in Miami. On our second date, she broke into tears talking about relocation and abruptly ended the date. I mean, it was still very visceral, very important to her.
All right, and that was shortly after the relocation had been denied, is that right?
Yeah, that would have been last week of September, so a couple months after it was fresh then, yeah.
Okay. Okay, and were you specifically familiar during that time with the litigation seeking to limit Donna Adelson's exposure to the kids, or to have her be supervised in the presence of the kids because Dan was alleging that she had made disparaging remarks about him to the children?
Yes, I was aware of that.
How did you become aware of that?
Oh, multiple ways. Wendi talking about it. And it's hard to remember which exact emails and motions I was forwarded. But definitely Wendy's talking about it for sure. And perhaps I was sent court materials.
Okay, were you also shown things in her presence?
Yes.
All right, and if you know, did Wendi take that particular filing seriously? Was she upset about that or worried about that?
Yes, every time there was a motion, they took it very seriously. And I'd reported to the police that it was disruptive on the relationship because every time something was filed, dates would get canceled, Wendi would be in a mood, Wendi would be upset. So
when you say they took it seriously, who are you referencing?
the entire family, but Wendi was the person I was having contact with. But it was known to me that the whole family was upset.
Okay, and how do you deduce that it's a they and not just a Wendi? Is she in communication with the family? Is she relaying that to you? How do you know that?
For multiple,
Overruled, he may testify as to his personal knowledge. You're not to repeat, however, what anyone said out of court. Okay.
sure. So conversations with Wendi, which were consistent, and also observing the family dynamic, which was, I described to police as a family without boundaries, that sort of not having just a shared family life than your own.
Okay, that's great. A family without boundaries. I have to remember that.
And as to pending.
All right, so in your observations, let's keep it specific to Donna, if you
Yes.
don't mind. Was Donna Adelson very involved in her daughter's life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was she very involved in her daughter's divorce litigation?
Yes.
And I say divorce, I know the divorce is already final. I'm referencing the subsequent litigation as well.
Yes.
During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendi, did you have the occasion to meet her family?
I did.
When was that?
I met Donna, we've met multiple times, but Wendi had me come over to her house and had me have dinner with Donna in mid-November. So sat down and had dinner with Donna. There's about 6 or 7 other occasions that we met and or interacted. Me picking up Wendi to go on a date, and the parents would be in the living room. We went to a Hanukkah party together. We went to the circus together. Wendi's parents would use Wendi's van to transport the kids. So I would come pick Wendi up from the house to bring her to work because the parents needed the car. I met Charlie in March when I stayed with him. So that's some of the interactions.
All right. And when you met Donna here in Tallahassee, was Harvey always there as well, or would sometimes be
I don't
Donna
believe Harvey was
alone?
there. I don't believe Harvey was there at that time, but he was there other times.
So did it appear to you that Donna was frequently in Tallahassee?
Donna was definitely frequently in Tallahassee between September and early May. After that, I'm not aware of her being in Tallahassee. Well, I think she was in Tallahassee quickly once or twice after that, but in terms of extended trips, there's an awful lot of moms here for a while going on between September and late April, early May.
And when Donna was here in town staying with Wendi, what was the purpose of the visits, if you know?
I think multiple purposes. The children was what almost everything revolved around. So spending time with the kids would be the main purpose that I was aware of.
All right. And you said you met Charlie. Where did you meet him?
Wendi and I went to, Wendi and I went to alternative spring break in Immokalee, Florida for spring break 2014. After we were done with that, field trip of sorts. We went and stayed with Charlie at his house for one night. So I spent one evening with Charlie Adelson.
All right. And did you interact at all with Donna and or Harvey on that trip?
No, they didn't attend. We didn't go there.
Did you ever spend time with Donna Adelson in South Florida?
No,
All right. So the only times you met her were here in Tallahassee.
that's correct.
What were your interactions with Donna Adelson like?
Just a few that I recall. Sometimes they were really quick because I was just picking Wendi up. When we had dinner, we talked for maybe 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes, but it was pretty quick and just getting to know the girl who I'm interested in, her mom. So it's just that kind of thing. She excused herself from the table after like maybe 10, 12 minutes, something like that. And so
Was that a conversation where it was just the two of you seated at the table?
it was Wendi, myself, and Donna.
Okay.
Just a getting to know you type thing. Just
Okay.
ended fairly quickly.
What about Catherine Magbanua? Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
I did. She was at the dinner at Yardbird that myself, Wendi Adelson, Katie, and Charlie were at. Yeah,
All right. And that was the night that you spent in South Florida where you met Charlie.
correct.
Was that the only time you ever met Charlie?
Only time I ever met Charlie.
Okay. And do you know the date of that visit?
I believe that's March 11th, 2014.
And how was Catherine Magbanua related to the Adelson family?
She was Charlie's new girlfriend at that dinner, is how I knew her.
Was it your impression or knowledge that this was the first meeting between Wendi Adelson and Catherine Magbanua?
That was my impression. There was a lot of getting to know you talk type stuff.
All right. At the dinner table, did the subject of Dan Markel come up?
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of specifics, but I think it came up kind of briefly. There was a lot of talk about Wendy's book. I remember that part.
And at the dinner table, did Catherine Magbanua's ex come up at all?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, that stood out because Katie mentioned that she had her children's father was always getting in trouble with the police and had a violent criminal record. I'm paraphrasing, but it was it sounded like not parking tickets. It sounded pretty bad, and it stuck in my memory for that reason.
What happened after dinner?
We went back to Charlie's house on Well Harbor.
Right. And did Catherine Magbanua go back to Charlie's house as well?
No.
Right. So at that time, it would be just the three of you, Wendi, and Charlie.
And Charlie's then roommate, Dr. Jerome Obed.
And can you describe the residence there?
Yeah, I thought it was a nice house. Had a hot tub, had a pool.
Okay. Did you get in the hot tub that night?
We did get in the hot tub for a while.
Who all was in the hot tub?
Myself, Charlie, Wendi, and Dr. Obed at some points. And people were in and out, but those were the four that were in the hot tub. And
during that time, did Charlie Adelson make some comments against Dan Markel?
Yes, he didn't like Danny. That might be understating it.
Is that the most you can remember? Was the gist was that he didn't like him?
I'm not downloading that exact quote at this moment. I remember he was fired up. It wasn't just like, I don't like Danny. It was maybe a overprotective brother anger sort of vibe to it.
Okay. And did he make some other comment about wrong side of the tracks or something?
Yeah. He's kind of.
Okay, let's stop. Well, we won't stop. It'll be quiet for us. So I think the comment of family without boundaries, super interesting. And it's exactly goes to the heart of what the comments have been around Donna, the enmeshment of Donna in Wendi's life and Charlie's life. And this plays exactly into what the state says happened. They got way over involved in Wendi's life and they decided to take over by killing Dan Markel. That's the state theory. That he says, yeah, Donna was very involved, absolutely involved in her daughter's life and in the divorce litigation. And now he's getting into the comments made in the hot tub. Now, I think probably some of the issue, they want him to remember exactly what was said in the hot tub, and he's having trouble remembering that exact comment. But it's not contradicting anything he said. So they're going to talk about whether or not she can refresh the recollection of her own witness. So I think that's my guess as to what they're talking about. He talks about how in the hot tub, Charlie's roommate, Charlie, Wendi Adelson, and Jeff Lacoste all in the hot tub together, and that Charlie was making it very clear that he didn't like Danny. Zero question about that. And the fact that he didn't like Danny, he said that would be an understatement. It was stronger than that. And he was definitely an overprotective brother. And then what they want is more than that about what happened in the hot tub. That's what I think. That's my best guess as to what's going on. So tell me what y'all are thinking about this witness so far. Last trial, he was one of the most dramatic witnesses because he knew the family, because he is very angry with Wendi Adelson. He believes she tried to set him up for the murder of Dan Markel, and that came out. It isn't so much that he directly states that as that he talks all around that, and you see it in the way he expresses things and his conclusions about how he was treated. At the time, he was so in love with her, so enthralled with Wendi Adelson, that he even told the police, well, there's still like a 1% chance we could get back together just after Dan Markel was killed. But over time, his view of that changed. Very definitely it changed. And he began to say, wait a minute, I don't think this was a very good relationship. And he began to talk much more specifically about how he came to believe she had set him up. She made sure that he was in the area on the day that Dan Markel, when will you be gone? Will you be here on this day? And it was especially odd when you look back at the fact that he was not exclusive with her in her mind. And she says, back, he thinks during this period that we're exclusive, apparently, and you'll hear that from him, but I didn't think we were exclusive around the time of Dan Markel's murder. And then we add to that the overlay of Miguel, the secret Miguel. Who is Miguel? All we know is that when Donna Adelson's lawyer got up, she asked Wendi about this trip to Puerto Rico with Miguel. And that happened in April of 2014, right about 3 or 4 months before the July murder of Dan Markel. So, and you could immediately tell that Wendi was extremely uncomfortable with this, but leaning in, who is Miguel? Why are we talking about Miguel? Well, I believe it's because, as we just heard Jeffrey Lacoste say, he thought he was exclusive with Wendi all the way through this period. And she has testified specifically that she did not cheat on him during the period when she thought they were exclusive. But suddenly we hear about Miguel. And remember, she could still be prosecuted for perjury if she lied. I don't know that that's an important enough issue that would be something they would pursue, but that is a contradiction.
Continue with your line of inquiry, Ms. Copeland.
Sir, do you remember the statement that I was referencing?
Yes, I do. There was a couple of statements in the hot tub.
Okay.
One was about the fact that Charlie knew people on both sides of the tracks, that he hung out with professionals, dentists, doctors, etc. But he also knew, was familiar, had social contacts that were in the criminal element. And he's kind of bragging, and he kind of specifically mentioned Cuban neighborhoods as a place where you would find that criminal element.
I want to ask you about an incident involving, I think the context is assessing Wendy's oldest child for gifted placement. Do you
Yes.
know where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, can you tell the jury, please?
Wendi was looking to get her older son tested to see if he was gifted, to get him placed in school. This is spring 2014. And I was trying to put her in touch with some people that could do that. And we were talking about that, and she asked me when children develop autobiographical memory.
Is your training or profession such that you have some knowledge that you could offer on that topic?
Your Honor does not disclose his expert.
And you'll need to establish a foundation as to why this testimony could be given by this individual, Ms. Kaplan.
I'm not offering it for its truth, Judge. It goes to Ms. Adelson's state of mind and motive.
Very well, as to that purpose, I will permit it. However, as to that limited issue only, can this be
This is
considered by
interesting.
the jury?
I don't know where this is headed.
So, I mean, you're not an expert on children's autobiographical memories, are you?
Not really. That's in some of the textbooks I teach out of, but I think I can keep it out of the scientific realm and explain it commonsensically, which is how I responded to Wendi. Children at age 2 have amnesia, which most parents probably realize. Between 3 and 4, kids start to develop the ability to retain memories.
Jeff, this is expert testimony.
As to a specific thing that goes to the state of mind of the individual you are testifying about, Mr. Lacoste, you may speak. As to your knowledge of any literature or research on this matter, I do not need you to testify on that matter.
What is your profession? What is your background?
I'm a professor of social work. I teach mental health courses.
Okay. So Wendi asks you what?
She asked me when kids develop memory. At what age will kids start to remember what happened to them when they were a kid?
And what was your answer?
I think I said 5 or 6.
Again, this is expert testimony.
Overruled, Mr. Zalman, sit down. You may testify concerning not the truth of the matter asserted, but how this affected the state of mind of the heirs.
Your Honor, this has not been disclosed to the defense.
Please approach.
So the judge was rather abrupt with the defense lawyer, telling them to sit down. You could see the defense lawyer was less than happy about that. I do think the defense lawyer is raising a valid point, and it was probably not something where the judge should have said, sit down, I've already ruled, because he was moving into now, what did you tell her? What was your answer to when children develop memory or remember childhood? Now, I believe the prosecution is right. It goes to the state of mind of Wendi. If she believed that her children were on the cusp of being, and I assume this is where they're headed, on the cusp of being of the age where they would remember, then it would be important in her mind to kill Dan Markel now before they could remember. And so her thinking about what age it would be, that's going to be important. And but the argument from the defense is, look, we had no idea this was coming, so we don't have any way to contradict that. I don't think it's really expert testimony. I agree with them. It's not really being offered for the truth that, it really is true. Children develop their memory at 5 or 6, and the Adelson children really won't remember. That's not what it's being offered for. It's being offered for, here's what Wendi was told, so here's what was in her mind. In her mind, the kids were of the age where she was free to kill their father and they wouldn't remember or be traumatized by it. I think that's what the prosecution is trying to show. I'm not saying that that's true. I'm saying that would be what they were trying to show. So I saw an interesting comment in the chat about the bias of Jeffrey Lacoste.
We'll take you to the jury then.
Oh, we're going to have a whole argument on this one. Okay. Maybe a proffer and everything else. Okay. Exciting. So
You can step down, please. Step outside the courtroom doors.
as far as I know, this is new. I am not aware of this issue about Wendi being told about the memory. Really interesting. I don't know I don't know why it wouldn't have been out before. I don't know why we wouldn't have discussed that before.
Everyone can be seated.
I'm going to turn this to 1.25. Let's see. We're about 1 minute behind on the feed, so it won't take us any time to catch up to that. Okay, good. Not your edits is saying, I've never heard this before, and I've followed this case like a total nerd for years. Right. I think I would have known about this. I'm like, surely I would have heard this. This sounds extremely interesting. So I can understand why the defense is upset if they had no idea that this argument was coming. This is a potentially pretty powerful argument. if Wendi was out there trying to figure out whether or not she should kill Dan Markel right away versus was free to wait, that's a pretty important point. But I don't know when Jeffrey Lacoste first told the prosecution this. I gather from the defense they didn't know about this. I want to thank Alley Cat for the nice comment. I sure appreciate that. I'm glad you and your mom are both listening. Thank you. And shout out to your mom. Good morning and see you tonight for the recap also. And Lisa Vega, thank you for the super sticker. Much appreciated. While we wait for the jury to file out and we are going to hear what both sides are going to argue about this brand new bombshell from Jeffrey Lacoste. Pretty exciting. And I think this is going to go, what I thought we would do around lunchtime is I'm going to tell you some ideas of what might be the biggest points of the day. I'm figuring, I should change this layout so you can see who's talking. You're probably wondering, where is that voice coming from? All right. So I think we're going to go, I'm going to get you to help me vote on what are the biggest points of the day. I'm going to try to limit my recap to just some key points. And I thought maybe y'all could help me figure out those. So when we get to lunchtime, get your voting finger ready and we will go into that. All right, father of Dan Markel, how incredibly difficult must that be? And the judge began the day with an instruction to the gallery saying, if this testimony for a particular witness is going to be tough for you, then go ahead and leave for that period of time because I don't want any outbursts. Up until now, he's told Donna that repeatedly, but we haven't heard him address the gallery, but he did today and said, this applies to you too. All right, so far, the points that I think are really important are that Jeffrey Lacoste thought they were exclusive, that he was...
How long do you think it would take to find this portion of either the deposition or material provided in discovery?
Another 10 minutes, Judge?
Okay. So
we'll take recess then.
What it sounds... Okay, what it sounds to me like is happening is that the prosecution is saying, oh, you did know about this. This was in his deposition. And the defense is saying, we don't remember that. We've never heard that before. That wasn't in his deposition. So the prosecution is saying, we think it was, and we're going to find it. And we're going to look either in his deposition or in anything we disclose, and we're going to try to give that to you to show you that he has said this before. So we will wait and see whether the prosecution is able to find that. Are they able to get that information? Because the defense is saying this is brand new and you sprang it on us at trial. That's not fair. And the prosecution is saying it's not a surprise. You should have known about this. We've been talking about this, or he mentioned this in his deposition before. So we will find out. And that we've taken a brief break of about 10 minutes while the prosecution looks for this information. Oh, thank you, Mildred. Just Mildred. I appreciate that. Don't try to be another channel. Okay, thank you. I would like maybe to be other channels. It's not working anyway, so I think I'll just have to be me. There doesn't really seem to be a lot of option on that. But thank you. I really appreciate the encouragement. I can't tell you. It's been pretty discouraging at times because it draws on a lot of things I don't know how to do and am figuring out or am not good at. And I think it's a good growth time, but growth is never easy. And so I really appreciate your encouragement, like more than I can even tell you. And I cannot thank enough. Marlon has been such a help for me behind the scenes. I'm very, very grateful. I want to thank both of our mods, Mama Pinks and Marlon. They have been putting in a lot of extra work. I am very grateful to them. Deborah, thank you. That's my goal, to help you understand. So my subscribers are so much more intelligent, I think, than the average. And I feel like you can totally understand all of this if it's just explained to you. And then you can draw your own intelligent conclusions. That is what I'm aiming for, is to give you the knowledge and information background so you can draw conclusions, because I feel like you're capable of that. I don't feel like I have to do that for you or even should do that for you. Sometimes I'll be strong on particular individual issues, like, oh, I don't think they should have done that. I wouldn't have done that. I'll tell you that. But I try not to draw a conclusion on the whole case until the end so that anyone wanting to learn and understand the legal background can come here, figure that out, and then they can apply that to what they think and believe. So that is my goal. We've had two important things, I think. The three, I'll even give it three. Okay, is this me actually coming down? Okay, yes. We've got Wendy's question about when kids develop memory and remember childhood. The defense says we're shocked by that. The prosecution is saying, no, that was in his deposition. We've got Charlie saying that he knew people on both sides of the street. He knew the criminal element, which he described as being in the Cuban neighborhoods, and he knew doctors. So that's Charlie. And we did hear that before in Charlie's trial about bragging that he knew criminals, meaning he had access to be able to hire people who could commit the murder of Dan Markel. And then the third thing is maybe we're beginning to unravel that secret comment about, or that surprise comment about Miguel and Wendy's trip to Puerto Rico with Miguel in April of 2014, because that is right in the heart of the time when Jeffrey Lacoste says they were exclusive. And her mother outed her. Her mother's attorney got up there and said, well, isn't it true? Didn't you go to Puerto Rico with Miguel in April 2014? But we didn't get a last name. And I'm guessing Donna didn't know a last name. But the bombshell had been dropped. All right, let's go over and see if y'all have any questions. Oh, I see one right there popped up. What do you think the state's goal in having Wendi testify and then following up with witnesses that discredit her? I think there are a couple of answers to that, Corey. First, in part, they don't discredit her. For example, the part about Charlie knowing people on both sides of the track. That doesn't directly contradict anything that Wendi said. I think the prosecution firmly believes that Wendi is part of the entire effort to kill Dan Markel. She knew that. She was part of it. She planned it. And that believing that, they think there's nothing wrong with showing that she's part of it and just showing that she's a liar too, because I don't think they think they have to have everything she says be believed in order for you to think that Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson were involved in the murder. In fact, if you believe Wendi was involved, you probably also believe Charlie was involved, and you may believe that Donna was involved. But boy, this is a bit of a contradiction given how the defense is arguing this case. The way Charlie argued it, that would be no problem. But the way Donna is arguing it is, it really was Wendi going straight to Katie. But I think that the prosecution already had this witness planned, already had this witness ready to go right afterwards. The problem is this plays right into what they're saying. They can stand up and say, well, so you're saying it was Wendi, huh? You're saying Wendi did this. You're saying Wendi set you up. You're saying Wendi tried to plot the exact time. We showed you yesterday that Wendi was photographed with the person who hired the hitmen. And all of this points to Wendi, not Donna. I think we are going to get that exact argument on cross-examination. I think that's a really good point. Oh, thank you, Deborah. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And I think I missed something that Mildred had said. Perfect blend of analysis and comic relief. Thank you. Sometimes caused by me, sometimes just part of what I'm saying. But thank you. I appreciate that. And I was trying to show that. Thank you, Deborah. I really appreciate that. I was trying to show her comment. And I'll show some of these as we're talking. I really appreciate the support. You just don't know how much I appreciate that. I really can't even overstate that. It's really important. All right, let's see. I do want to highlight that because I'm going to have to get to that point when we get our highlights for the day. I was thinking I would go with like 5 highlights for the day, but I know I'm not going to be able to do that. I always think everything is important and everything is interesting. So I will probably have a lot more than 5. Maybe we'll have to go with 10 or something like that. Okay, Anne is a new member. We are so glad to have you join us. Coming up very soon, our next members live will be a crime and craft, where you bring your craft and then we're just going to talk crime. We're going to talk about some of the cases we've been covering. So you do have to put your craft down long enough, drop your paintbrush, put down your crochet, and we're going to ask, you have to type something in, a question or some comment, so we have something to talk about. But that's the plan. I think it's going to be really fun. I'm going to be doing crochet, which I have not done in a few years because of arthritis. But anyway. All right. So Nancy asked me to go for the ultimate question. Do you think Donna will be found guilty or not guilty? At this point, I do tell people, Nancy, I'm not going to jump in and suggest one way or the other what I think it should be, but I will give you the stats, and the stats are well over 90%, like 98 something percent are going to be found guilty. If they go to trial, they're going to be found guilty. That's overwhelmingly the case. So if you're busy betting, definitely bet on the idea that someone's going to be convicted. Go ahead and make that your guess. If you are a betting soul, thank you, Chrissy, who has been a member for 18 months. That's great. You've been around the whole time. That may be the whole time. I appreciate that. Thank you for watching. And Gia, thank you so much. I appreciate your support and encouragement. And another gifted membership from Mildred, 5 of them. So we have some gifted memberships. If you aren't a member yet, there are 2 ways. You can always join by hitting the join button right down by the name of the channel, just below the video. If you're on your iPhone, you're not going to see that little button. You'll have to go in through your browser, or you'll have to actually, barring that, you'll have to go to your computer, and then you can do it. Apparently, Apple adds a very large surcharge on, and YouTube and Apple are in a dispute over that. So that is why you can't just join from your iPhone. And but as far as if you want to get a gifted membership, then there's a way to turn that on. And Marlon and Mama Paints, our mods, will put how to do that in the chat, so you'll know how to turn that on. I do not know, but they know how. Let's see, where are we? Mildred? Okay. Mildred became a member because of a gifted membership. Thank you. And look at her passing it on with 5 lawyerly memberships. That is awesome. Thank you, Mildred. We've done all kinds of interesting things. We were writing a true crime novel. That was super fun. But I will be honest, I got kind of overwhelmed by the number of creative arguments, not arguments, but plot lines, I guess, that y'all came up with. And I do plan to go back to it, but it was really overwhelming to try to deal with that and doing the regular live stream. So I put that down for a little bit, but we'll come back to it. Meanwhile, we've been doing things like games. We've had some trivia games and stuff like that. It's been a lot of fun. I really enjoy it. I have a lot of fun when we do our members only lives. And look here, another new member, Mildred passing it on. Trying to remember, I feel like somebody else that I'm not calling out also gifted. Oh, yeah, Sunset Gazing gifted a lawyerly membership. Thank you, Sunset Gazing. So, and Jacqueline is a new beneficiary of that. So, welcome. We are glad to have you in the members crew. You know, you don't have, being a member is a way to just financially support the work I do on the channel. You can always subscribe to the channel for absolutely free. And that's another way that you can support the channel, the subscribe button down there. You can also hit the like button for this video, another great way to support us and to also let YouTube know, hello, we're here, we're out there, we're live again. Right now, for those of you just coming in, we are waiting for the court to come back. It's a brief break while the prosecution looks up where in Jeffrey Lacosse's deposition or other materials, he said that Wendi asked him about when kids develop memory and begin to remember their childhood. Pretty much can tell where the prosecution is headed on that one, but we don't have, it's not in evidence fully yet. He's said it a few times, and there have been numerous objections from the defense. So he's not been allowed to really answer some of the questions. Now, I may have skipped some. Oh, gosh, these have moved fast. Peaches, was Donna as obsessed about her other grandkids? Here's what I would say. Charlie didn't have any at the time. And I think that she had a much more difficult relationship with Robert, who testified yesterday. So I don't think so. Also, they lived out of state, so it would have been much more difficult. But Wendi, she could be heavily involved in. Now, Charlie does have a child now, and we saw from the phone calls between Donna and Charlie right after he was convicted and he was in jail calling her, we saw that she and Harvey were trying to set up various protections for Charlie's child. So they were trying to get some kind of financial protection for him, whether it be a trust account. I don't know how exactly they did it, but they were working on that. So they definitely were involved with Charlie's child too, and they wanted Charlie's child to be protected. But we know a lot less about the Robert Adelson's children. So I think he has some, but I don't know anything about how many or anything like that. All right, I'm looking for the questions while we got a little break here. This is, yes, yes. Pop that up. Glory Tree, is it just me or are both sides so disorganized when it comes to paperwork? And yes, I think that's been a real problem, actually, that instead of just having the actual contradiction, when you cross-examine a witness, you know in advance the points you want to make. So what you would do is you take the deposition, and in the old days it was paper, but now it's probably going to be on the computer, and you're going to mark those points that are super important. You're only going to ask some things where you know the answer. So it's already there in the deposition. So if you say, isn't it true that you were at your mailbox on June 5th?
Ms. Kappelman, did you find the information that you were seeking to
Yes,
elicit?
sir. I'm sorry I didn't have an answer for you. The cases had so many incarnations, hard for
Welcome
me
back.
to remember who knows what, but I am conceding the violation, certainly not intentional. I did not find it. Mr. Rashbaum did not depose this witness, so
Oh,
move
wow.
on.
Well,
That's a problem,
the
though.
defense requesting from the court to conduct a Ricketson hearing.
Oh, wow.
It's not intentional. I would concede that. There are a lot of materials in here. I would just, if the state's going to move on, I don't think we need to inquire further.
Okay.
Should I get the witness, Judge?
One moment, briefly, so the record is clean on this topic. I will find there has been a discovery violation with regard to the testimony of Jeffrey Lacasse on the subject matter of what was discussed with Wendi Adelson concerning any issues as to the children's memories. I will find this was inadvertent, as there have been, I believe this Kappelman is the 5th or 6th trial in this,
Only the fourth, Judge.
excuse me, the 4th trial that has occurred under this set of facts, and there has been a multitude of discovery or interviews or depositions of this witness, but specifically as to this defendant being able to depose this witness on this topic that did not take place by prior counsel or current counsel. I will find it is trivial and it has not had a prejudicial effect on the ability of the defense to prepare, since the state is conceding the matter and no further examination on this topic will take place. The court will give a curative instruction to the jury for them to disregard and not consider as evidence in this matter any testimony that has taken place concerning a conversation between Wendi Adelson and Jeffrey Lacasse as to the children's memories. You may bring in the witness.
Okay. So, huge deal there. The prosecution is conceding, yeah, that actually wasn't in a deposition. Daniel Rashbaum, Donna's attorney, actually did not depose this witness. So, yeah, we were wrong. That's a discovery violation. But there are a couple of reasons why it doesn't just go away because of that. The judge is going to give a curative instruction telling you what you just heard, don't pay attention to that. But there are a couple of reasons that doesn't completely fix things. One is that the judge spoke rather sternly to the attorney for Donna, saying, sit down, as if he were angry with him and didn't think he should have made the objection that he did. It turns out he was absolutely right. He was dead on. He actually did not have this information. It was being sprung on him, and it shouldn't have been. And the prosecution is admitting that. And the second thing is, people cannot just wipe their memories. It's not like a computer where you could, in theory, wipe everything. It sticks there, and you can argue all you want. You can instruct all you want to ignore it, but it's not that easy. People get that in their heads. And so somebody on the jury is sitting there thinking, Wendi wanted to know about memory and remembering childhood because Wendi was involved. The thing about it, about that particular question is, it's actually not that bad for the defense. It plays into the defense theory. So I think they're really right. You always said, oh, well, it wasn't intentional. Donna's attorney said, well, that wasn't really all that intentional. So that's okay. We'll just move on. I think I think this has worked out pretty well for Donna overall. But back to the question that y'all had asked me right beforehand about the paperwork.
You might be using the bathroom, but once they're ready,
Taking more time. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and,
you can come back to the witness stand, Mr. Lacoste.
okay, here he comes.
A curative instruction, even though it sounded like they weren't asking for it, it sounds like they're in agreement with that procedure.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so curative instruction coming.
Well, there could be an argument that it draws more attention to the information, so I just wanted to make sure that their agreement was clear for
I
the
think
record.
they want that information in there.
The proposed curative is acceptable, Your Honor.
So we are going to have the curative instruction. I'm going to skip through that.
For the jury, before the examination of
Gotcha.
this witness continues, I am going to give you a brief instruction. The last objection that was raised by the defense, it is being sustained. You are to disregard any testimony that has taken place by this witness concerning the issues of any statements or any conversation he had with Wendi Adelson about her children's memories. You are not to consider this as a part of the evidence in this case. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Judge. Around this same time frame, I guess we're talking about maybe March of 14, somewhere in there, did Wendi Adelson, actually strike that. I'm gonna move on to the coffee shop meeting. Familiar with that?
The June 4th coffee shop?
Yes, sir. June 4th, 2014. Did you have plans prior to that meeting to travel with Wendi Adelson over the time frame in which Dan Markel was ultimately killed?
Yeah, that's right. And on June 4th, I had planned to see Wendi and the kids at her house that night. Middle of the day, she called me to sort of an impromptu meeting at Red Eye over on Thomasville. And she abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was the trip scheduled to happen?
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you would have returned home actually the day before the murder
Correct.
occurred. Okay, and did she express concern about not being home in time to pick up the children?
Yeah, the reason she canceled the trip was I'm worried we're going to get strict.
Sustained unless there is an exception. It's got one.
Goes to motive, Judge.
Overruled.
Don't care if they go on a trip or not. All right, sir, so the reason for not going on the trip?
The reason for not going on the trip was tied up on a couple of things. First of all the stuff going on with Danny was a constant refrain. But given the stuff going on with Danny, she was concerned that she might not be back in time, even though our flight was to land the day before. And it wasn't, it's so odd to me. It wasn't winter. We're going through it. It's like LA to Atlanta to Tallahassee, leaving in the morning. I didn't see any real reason why that would be a problem.
She would have needed to pick up the kids on July 18th, right?
Yes. She knew that then. Their schedules were planned out for like months.
Okay, so you would have returned on the 17th, and she would have been picking up her children from preschool on the 18th.
Yeah, I think 5 p.m. on the 18th, which is why, I mean, I didn't object. I just said, okay, I didn't make a thing out of it, but it didn't make any sense.
And that, just for clarification, that conversation occurred on June 4th.
It did.
Okay, when was the next time you saw her after that coffee shop meeting?
Yeah, so that was mid-afternoon, and in the evening, I had plans to go see her and spend time with her and the kids. And then she had contacted me that she wasn't feeling well and I should like rush over there essentially. She had a stomach problem. So I got there as quickly as I could.
Remember, he thinks they're exclusively dating at this
All
stage.
right, so did you go to her
She doesn't.
residence that evening?
I did.
And what happened when you got there?
Well, on the way there, I remember contacting her and asking her, do you want me to stop and get some stomach medicine or something like that? And didn't. I believe she told me not to. Once I got there, she hemmed and hawed a little bit, and then eventually I left because she was a complete anxious wreck. She didn't have the flu. She didn't have food poisoning. She was just a nervous, anxious wreck, and it was affecting her stomach. So after a little while, I drove to a nearby convenience store to go get her Pepto-Bismol, which I recall because I have a credit card receipt from this random convenience store a few miles from her house.
All right, so she was a nervous wreck that night, and did she tell you what the problem was or not?
No, there was no discernible. I couldn't figure it out. She didn't tell me.
Okay. All right. Was there a time when you were over at Ms. Adelson's residence and you observed that her TV was broken?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
Quick question, did anyone hear the date that she called him to rush over and had the stomach problems? If you did, stick that in the chat, please.
When did that occur?
That would have been around the week of June 11th to 18th, somewhere in that time period. I went over Wendy's to spend time with her and the kids, and she asked me to take a look at the television. I turned it on. She said there was a problem with the TV. So I turned it on expecting to see like input 1 flashing, or, the kids pushed the wrong button or whatever. And what I'm looking at when I turn it on is a screen that's been partially shattered, that's been struck by an object. So she had a broken TV.
All right. And did she tell you what happened to the TV, how it got into that?
No, she kind of asked me to look into the TV as if, she didn't know. I looked around. It was impossible to me that the kids would have done it, but I didn't know the better explanation at the time. So I was kind of mystified as to what happened. It looked like a human being stood, between 5 and 6 foot, something like that. It stood in front of it and hit it. That's what it looked like. But she was asking me.
Okay, so it was like an impact mark, like a round impact with spider webs.
Exactly. And then the pixels are distorted. Most people have probably seen this. So it's, and it wasn't completely shattered. You could sort of see what was going on the television, but it's not a TV anybody would normally watch.
Okay. All right, so let's move away from the TV for now. Was there a date that you had with Wendi Adelson on, gosh, have I gone backwards in time here? It was the day before her birthday. What was the date of that?
We were scheduled to have a date day before her birthday is April 21st. We were scheduled to have kind of a special date night that night. Wendi didn't answer her phone, didn't answer texts. And I got so concerned about her a few hours after the date was supposed to have started. I just drove over there to check on her, knocked on the door for a while. She finally came to the door, appeared to be intoxicated, and not just on alcohol. I mean, weary-eyed, I'm not sure what substances, but it wasn't good. She wanted me to stay, and I was annoyed enough that I actually just left. I didn't stay the night. So.
Okay, so I kind of got our timeline out of her, but some erratic behavior from her on April 21st and then again on June 4th.
That's right.
Okay. I'm going to approach and show you a text message that was sent on June 28th of 2014. I've marked it as 41. Have you ever had a chance to review this text message before?
Yeah, you showed this to me last week.
All right, and this message had never been shown to you before last week, right?
Right.
And it's been testified that this was from Wendi Adelson to her brother, Rob Adelson, but it concerns you.
Yes.
Is there anything factually incorrect in what Wendi Adelson is stating in that text message?
Well,
I can relate.
he says
to
I
that.
haven't told mom and dad about me. I met them multiple times. It's impossible that they didn't know we were dating. For example, I was aware that Donna wasn't
Weird.
thrilled that I wasn't Jewish, so that doesn't add it. This doesn't make sense to me in terms of like seeing me for 6 or 7 months.
So in that text message, she's saying, that you're a secret boyfriend from the parents. Were you a secret boyfriend from the parents at that time?
It's implausible. No, I don't think so.
In fact, you'd met the
Okay, here's a completely crazy off the wall theory, right? Remember the idea that was thrown out there that Donna had been offered some kind of plea deal if she would just throw Wendi under the bus. What if she took that? Now, we've been told that she wasn't offered that. We've been told that that was never on the table. What if this trial is her taking it? Because everybody is throwing Wendi under the bus. The prosecution is throwing Wendi under the bus. The defense is throwing Wendi under the bus. This is all about Wendi. This is the Wendi trial right now. What on earth is happening? Here, we're going through talking about all that Wendi did wrong and not anything connected to Donna. Really fascinating. Really good point about Rob coming in talking about the communication he got from Wendi saying, yeah, I haven't told anybody about my boyfriend, Jeff, which then he told the FBI about. And they then checked out whether Jeff Lacoste could have been the person who committed the murder. I don't really think there was a secret plea deal. I'm just saying that, but I'm just really, truly remarking on the idea that this is nuts, that everybody is actually litigating against someone who's not even in court or not on trial anyway. Crazy.
parents several times.
Yeah, and had conversations with them, limited conversations, but conversations. And the other part that's, I think, really significant is the kids talked about me constantly. I have all kinds of text messages and emails where Wendy's mentioning the kids are down in South Florida talking about me.
So at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence case 141.
Any objection?
Thank you, Rochelle. I appreciate that. You're welcome, Corey. Thank you for your question. I appreciate questions also. Valerie, thank you.
Okay, I want to draw your attention next to a disagreement that occurred with Wendi Adelson on June 29th of 2014. Do you recall that incident?
I do.
Okay. And at that time, did you confront Wendi about some suspicions you had that she was seeing other men?
Yeah, that was part of it. That was the main part of the disagreement. I also had spent the last 2 or 3 months concerned that she seemed to be stringing me along.
Where did the fight occur?
The fight occurred in Gainesville.
Okay, and I say fight, it was a verbal
It was
disagreement.
verbal disagreement, and argument's not even the right word. We just exchanged words. Yeah.
Okay, and did that exchange of words lead to an awkward drive together back to Tallahassee?
It did. A very awkward drive back to Tallahassee.
And that was
It's the morning of It's the 29th or 30th. It was the 30th, the morning of the 30th.
Morning of June 30th.
Yes.
Okay. And after you parted ways, once you returned back to Tallahassee on the 30th, what was the status of your relationship over the next couple weeks?
Yeah. Well, we left that, when I left on the 30th, when he was clear that it wasn't over, but it wasn't great that we'd had this exchange either. So over the next couple of weeks, we had phone calls, text messages, video chats with the kids. My take was, seems like it's probably going to be okay, but I didn't know for sure. It did string the relationship out another couple of weeks when it easily could have ended.
When was the next time you saw her in person?
July 13th.
All right, so about, I guess that's the Sunday before the murder, is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you see her?
We went to dinner and a movie. I picked her up at her house at Aqua Ridge. We went to dinner and a movie and then returned there.
Okay, while we're on the topic of Aqua Ridge, I'm going to approach and show you what's been introduced as evidence.
So she testified she did not think things were okay, but he clearly thought things were okay. That still doesn't explain Miguel. We still have the Miguel question. That was so personal and so intentional too. Fascinating, fascinating. Thank you, Lori. I appreciate that. And it's not just the donations, but your comments. I really appreciate that so much. Thank you very much. Shinzer 8, welcome, new member.
All right, we'll circle back to Aqua
Gina, thank
Ridge.
you.
So we're
Very good.
on the
Thank you.
disagreement, didn't see her for a while, saw her on July 13th. And you were at her residence. What was the plan for that evening?
I didn't know. It was just to spend time together and maybe talk about the relationship some, but we were conversing. We had conversations.
Were the kids there that night?
They were not.
Okay, so it was just the two of you at the residence?
Just the two of us.
All right, and did the subject of relocation come up?
Yes.
In what context?
It came up in the context of whenever Wendi got back from Miami, she was always very upset about the fact that the relocation had previously been denied. I mean, it had been legally denied, but she wasn't over it. It was a constant refrain about how much she hated Tallahassee. So we're talking about the future relationship. And I'm asking, are you going to be here? Because with the constant complaining about how hard it was on her parents to transport the kids and just the constant complaining, just thinking, is she even going to be here? Is it worth trying to push forward in the relationship? And she said the only way that I'd ever relocate is if something would have to happen to Danny.
Subject to the same ruling at sidebar. The objection is overruled pending the other matters that do have to be addressed. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
Please repeat your answer.
Yeah, the only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if something happened to Danny, was the first statement.
Okay, and did she mention anything further about something
Well,
happening to Danny?
I might like to give the context before the next.
Yes.
Yeah, so I was getting a little tired of this whole drama around the relocation. And so I pushed back on Wendi a little bit and said, like, you're going to have to kind of make your peace with this. You're going to have to take some responsibility for this. You're linked to Dan Markel for life. Kind of challenged her a little bit. And she said, well, can I tell you something confidentially? And I said, sure. And she said, last summer.
Same ruling remains. The objection is overruled. You may continue with your answer.
She
Can
said,
I tell you something in confidence?
Quick stop. I imagine what they're objecting to is the hearsay from Wendi and that the state has argued she's a co-conspirator. That's just my guess.
yeah, can I tell you something? After I challenge her, can I tell you something in confidence? Sure. Well, last summer, my brother looked into all options possible to take care of the Denny Markel problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost about $15,000.
Okay, and when she referred to her brother, she's got two of those, right?
She said Charlie.
Okay. And when she said Charlie looked into hiring a hitman,
And of course, it costs way more than $15,000. So they're not good at budgeting.
and are you familiar with Charlie's joke? I looked into hiring a hitman, but got you a TV as a divorce president because it was cheaper.
Yeah, Wendi had told me that joke a couple of times. This was not that joke.
Okay, so this was something different.
Yeah, the joke was said with levity. It's a dark joke, but well, this I found chilling. I found disturbing. It made my stomach flip. It kind of took me aback. She was dead serious when she
Okay.
said this. And she'd asked to tell me in confidence, which you don't do before you tell a joke.
Okay. So I want to take you to the next day then. So we're at July 14th, the Monday before the murder.
Yes.
Did you see Wendi Adelson on that date?
Yes. We had contact throughout the day trying to arrange some kind of date. It kind of ebbed and flowed. But she was real enthusiastic about seeing me at one point, and then like mid-afternoon, let's just meet at yoga is what was decided. So we went to yoga.
Okay. What happened after yoga?
Well, I was wondering why we were at yoga because when he was being very strange, I felt like the relationship was over. She wasn't feeling well. I'm not a big yoga guy, so I didn't understand why we were at yoga for like 80 minutes, stretching. But then when we left yoga, we barely spoke, and I was just getting a vibe that this is over. Tried to talk about the relationship, didn't go very well. It was pretty clear to me. My internal thoughts were like, well, this is over. And she didn't want to spend time with me the rest of the week. So I just put my hands up like this. I remember this vividly, and just turned around and walked away.
Where were you when that was happening?
We're in the parking lot of Journeys Yoga over by Winn-Dixie.
Okay, so you have your two respective vehicles there and
Yes.
you're parting ways.
Yes.
Okay, what happens as you walk away?
Get about 10, 15 feet away from her, and she calls after me. I turn around, and she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday. I had a trip to Tennessee planned, and she wanted to know if I was going on that trip, and she wanted to know what route I would be taking. And if I didn't go on the trip, why wouldn't I go on the trip? And I answered the questions as best I could, but I was confused why at that moment she wanted to know the details of what I was doing on Friday when she expressly didn't want to spend time with me on Friday.
Okay, and we now know that Dan Markel was murdered on Friday.
Yes.
Right? If you had taken the trip as planned, which is as you reported to Wendi that day, what would your route have been?
I would have left my house at about 11 a.m., which Wendi knew. I'd related my plan to her earlier in the relationship. Needed to get to Atlanta for a dinner, and was worried about traffic and stuff like that. So I would have left at 11, and I would have driven down. I would have got to Capitol Circle in Thomasville, which is close enough to Danny's house that it kind of gave me the creeps. It was kind of weird. Yeah.
Okay, so physically, you're saying you might have been sort of consistent with how the killers fled town.
Yeah.
Okay, and after this yoga date and the discussion of your travel plans, did you get an email from Wendi?
I did.
I'm going to publish what's been introduced into evidence as states 64GG. Is this the email she sent you after the yoga date?
Yes.
All right, so is she breaking up with you? Is that clear?
No, she's asking, well, I consider based on our interaction, I thought this is over. I had told Wendi if she wanted to break up with me, she doesn't like confrontation, just send me an email or text. She sends me this, which strings everything out for a week. So she's not breaking up. Functionally, that's realistically, I'm not dumb. I'm thinking we're over. But she's asking for another week, which brings it to the 21st. of July, and I was puzzled. I wondered what in the world is going to happen July 21st, but I just didn't respond because she asked for no contact.
All right, so she wants to have no contact for a week.
Right.
Okay. All right, I was able to find that photo I was looking for earlier, 86A. Show you that. You recognize 86A?
Yeah, that's Wendy's Adelson's residence on Aqua Ridge, and that's what it looked like when we were dating.
Okay. Moving evidence 86A.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 86A is admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, so I blurred the boys' faces, but this is how the residents at Aqua Ridge appeared.
Yes.
And the kids' art that's shown on the wall here, was that present during the time that you were dating Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
Was it something that like, you know, art would come down and other art would go up, or was it pretty fixed?
It was, maybe some art would get added, but I never saw any come down until July 14th.
All right.
13th, sorry, July 13th.
July 13th, you noticed that the art had been taken down?
We walked into the kitchen, and then Wendi was pulling art off the wall. The only time I'd ever seen her do that.
Okay. And I want to ask you about, I've nicknamed it the celebration dinner. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
topic? Okay. Could you tell the jury about that, please?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Also for hearsay, understanding court's prior rule.
Objection is overruled.
Wendi and I reestablished phone contact about 10 days after the murder. She called me, and we had 3 or 4 phone calls. In one of them, she related that her and Charlie had gone to what Charlie called a celebration dinner. And at that dinner, Charlie said something to her. She didn't specify what it was, and she spontaneously vomited all over the table.
Are you aware, sir, that you were suggested as a potential suspect? in this
Yes.
murder? Where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was in Tennessee because I had left on my trip the night before.
So
Rather
you
than this-
changed your plan.
I changed my plans at the last minute.
All right, and you provided law enforcement with some receipts and things to prove that you were in Tennessee at the time?
All that, and I got a flat tire, so I ended up getting videotaped at a Kmart. And I know the TPD used that to exclude me with the timestamp on the surveillance footage.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
There is so much coming out with Jeff
At some
Lacoste.
point, did you learn that the killers came to Tallahassee in June, not just in July?
Yes, when the arrests were made and the documents were released, I learned that, yes.
And did you put together some facts about your travel plans that day that could have potentially made you a suspect on that trip as well if the murder had happened as
Yeah,
planned?
that Friday, I was scheduled to go to a business trip in Gainesville, leaving at 11 a.m. So 2 times in 2014, I leave town on a trip by myself in my car, and both times hitmen are in town trying to kill Danny Markel, once successfully, obviously.
Are you familiar with the type of vehicle that was originally rented by the killers in June to make that June trip?
I am.
And was that significant to you?
Yeah, I mean, this is long after this all happened. I'm learning this from court proceedings in 2016. But when I heard they rented a gray Altima initially, I had a 2004 Nissan Sentra. That freaked me out because that's about as close as you were going to get to my car on the rental market.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as state's demonstrative exhibit G. You recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is this the make and model of it's not the actual rental car, but the make and model of the rental car compared to the make and model of your vehicle?
Yeah, my car's right on top. That looks just like the car I had at the time.
proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
They look a little different to me, but
I have one
cars
more.
kind of all look the same to me.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just one.
We'll stop for just a second. You can see why he was so angry because he feels like he was set up by Wendi and specifically set up not once but twice to be on his way out of town driving a similar car to the one that had been rented by the killers. However, the second time around, they rented a different vehicle. I guess it didn't look as much the same. So I do think that undermines the state argument that or hint that the reason they picked that particular vehicle was to set up Jeffrey Lacoste. One issue with Jeffrey Lacoste is how very angry he seems at Wendi. And that's totally understandable. I'm not even saying that I would feel any differently in his shoes. I'm just saying it makes it more difficult for the jury to assess exactly how much to believe his testimony or how much of this is bias. I am so curious as to what direction the cross-examination by Donna's team will go, because thus far they've shown zero interest in protecting or defending Wendi, only interest in protecting and defending Donna, which is their job. That is their specific job. But they've also seemed to believe that as part of that, putting Wendi in harm's way or danger is acceptable. If it's accurate or protects Donna, that's what they're going to do. So I would not be at all surprised to see that. They've done that throughout this. So very curious what we're going to see next. I'll go ahead and fast forward till we get to the questions. It gets 5 seconds ahead. Okay. Still working.
Jeff is fine. Mr. Lacoste.
Okay, we'll stop.
Morning.
Good morning.
And it's Dr. Lacoste, correct?
Jeff is fine. Mr. Lacoste is fine.
You testified that it was your understanding that my client, Donna Adelson, was aware of the motion that the state has called the grandmother motion.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how she took that?
It was I'm hearing this stuff from Wendi.
Okay.
Um,
Well, do you know how she took it?
I mean, I wasn't there to observe her reaction. The whole family was upset about every one of these motions, was my impression. Information coming from Wendi.
Okay. And so the only person that you spoke with about how the family took things was from Wendi.
Putting Charlie's,
Aside from Charlie in the hospital,
aside from Charlie in the hot tub, it was all through Wendi. That's correct, sir.
isn't it true that you found Wendi? Let me find the exact quote. Then you find Wendi to be a deeply deceitful person?
Yes, depending on the topic. I mean, that's true. But a lot of the stuff she told me about her family was later released in evidence. I'm talking about the kids getting.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike that response.
Agreed.
Stay. Mr. Lacoste, you are only to respond to the question that you are asked. Members of the jury, the portions of the answer that were non-responsive, you were not considered. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
See, I actually think things like that make him less credible because he wants to pop in there with as much negative information as he possibly can. I see less of that this trial than I did in Charlie's. I thought it was just palpable in Charlie's trial to the point where you weren't really sure how much to believe or not believe. I think he's done a much better job this time. Nonetheless, when he offers extra stuff that's just negative in general, I think and not anything he even has personal information about. I do think that that's somewhat damaging. It's not that it is false. It's that it makes you unclear how biased he is and whether that could be affecting what he's saying.
yourself do not have any personal knowledge as to how my client, Donna Adelson, took the grandmother motion, do you?
No.
Isn't it true that you only had limited small talk with my client, Donna Adelson?
That's correct.
Drawing the distinction, Donna, everybody else. This is not a guy who
Now,
knows
let's talk
about.
about the damage to the television that you observed in June of 2014. Can you tell us again how you described that?
Yeah, there was a spider web pattern, like in the center of the screen, and it radiates outwards. Anywhere it's been cracked, it will pixelate. So you can see what's going on. You can track it, but it's not pleasant, and you would never watch that TV. And we watched a whole movie on that TV at Wendy's insistence, which was why I remember this. It was a very strange evening.
Didn't you suggest going to watch the movie on another TV?
Yes, I did. There was a perfectly good TV in the other room. That's correct.
And she made a fuss.
I tried to respect Wendy's boundaries, her house, her kids, so she didn't have to make a fuss. It's an awkward situation dating someone who has, 2 kids, so I'm not insisting on anything. But the kids were whining about the broken TV. That is correct, sir.
Made it difficult to even really watch or enjoy the movie.
That's right.
Could you tell us?
Do you see how they're against Wendi too? Like Wendi is acting bizarrely. They're saying Wendi is insisting that you watch a movie, and that are kids who are complaining, watch a movie on this broken TV, which no one wants to use. And why? Everyone is suggesting the reason for that would be because Jeffrey Lacoste needed to know that the TV was broken to support Wendy's story.
About how big
But this
that
is the defense.
Fist sized.
adult or child?
I don't remember with that precision.
I cannot imagine Wendi putting her fist through the TV. That would hurt.
You testified about a statement that Wendi Adelson said to you on July 13th of 2014 that she wanted to say to you in confidence.
Yes.
And it was that her brother looked into hiring a hitman.
Her brother, Charlie.
Her brother, Charlie.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
That was brief. Can he possibly be done? This comment has made me laugh so much. Every time you see me snickering, I was looking over here waiting until I got to this one. The only person, says Alley Cat Artworks, more curious about Miguel than me is Lawyer Lee, and I'm here for it. I am so curious. Who is this Miguel? But boy, her mom threw that in. Her mom with some special inside information, which I am assuming that the prosecution didn't know either. Are you wondering who's on trial here? Is it Donna or is it Wendi? Very good question. Very good question. And so I see this one from I Love Godzilla. Why is the prosecution focusing on Wendi so much when this is Donna's trial? How is this connected to Donna? Well, the prosecution is doing that because there are certain, first and foremost, I think they're doing that because they really believe that Wendi is very guilty and they want to pursue her. But I think also they're doing it because they believe that Adelson's acted as a unit and Wendy's guilt is
You may step down, Mr. Lacoste.
okay. That was way less.
Witness.
June and Chinda. Okay. I'll go ahead and skip through that so we can begin to catch up as we wait for June.
Bailiffs, United States.
Oh, wait. If they're laughing, we want to hear that. We don't want to miss courtroom drama. No, you can't hear it anymore.
To all bailiffs, United States Marshals, the FBI, please track down our next witness.
Witness is missing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're looking for June Mchinda. She was Charlie's girlfriend at one point. Last time, when she got up on the stand, there were long looks exchanged between Charlie lit up, and she looked over at him and lit up. And there was a lot of interaction between them. It was interesting. Big smile from her to him as she was walking out. Clearly, they did not part on bad terms. I think they had broken up, but they seemed to be still very, very interested. I would put it that way. I'm curious about this whispering, so we'll watch that for a second, but then I'm going to move forward. We're about 4 minutes.
5.
Oh, we're
Mrs.
good.
Adelson, if you need to use the restroom,
We'll catch up.
We'll assist you at this time.
Let's go ahead and pull up our next. I'm trying to let people be able to see the subtitles at the bottom. So if it's a longer comment, I try to wait until we hit a break so that I don't interrupt that too long for people. All right, Breeze Coyote is predicting Donna walks and Wendi is arrested. This could be, you could not have convinced me. Let me go ahead and, you couldn't have convinced me of that. I'm going to go ahead and fast forward to the end too, 5 seconds at a time so we don't miss anything. But you could not have convinced me that was what was going to happen. But I don't know. It's a possibility. It is, who knows? It is a huge surprise to me the way that the defense is choosing to actually defend this. So I think we're all the way caught up. And when the court comes back in session, we'll flip over to that. I try to stop it when I comment so you don't miss anything. Oh, thank you, Bethany. Likes my haircut. Thank you. I'm enjoying it too. It feels better. I like it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Alex, thank you for your super sticker. Much appreciated. And that's the truth, Tommy Lee. It is truly exhausting, but I'm glad you're enjoying it and have been a member for 7 months. That is awesome. We had one other question that I had skipped over. It was from maybe even 2. From our Paris contingent, Pascaline asked me, can the state offer a plea during the trial? Sending us French thoughts. Thank you. And very possible to do that. It's not very likely in a murder trial like this. It typically happens at important junctures, like before you go to trial, when everybody is thinking about it, and they'll make an offer. And if they can't work it out, then everybody gets ready and goes to trial. So typically you would see that kind of thing happen beforehand. On the civil side, people will sometimes settle in the middle of trial. What they do is kind of see which way it's going. But with a criminal case, that can be a little more difficult because things tend to be obviously one way or the other. There's not an in-between. So it's, I think, less common that you have a plea during trial. It usually happens before trial. But there's nothing preventing it from happening. It could happen. I think in this case, it's a murder case. Those are hard to give a plea for unless maybe it's already been arranged. I'm still thinking back to my crazy theory about what could really be going on here. It is so bizarre to see.
Hold on, have we found our witness?
They're still looking for the witness, he says.
Do
This
get a
is
jack of
just-
all trades, bring them on.
All right. Okay, I think I got everybody. It seemed like there was one other question that I had missed. And I know there was. I just know there was. Somebody had a question. Dang it. Did I answer I Love Godzilla? Why is prosecution focusing on Wendi so much when this is Donna's trial? How is this connected to Donna? I think it's, and I did answer that, but I think all of us are wondering about that very thing because it honestly, more than the prosecution focusing on that is Donna focusing on that. I just am shocked because it is her daughter. And I don't want to forget, I want to go back to Regina's very generous super chat. Thank you so much. And y'all are all so encouraging to me. I'm very appreciative. All right, so we are looking for June Mchinda. She is supposed to be the next witness, Charlie's ex-girlfriend, and she didn't testify for very long last time. She's not a huge witness, but she's the next one on the list, and apparently she's not there. So the state doesn't know what to do. They're out looking for her, on the hunt for June Mchinda. So I tell you what, Jeffrey Lacoste was quite the witness. The cross-examination was really minimal, that once again, drawing that distinction between Donna and everybody else. This witness has only had limited small talk with Donna. And then they asked a little bit about that TV hole, because Jeffrey Lacoste's insinuation is that this hole in the middle of the TV was somebody intentionally hitting the TV with something. And the reason that they did that was to create this alibi where they would have a chance to give Wendi a reason to stay at home and a person who could see her there when he came to fix the TV. I've always thought that was an extremely poor alibi for several reasons. It couldn't have been Wendi alone, because it was Harvey who arranged for that repairman to come out. And then also that particular excuse as an alibi is awfully weak in my view, because it's a window. So what if he came at 8? Well, you could be gone and out of your house by 8:30. He wouldn't know, and that's no alibi at all. And if the murder isn't until 10:30, then you had no alibi at all. It doesn't seem like a great alibi to me at all. I've always thought this was sort of a weak point of the state's case. I don't see this as something particularly persuasive, my personal view. Okay, so let's head over here and see if y'all have any questions about what's happening so far. Put your question marks at the beginning. I'm going to go ahead and go all the way to the bottom so I get fresh questions rather than going back up to the top. Where I will answer Rebecca's. Would the judge be privy to whether there's a plea deal for Donna? Not necessarily. He doesn't have to be told about that. Well, let me rephrase that. I don't think so. I don't think if they had a final plea deal that they would go forward at trial. I don't really believe that they would try the case knowing that they were going to do something at the end. I don't honestly think that. It just is, it was so shocking to me that this is happening in such a very bilateral way. Everybody is trying Wendi instead of trying Donna. It is just really strange. But I don't think they would actually do that. I need to take that back. I got too excited and came up with a crazy theory. Although there's part of me that still wonders what on earth is going on. I do still wonder that. Bunker Hogan asking me, does Donna have any control over attorney's choice to start skewing this towards Wendi, or can she have them protect Wendi? The answer is that she is ultimately in control of her defense. But that is done with a lot of consultation with your attorneys. And you don't just decide, I insist that, well, some people do decide this is how you're going to do it. And if you don't do it this way, then it looks like we maybe found June Mchinda. So she has control, but there's an interaction, and her attorneys will be busy advising her and giving her suggestions and telling her what they think she ought to do. She could instruct them, and they would need to follow that.
Everyone can be seated.
They didn't think there was anything wrong with it.
You may bring in the next witness. Please raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly so you can be heard. You may examine.
Hi, what is your name?
Hi, my name's June Mchinda.
Will you spell that, please?
The first name is June and the last name is Umchinda.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
Do you know Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case?
I do, yes.
How do you know her?
I was Charlie Adelson, her son's ex-girlfriend at one point.
Okay, when did you date Charlie Adelson?
I dated him in 2015 to 2017. I met him after the murder.
Okay, do you recall what month in 2015 you began dating
It
Charlie
was
Adelson?
October.
And then broke up in what month of 17?
In June.
Okay, can you describe for the jury what the beginning of your relationship with Mr. Adelson was like?
Well, in the beginning, him and his family were not being investigated by anything. So it was just a normal relationship we had. Everything was great.
Did you describe it as a fairy tale?
I did.
Had you met his mother?
I have.
How many times did you meet his mom?
Not more than 5 or 6, I would say.
And when you met her, was that at family events or what type of events?
Some family events and some weekends or dinners or just get-togethers.
Did you notice during the time you spent around Donna Adelson that she was very involved with her grandchildren?
I did notice, yes.
How close was she to Charlie Adelson?
They were very close.
They worked together.
At times, Charlie worked at many offices, so when he was at his office, yes.
Okay, because there was a family business as well that he was a part of, right?
Yes.
And Donna Adelson worked at that business.
I believe so at times.
Okay, and did they speak on the phone daily?
Yes.
Did it seem like Donna Adelson was in control of the family?
In control, like, can you describe?
Like the
What do you mean?
matriarch of the family. She was the one that everyone looked to be in charge.
She played a motherly role, yes, in the family.
Did you meet Wendi Adelson?
I have.
And what about her children? Did you meet them?
I have, yes.
Were you and Charlie Adelson living together during the time that you were dating?
Not officially. I had my own place, but I had a key to his place, and we were together 24/7 since we met. So,
So basically living together.
yes.
During what you've described or previously described as the fairy tale phase of your relationship with Mr. Adelson, was he suffering from any anxiety issues?
In the beginning,
Yes.
just stress from work, the normal day-to-day.
Okay. Did he come across as angry during that time, the fairy tale phase?
No.
Okay. During that portion of your relationship, what did you know, if anything, about the murder of Dan Markel?
I had no idea who Dan Markel was. I've never seen the case in the media. I just know that when I asked Charlie about his family, he advised me that his brother-in-law was murdered and shot in the head in the garage, and they don't know who did it. So that's all I knew. It was pretty short.
Was that a topic that came up one time or more than one time?
It was one time when I asked him about his family in the beginning when we were dating, getting to know each other. And then obviously throughout our relationship, it became a bigger topic.
Okay, but during the fairy tale phase, was it a topic that would come up regularly, like what's going on with the investigation and wonder who did it, that sort of thing?
So the fairy tale phase, that was before the investigation, before they suspected him or his family. So no, it did not come up, just that one time.
Okay, and did you previously say, did you have a law enforcement interview in this case?
I did. I did not know I was being recorded, but yes.
It was recorded.
I
though,
was,
right?
yes.
You've had a chance to review it.
Many times, yes.
And in that interview, did you say for court and counsel, page 50, lines 19 through 23, quote, like they weren't ever curious, like who really killed him. They weren't upset about it, it seemed like. Did you say that?
If it's there, yes, I said that.
All right. And then there was a time, which, are you familiar with the bump in which law enforcement approached Donna Adelson posing as a gang member or a
Yes,
criminal?
ma'am.
Okay. And in that, after that bump, did everything sort of change in your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
During and after, absolutely.
Okay. And that law enforcement operation that I'm referencing occurred April 19th of 2016. Is that something that he reported to you? Were you aware that that happened with his mom?
No, definitely not.
He didn't say
Not
anything?
during the time.
Okay. When did you learn about that?
I might have even learned about it from 2020 or something when we watched it, or he told me later on
Okay.
after the fact.
So although you were inseparable at the time it happened, he didn't mention it to you.
No.
In what ways did Charlie Adelson's behavior begin to change around that time?
Around that time, I noticed he wasn't sleeping. He was up in the middle of the night. He was very extra stressed and anxious, worried, depressed. Overall, he became depressed over time.
Right. And at some point, I guess you learned through the media that Charlie was under investigation for potentially having a role in the murder of Dan Markel. Is that right?
I learned from a reporter that thought I was Katie that came to the house, yes.
And do you know around what time that was?
I believe it was like May or June when Lewis.
I think we're catching up. Well, no, the broadcast has gone dark. Well, I'll have to just give them a minute. Hope they can get it together. But meanwhile, I'll check to make sure it's not somebody else having trouble. Or not just them having trouble. We'll check that out. Oh, it's back. Well, that was quick. But no sound. Well, we want to hear what June has to say. Let me make sure there's nothing. No, I couldn't have changed that anyway. Okay, so I'm going to check out other channels. Maybe someone else has the feed.
You did learn
Okay.
some things.
All I
from
have
the
to do is
media
look,
about
and they'll
this
get their act
case.
together.
Was there something that stood out to you about how the hitmen said they were paid?
I did read the affidavit and everything, which said Lewis or somebody mentioned they were paid in staples, like bundles of
And-
cash with
And
staples.
why
in it.
did that stand out to you?
Because I noticed that Charlie stapled his money, or he had money that was stapled.
Okay, so you had seen that in his residence before?
Right after I read that, so after I
After you-
found out that the money was stapled.
After you found out the money was stapled, you saw the stapled money?
Or no, sorry, let me think. I can't remember the exact moment, but I know when I saw the money, a red flag came up, and I was like, after the fact that I saw it, I was thinking, oh, I think Lewis said he got paid in some stapled cash, and I mentioned to Charlie that he should just put a paper clip in it. Instead, we talked about the staples. So
Okay, but you had seen before learning that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, had you not seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence?
Before the hitmen were paid.
Yeah.
I didn't know Charlie back then when the hitmen were paid.
I'm sorry. Yes. Before you learned that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, which you learned from the media, you had seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence.
It was after, because when I saw it, I was thinking to myself, that's strange, the staples, and then it clicked. So it was after I saw.
After you saw the article or the TV broadcast, you then observed it.
After I found out.
And that's when it clicked.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's not what the prosecution was expecting, I don't think, just from the tenor of the way the question's being asked and the reaction. But I don't think that really hurts the state. It doesn't really matter. They've linked Charlie to stapled cash, a very unusual way to keep your cash.
And the stapled money that you saw was $100 bills stapled into $1,000 bundles. Is that right?
Yes.
And there was quite a few of them that you saw, right?
Right.
Okay.
Wonder how many people in Miami
During the time between
have $100 bills with two little staple holes up in the corner. That's this money is still circulating.
I guess the few weeks before that article was published. So between what we now know was the bump and when all of this came to light, did you notice Charlie beginning to communicate more with Catherine Magbanua?
I believe I saw like a message from her, or they were on the phone once or something like that. I asked him about it.
Okay, did you previously in your law enforcement interview indicate that you saw him going back and forth with Katie on the calls and I said, oh, why do you guys talk so much? You remember that?
I do. So I was referring to the episode where it shows him and Katie going back and forth on the calls. And then I told Charlie and said, you never talked to me like that. So I was wondering why he talked so much to her.
Isn't it
at that
true?
time.
And remember, Katie's his ex-girlfriend. So that's why she's kind of got her antenna up. Why are you talking to her all the time?
That you noticed him talking to her at odd hours prior to the media broadcast?
No, that was all in regards to the episode that I saw, that they showed him talking to her at odd hours.
You don't remember telling law enforcement that it was weird because he didn't wake up early, and you saw that there were on the phone the times that they were talking and it was like 7 or 8 and you thought, oh, that's odd.
No, I did say that, but that was in the episode. I told Charlie that I thought it was odd because we don't talk that way, and he said we live together. So,
Okay. Have you described him as being paranoid during this time frame?
yes.
And did he talk to you during this time frame about believing his phone was being tapped?
Yes, a lot.
Had you ever met Catherine Magbanua?
I met her briefly. She worked at her front desk dermatologist office that I went to. So before I knew Charlie, I met her there.
And was at the time that the law enforcement operation occurred, the time frame we're talking about, was Katie his most recent ex-girlfriend?
No.
Who was the most recent ex-girlfriend?
Before me, it was someone named Whitney Kick.
Okay, so she was in between you and Catherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Did you ever know of Catherine Magbanua working for Charlie Adelson or the Adelson Institute?
No.
That would be a hotly contested issue, whether she worked for him or not. Maybe it won't be contested. Donna doesn't care, maybe.
All right. And then when you mentioned you were still with him at the time that Magbanua was arrested, did his erratic behaviors get better or worse at the time of her arrest?
It was worse.
Okay. And can you describe those behaviors for the jury?
Well, it was a lot mixed with what I said earlier, the no sleeping, depression, and our whole relationship just took a big turn, and I wasn't sure why in the beginning. He was just acting strange and would go to his friend's house, and our routine kind of got disrupted, and I wasn't sure why. So it was just like I knew something was going on, but I didn't know exactly what the problem was. So
Did he become angry, short fused?
at certain times, he would.
Okay. And I'm particularly talking about this time frame around Katie's arrest and just after that. Uh-oh, trip chair. Around the time right after Katie's arrest, is that the time frame where these behaviors escalated?
Right, yes.
Okay. And did, particularly when the case or the investigation came up, is that something that would make him angry?
Not really angry. He had different emotions every time it would come up. So
And was one of those emotions anger?
at some point, sometimes, yes.
And did you say he would get really red and screaming and take random walks, just acting like a crazy person?
He would at times, yes.
Did he get a second phone and maybe a third phone during that time?
I saw one more phone that he got and then it disappeared. So it was just a short period of time. He had another phone.
At some point during this time frame, did Charlie Adelson begin communicating with you via WhatsApp?
He did actually when he went to Asia because it's like, I guess you can talk to anyone in the country on WhatsApp. So he thought it was easier that we spoke there.
So they've done a pretty good job on the defense side, and they didn't obviously work with this witness, but of showing that the WhatsApp really does seem to be connected more to foreign travel than it does to a desire for secret communication. The prosecution has thrown it out there, but we haven't really gotten into anybody admitting that it was done for reasons of
Is
confidentiality.
he only communicating with you via WhatsApp when he was in Asia, or did he do it when he
We
came
just
back?
developed the habit after he got back. We just spoke on there all the time.
Do you know if he was communicating with Magbanua via WhatsApp?
I don't know.
Did he start keeping a bag of clothes by his bed around this time?
I saw him keep a change of clothes one time or a few times, yes.
Did he sleep with a gun around this time?
He always has guns around because he has his license to carry. So he didn't physically sleep with the gun, but he has one in his nightstand and all over the place. So
What about Wendi Adelson? Did you notice an issue between Charlie Adelson and Wendi Adelson during this time frame?
I wasn't too involved with them, but I did notice one time they got into an argument.
All right, and did he tell you it was a fight about this case?
He just said that it was something about the case. Yes.
Okay, do you remember exactly when that was?
Not exactly. I don't know if I should guess or not. but-
No, please don't. So was there a time frame where Wendi and Charlie were not speaking because of some type of a disagreement about this case?
Yes.
What about Donna Adelson? Did her behavior change at all around this time frame that we're talking about?
So I wasn't around her a lot, but when I did see her, yes, she was upset.
Okay, and did you describe her as a mess?
Yes, if it's there, yes.
What does a mess mean?
Just like mentally upset and physically drained or not their usual self.
Okay, that's so familiar to me, the phrase a mess, she's a mess. Is that, how many of you had never heard of that? Or how many of you, that's like a really common phrase? I didn't even know, it wouldn't have occurred to me to ask that, to explain that to people on the jury. So I'm wondering if I'm using like an expression and maybe people don't even know what it means.
Right? Was she crying when you saw her?
At a point in time, yes.
And did Charlie Adelson advise you that she was taking painkillers for stress during that time frame?
Yes.
And was there a time when you were on the balcony of Donna Adelson's residence and she made a statement to you about Dan Markel?
We were speaking about Dan because the case was such a big thing at that time, yes.
Okay, and what was the statement she made?
Well, her life was crumbling down in her family's life. So she said everything felt like Dan was haunting her from the grave or them. I don't know. Whatever it says there.
She feels like Dan's back from the grave, like haunting her or something.
In reference to that, yes. I don't, yeah.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Please remain seated. The evidence will be defense or not be examined.
She thought it was all done. She was like, oh, yay, it's over. But no, there's more to come, or at least potentially. What's interesting is that I don't think that went quite the way that the prosecution wanted. Like they even had to feed her last name, her last point, which was that Donna had said she feels like Dan's back from the grave haunting her. There just seemed to be a lot of things that didn't come out quite the way they had before or the way that the state was expecting them. So let's see whether Donna's team does anything with this or what.
Okay.
So she had a lot of interesting things to say over time, but not all of them were said all that clearly in this particular trial. She talked about the change of clothes Charlie kept by his bed. I don't know why that would be or why that would be important. Did he think he would need to put on clothes in case they came to arrest him and he wanted to have them ready to go? Maybe. Or did he think he might need to run if he found out he was about to be arrested? Seems less likely. How would he know in advance? But I don't know why that was important.
Go ahead.
Did Charlie Adelson make a statement to you about Catherine Magdanoa's breast augmentation?
After the 2020 episode, he made a statement and joked about it, yes.
What did he say?
He was saying they were thinking that he paid for the whole thing, and then he said, like he said he paid for one or something and laughed.
Only paid for one of the breasts, half of the work.
Right, but he was laughing, so it was just a joke.
Okay.
That actually could be kind of important because of the fact that Donna has witnesses from inside the prison who will talk about Katie's admissions about whether Charlie paid for the breast augmentation. The question being whether or not this was part of the payment he was making for her involvement in getting hitmen or why he was doing that. We don't know a lot about what those people are going to say, so it's kind of a shot in the dark. Are we behind at all? I can scoot up.
Present Donna.
Morning.
Okay.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
My name's Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Josh Zellman, we represent Donna Adelson. I've never met you before, correct?
No, never.
I just really have a few questions. There's been some discussion in your direct examination about what you might have told law enforcement during an initial interview, correct?
Correct.
And you were told that that was not being recorded, correct?
Yes.
And that whatever you said wasn't going to be used, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave a lengthy interview then that day.
Yes.
And at the time that you did that, you were broken up with Charlie, correct?
We were going through a horrible breakup at that time, yes.
Okay. You previously said that Charlie's really good at persuading people. He lies and he makes it believable. You recall that?
I do.
I want to talk about the cash for a minute. He had a lot of cash, right?
From what I saw, I don't really know his bank account, but
I'm just talking about the cash that you saw.
yes.
Okay. And you testified, there seems to be some confusion about whether you knew that before you saw it come out that it was stapled, because I thought you previously had said that when you saw in the article that Luis Rivera referred to being paid in stapled cash, that a light went off in your head because you had previously seen Charlie had stapled cash, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he had it stacked in $100 bills in groups of 1,000. He put 10 together and he stapled them, right?
Right. I didn't see him staple them, but
But you
they
saw
were
that it was-
stapled already.
You saw that it was stapled,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes,
And he had a safe in his room that he kept money in,
he did.
and it was a very large safe, correct?
He had guns in there too, so it was large.
And I think at one point you told law enforcement that it was about the size of a refrigerator, right?
Right.
It's a big safe.
So you did an initial interview, you've been deposed, you testified in Catherine McBanawaz's trial and in Charlie's trial, right?
Right. This is my fourth trial.
Okay.
Which is all of them. And I want to point out, why does the cash matter so much? The cash matters so much because the cash received by the hitmen actually was stapled. The prosecution has suggested maybe some of this money came from Donna. She drove near, is really about as far as they got to proving, Charlie's house. They say she actually went to his house and she dropped off cash, but all of the cash was stapled. And so if it was stapled, it's more likely that it came from Charlie than it came from Donna. So once again, we see Donna saying, Charlie, it was Charlie. Charlie did it. It was Charlie's stapled cash, not my stapled cash. There's no evidence I even stapled cash. I've made the screen a little bit smaller so you can see the entire subtitles, because I know that Jackie Fulford's voice is a little softer, maybe a little hard to read here.
So I have the transcripts from each of those. And you testified on direct that you didn't think the Adelsons, referring to all of them, you didn't think they were curious about who had killed Danny and what had happened. Do you recall telling law enforcement that?
Right. At that time, it seemed that way.
Okay. And didn't you later say that you were really just speculating about that?
Yes.
Sorry, I missed that.
Right. At that time, it seemed that way.
Okay.
Yeah, go back.
You didn't think they were curious about who had killed Danny and what had happened. Do you recall telling law enforcement that?
Right. At that time, it seemed that way.
Okay. And didn't you later say that you were really just speculating about that?
Yes.
They didn't even bring that out on direct, did they? I don't think they did. I don't know why she volunteered that.
When you testified, let's see, when you testified in Katie McBanawaz's second trial, referring to this statement about attributing to Donna that she said those words about Danny coming back from the grave and haunting her, in Katie's second trial, you actually kind of came off of that, didn't you?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Yeah, sure. When you
Lost train of
testified,
thought.
so you originally made that statement to law enforcement. You used those words.
Yes.
He came back from the grave, haunting her, something to that effect.
Right.
Okay. But when you testified in Katie's trial, didn't you say that those weren't the exact words that she said? She was just very upset, and to you it came out like that. Didn't you testify to that? Let's see, it would be page 1196. It starts at line 3, the questioning, but the answer is lines 14 through 16. I don't know, like if if they were those exact words, I think she was just so like stressed out and upset that that's how it came out. That's what you testified to, correct?
If it says it there, I don't remember Katie's trial because it's been a while, but if it says it there, then that's what I said.
And you were testifying under oath then, correct? Every single time that you've given these, I'm sorry. You were under oath, correct?
I'm sorry.
Please answer out loud all questions, just don't nod your head.
Oh, okay.
Because the court reporter can't put down that you're nodding your head.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the answer was yes, you were under oath.
Yes, I think if it says that, then yes.
Well, you took an oath here today before you started testifying, correct?
Yes.
And the other trials, you did the same thing. You swore to tell the truth, right?
Right.
Can I have just one more moment, Judge?
Wow, is that going to be it? That was so little. There wasn't a lot that she went after her about. That was obviously super short. The comment about Danny coming back from the grave has been a huge piece of the state's evidence against Donna. The idea that she was overwhelmed, perhaps with guilt, because of knowledge of her involvement in Dan Markel's death. But June at one point said, well, maybe it wasn't those exact.
Redirect examination.
No, Your Honor.
Yeah, nothing to redirect on.
Yes.
You may step down at this point.
Thank you.
So they made a pretty a slice to pull off Donna from it, and that's it. That was really
Please call your next witness.
pretty
So
short.
you
We'll
called
turn
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
it back to this. Okay, Brian Fitzpatrick, Charlie's friend, ex-friend, former friend. All right, so June, a lot less dramatic than she has been in some of the trials. One of the problems when you have a witness testify over and over again is it's literally impossible to say the exact same thing every time. There will always be slight, sometimes large, contradictions in what the witness says. That's great if you have the witness on cross-examination, and terrible if you're the one putting up the witness because it's just unavoidable. This guy really doesn't like Charlie Adelson. And boy, did that come out at the first trial. Not at first, at Charlie's
Please
trial.
raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, RyanFitzpatrick.
Sir, do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
She was Charlie's mother.
Okay, were you friends with Charlie?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the time frame that you all were friends?
Probably 2013, 2014 to 2019, 2020. I can't really.
Okay. And during the time y'all were friends, were you like best friends?
We're very close
Acquaintances?
friends. Yes, ma'am.
Close friends. And based on your knowledge of Charlie Adelson, was he really close with his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
And also with his sister, Wendi?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did they feel about Dan Markel, if you know?
They haven't laid a foundation as to which person. They doesn't describe anything
We
related to my
don't do
client.
speaking objections. Please sit down.
I'll re-ask the
Sustained.
question. How did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel?
Didn't like Dan.
Okay. And Charlie, did he have a lot of girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Catherine McVaniel one of those girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am. She was.
Is that somebody that you ever met or hung out with?
I believe once or twice in passing, but didn't, like I've testified before, didn't pay any attention to Charlie's girlfriend.
Okay, so she didn't stand out to you as anything special among the crowd?
May have looked like the others, but no, didn't stand out to me at all.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's practice of how he keeps his cash?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And how is that?
Staple money, 10-100 equals 1,000. I've been paid by staple money by Charlie Adelson before. That's how I know.
Okay. And when the murder of Dan Markel occurred, was that during the time frame that you were really close with Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am, it was prior to us growing closer as friends.
Okay. When you did grow closer as friends, did Mr. Adelson mention the murder to you?
It wasn't discussed. Dan wasn't a topic of discussion. There was no, like, nobody, it was odd because it wasn't.
Okay, so you were aware of it, that it happened?
Yes, ma'am. It was,
Okay, but nobody talked about it?
no, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the law enforcement operation that's been referenced as the bump, where Donna Adelson was approached on the street?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And did Charlie Adelson talk to you about the bump? His mom being
Yes,
approached?
ma'am.
Okay, and prior to that, had Charlie Adelson ever mentioned being harassed or extorted or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so when this happened with his mother, did his demeanor change? How was he acting about this incident?
Charlie became agitated, nervous, anxiety. I guess looking back now, guilty, just abnormal.
Okay. Did he ever make a statement to you about murder?
He made the statement at one time that you could get away with anything if you keep your mouth shut, and implied murder.
All right. After the arrests that occurred in this case, and I'm referencing the 3 suspects that were arrested prior to him, did that impact his behavior, demeanor around you?
When the others were arrested?
When the other arrests occurred?
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am. That behavior continued to increase.
Okay, so he was anxious, would you say?
More needy. Charlie talked a lot. And he
In
talked a lot
general?
about it. Yes, ma'am.
And you talked a lot about what? Those arrests?
Charlie would talk about something repeatedly, almost to help himself believe something, or to talk to you till he was blue in the face, until you were almost so tired of hearing it that you were like, oh, okay, and you believed it. But
Okay.
Okay, I would say that we didn't fully understand that until we heard the jail calls with Donna. And he did talk a lot about the same thing over and over. He was, of course, at that moment in the days following his conviction and knowing that he would be spending the rest of his life in prison. So there's no doubt he was under stress, but it is true that he really talked on and on about certain topics.
it was nauseating. It's tiring.
He was a talker.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is it fair to say that Charlie was not stressed out at all about the murder or anything related to this case prior to that law enforcement operation?
From my understanding, yes, ma'am.
And after that operation, based on your observations of him, he became very upset and worried about this case.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
That's it? Wow. Well, it'll probably take a minute. I think this case is going to be, I'm going to go ahead and stop it so we don't miss anything. I think this case is going to be a lot shorter than they anticipated or stated, because they know exactly what they want from every witness, and they aren't wasting any time. Like, here are the 3 points you need to say, right? Okay, you're off the stand. And I think that's going to make the case go a little shorter. Occasionally, they do it in such shorthand that I'm not totally sure this particular jury will understand their point. But for the most part, I think it's just plain efficient. She has done most of the questioning so far, I think, hasn't she? I think it's been shared.
Lauren?
I've never met you, but we spoke on the phone once and then you did a deposition. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
The deposition was recently, I think August the 14th. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you appeared by video.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Okay. When you gave your deposition, you indicated that you barely know Donna Adelson, correct?
I didn't know her like I knew Charlie. No, ma'am.
And you've been around her many times.
Yes, ma'am.
And she was always nice to you.
Very nice.
She and Harvey were pleasant to be around.
Very pleasant.
You knew Charlie very well, as you've testified,
Yes, ma'am.
and you were friends,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
But that ended, didn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was an ugly ending.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said you were very good friends with Charlie. Were you familiar with the cash that he kept in his house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he keep it stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, $100 bills, 10 of them, so 1,000 at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
He had a safe in his house, and that's where he kept his money, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of had some issues. I think my co-counsel was asking you some questions in your deposition, but the bottom line is you have a feeling, and that you say that it's known that the Adelsons didn't like Dan Markel, but you couldn't give us a specific comment in your deposition that Donna Adelson ever made. It's just well known, correct?
It was implied. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Correct, examination. You may step down.
Kudos to both sides on that. Really well done. Wasted absolutely no time, went exactly to what they needed the witness to say, and moved on. On cross-examination, it would have been very tempting for Jackie Fulford, as Donna's lawyer, to get into just how ugly the ending was between this witness and Charlie. She has great restraint, and that's hard to do because sometimes if you have some good facts, you would like to put them out there. But she doesn't need that. What she needed, she got in. He doesn't really know about Donna. He assumed she didn't like Dan Markel, but he doesn't really know why. And when she was around him, she was always very pleasant. And he had a falling out with Charlie, who kept stapled cash. Just that simple. There doesn't need to be an explanation to this jury about why it was ugly. Even if he has it in for Charlie, so what? Because this is Donna's trial. And they have been very laser focused on this case and their client. That's not easy, and I'm impressed by that. Both sides. Very, very well done.
You're called at any time.
No, Your Honor.
You are released, sir, of your day. Please call your next witness.
State called Mary Hall.
Yeah, we're going to need to speak to her first. We were provided with some information before today or to report.
Speaking objection, Your Honor.
It's not a speaking.
Hold on, stop talking. Please take the jurors to the jury.
Trying to keep this from being debated in front of the jury. I'm not sure what it is yet, but that's his goal.
You can be seated. If there's a topic that needs to be addressed, please ask to approach, but no gratuitous statements need to be made in front of the jurors.
And I should not have made those comments. I apologize.
You need to speak with Ms. Hull before she testifies.
We do, Judge.
State need to be heard concerning this. Very well. How long will it take to speak to Ms. Hull about this matter?
It should not take long, but maybe 15 minutes, Judge.
For scheduling purposes, I think for direct, maybe about 45 minutes to an hour. I'm not sure about cross, so whatever the court would like to do with that.
Right, let's put the jurors then on early lunch. During this time, defense can speak with Ms. Hull about any topics that you need to prior to her examination. Please bring the jurors out so we put them on the lunch break.
Okay, so we're going to an early lunch while the defense has a chance to talk to the witness. I think they said Mary Holmes. Wasn't sure of the last name. Does anybody know who this witness is? I don't know her in particular. We'll go ahead and
today. Once again, members of the jury, we're going to take an early lunch break today. Once
Okay.
again, I'm going to remind you of the instructions that you have received before, not to discuss this case with each other or anyone else. If anyone attempts in any way to speak to you about this case or talk to you, please make sure you report that matter to the bailiff so I can deal with it appropriately. Also, during the lunch break, do not look at any information about this case or any of the news reporting. Again, you may eat together if you choose to do so, but the only prohibition is discussing this case. We will get started again at 12:35. Please make sure you have reported by 12:30. Enjoy your break. We'll resume at that point.
All right. Early lunch. Well,
His report back at 12:30 as well. This should give the defense an opportunity to speak with Mrs. Hull and have your midday break as well. Does anything else need to be addressed?
The state is going to present a PowerPoint presentation during Mrs. Hull's testimony, and I do have an objection, a hearsay objection to slide 38. It's a text messaging conversation between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson, and then Harvey's statements would be hearsay, and that was ruled on yesterday as well.
On the next, may I respond, Judge?
Go ahead.
Let me pull up the slide just a moment.
And it was also a statement before the conspiracy judges, December 14th of 2012.
So Judge, I believe the court has seen this before, but I can also provide the court with a copy. Slide 38 is a text message exchange between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson from 2012, where they are discussing having a large amount of cash. And I plan to ask Ms. Hull, did the family keep a large amount, or did the family keep cash? Did they have access to a lot of cash? Did they have, did they give cash discounts at their dental practice? And this is an example of them taking whatever cash that they did receive and keeping it as opposed to depositing it in the bank. And so I do think that it's probative and more probative than it is prejudicial.
I believe the objection is hearsay, not that it's relevant.
Okay. Yeah, let me see. Harvey is the one making the statement.
but I want us to see this play out. I don't want to comment and we can't hear what they say or I'll wait until they finish and make their decision about what they're going to argue about hearsay.
I mean, okay, so the statement is, I have too much cash, and talking about there's no tax advantages for a large gift, except that he has too much cash. But we're not proving it to prove he has too much cash at that time. We're using it to prove this family keeps a large amount of cash outside of, banking institutions. They have a lot of cash, and that would be relevant to them having a large amount of cash at the time that these payments were made.
So you're not offering the statement for the truth of the matter asserted, rather set the point.
Not for the truth of the matter asserted in these messages, but rather the fact that they had cash in general and kept cash out of banks.
And that is for the truth of the matter asserted, Judge. She's trying to use this, a hearsay statement, from a person who's not a party to this litigation. There's an argument in Charlie's trial, but here, this is not about Donna, and they say they're not using it for the truth of the matter asserted, but then she turned around and said, we're using it to prove they had a lot of cash. So if they are using it for the truth of the matter asserted.
What would be the other issue that is being offered for Ms. Dugan that's not for the truth of the matter asserted? Ms. Fulford is making a good point.
I think that if it were for the truth of the matter asserted, it would be that he has too much cash on this date and there's no tax advantage of this gift. But we're using it to show that they keep a large amount of cash outside of banking institutions, that they have a large amount of cash in general. That's just the distinction I'm saying. But the statement is, I have too much cash.
Splitting the hair is pretty thin. On that matter, I'll reserve a ruling for now. Do you have a copy of slide 38 that I can review?
Yes, sir. I'll be right back with it.
So the objection is that Charlie and Harvey are talking, not Donna. And Harvey says something about there's no tax advantage to giving somebody a large gift, but said, I've just got too much cash. I need to get rid of cash. And they're trying to, the state wants to use this to say the Adelsons, Donna and Harvey, kept a lot of cash. And the way the prosecutor is focusing on, she said, well, we're not trying to offer it for truth and hearsay. It isn't. Hearsay can come in if you aren't offering it for truth. Let me go ahead. That's really distracting, all that noise. So the hearsay only applies if it's being offered for the truth of the matter. If it's not offered for that, they're allowed to use Harvey's statement, even though he's not testifying. But so the prosecutors focus on, well, we aren't trying to prove they have too much cash. They might have had only barely enough. But I think the defense is probably right on that. They're trying to say they had plenty of cash, and they are offering it for truth, that they really did have a lot of cash hanging around in their house, and therefore they might have participated in paying for the murder. That's going to be the argument. I think the defense has done a really good job with the issue of the cash and putting that on Charlie's shoulders and taking it off Donna's. I think that's been pretty good. We have not yet heard Katie's talk about the laundered money from Donna Adelson. We'll probably get to that. And Donna, by which she meant Donna Adelson supposedly actually washed the money in the washing machine. I have a little video GIF for y'all to see when we get to that point that you'll enjoy. So anyway, all right, let's do a few questions. Well, I'll go ahead and turn that on. Let's get through this part, moving to the end.
We'll find that this does, right, as to slide 38, I will find that this does predate the conspiracy, at least as it's been alleged during this trial. Mm-hmm. Additionally, as the discussion of cash and it flowing from one party to the next between the two Adelsons, as to that, it cannot be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It is hearsay. The non-hearsay basis that it's being offered for, again, Ms. Dugan, is what exactly? That's unrelated to the money specifically.
Can you say the last part is unrelated to what?
What is the unrelated aspect of this exhibit that's unrelated to the money that you're offering it for?
Tax advantages?
Right, I mean, it is related to the money. We're trying to establish that they keep a large amount of cash, they don't put it in banks, and they transfer it from one family member to another.
All right.
Transfer it via just giving it to them as opposed to.
He wants to let it in, but
You may question Investigator Hull concerning what she learned as a result of going through the financial records, but as to the slide, I will sustain the objection unless there is another basis for which it's being offered, not the truth of the matter asserted. Well, that is our break at this point. Please return at 12:30. Thank you.
So a couple of interesting things there. We'll go ahead and move it all the way to the end of this particular thing. And we will, actually, I'll just keep it right there. Okay, so we learned a couple of really interesting things. One is that Harvey is being considered a co-conspirator for purposes of I'm going to change this all around. Okay, there we go. Charlie is being considered a co-conspirator. He's being considered a co-conspirator for purposes of the actual conspiracy to kill Dan Markel. But this statement about I have too much cash, that was not during the time of the conspiracy to kill Dan Markel. That was beforehand, and it predates it. So therefore, it can't be offered because Harvey is a co-conspirator. It's got to be offered. There has to be a way around the hearsay rule. And in this particular case, she was not able to give a non-hearsay basis for putting it in. It was what she wanted it for was pretty much what it said. They had a lot of cash, slightly different from too much cash, but not a lot. And so the judge is saying, no, I'm not going to allow that in as is on that particular basis. In general, though, they're going to be able to get everything else. That was a single slide in the presentation that Detective Hall is about to give us. Let's see. So anyway, they have been moving super fast today, super fast. Here's what I suggest we do, because it's a little bit early on the break. Why don't we do this? Why don't we go ahead and that's what I'll do. I'll pull this in the background. Okay, let's go ahead and go through a little bit of our summary and what's happened so far in the morning, and we'll talk about that. I have some questions for y'all where I want to find out what you think the biggest points of the day are, because I'm trying to focus down. By the end of the day yesterday, I was so exhausted that trying to do that wrap up was really difficult, and it was just hard to keep my focus. So, and then it took me hours of editing afterwards. So that's not a feasible alternative, but I'd like to be able to give people a shorter version, because although I completely love watching the trial, and I think most of you do as well, not everyone can do that. I recognize that, and they might like a summary. So anyway, I'm going to get you to help me figure out what the best and most important points are. So we will talk through that. And let's do some polls. How about that? That would be fun. I'm going to open up a window. We'll go into the YouTube backend, and I'll see if I can. Oh, wait. That's not what I want. I have way too much technology going here. So I'm going to head into my video. Hopefully I can find it. Live. Because we are live. All right. There we go. Back in. Okay. Here we go. So this is going to be our poll. And I'm going to be asking you most important and part of Jeff Lacoste. Okay. And we got some real surprises during Jeff Lacoste. So there is deeply, and we may do a couple because they only allow me 4 choices. Deeply enmeshed family. I can't spell family. Okay. And the Charlie comment about knowing people on both sides. Charlie knew criminals. That's what I'll say. Charlie knew criminals. And Wendy's question, which did not come into evidence. About memory. It's about child memory, but I've only got 1 character left, so you're going to have to know that. Her comment was that her question to Jeff Lacoste was, at what point do my kids develop their memory where they would actually remember something that happened? And obviously the state wants to suggest that Wendi was asking about that because she knew that Dan Markel was about to be murdered, and she wanted to time it just right in terms of how her children would be affected. Let's see what else he said. That Wendi lied about Jeff meeting parents. Okay. Oh, that's a -2. You'll have to fill out the rest of the word. Okay. That's all I can put is those 4. So you tell me which of those you think is most important. As to Wendi lying about Jeff meeting the parents, yesterday, Rob Adelson, her brother, testified that all of a sudden, weirdly, out of the blue, she wrote him and said, "Hey, hanging out with my boyfriend." He's like, "Who?" Or hanging out with Jeff. And he said, "Who?" "Oh, my boyfriend." Sent a picture. And Jeff Lacoste seems to think this is all part of Wendi's plot to enmesh him and to force him into the danger zone, to make him look like the person who might have killed. Well, they don't like that these two. Okay, I'm just going to have to. Okay, there it is. There's your poll. And you let me know what you think of those are most important. There's more, and we'll have to do another poll. So while y'all are thinking about this one, I can't pick up the next poll until we finish this one. Okay, so we're getting our votes. Okay. We have to do I don't know what we'll call it, the lead team star. Y'all think that whichever one you think is the most important, and it's close, and it's changing. We've got 132 votes, so lots more people can vote. We've got a lot more people on than that. While we're waiting for the vote to come in, Henry Terry, thank you so much. That is a very generous super sticker, and I very much appreciate it. Thank you. And I have lots of other people to thank. I'm going to let the poll run for just a little bit because not too many people have voted yet relative to the number of people we have watching. And I want your thoughts on what that is. And then I'm going to go into the next 4 about Jeffrey Lacoste. And then we are going to take a brief break. So this will be our schedule. We'll take a brief break just to eat lunch, take a little break, and I will be right back. And if we have time before they get started again, we'll do a few questions. So we've got a lot to cover in lunch. I don't know how far if we'll cover everything. Oh, this is very close, very close. All right, so who else do I need to thank while I'm waiting? I know I thanked I Love Godzilla and Breezy Coyote, Bethany, Alex K, and Tommy Lee. Okay. I think thank you to Laura. I really appreciated your comment. That was super nice. As I mentioned, Henry Terry, a very generous super sticker. Greatly appreciated. Mom Princess, thank you. I put them up on the screen, but I didn't get a chance to say anything. Miss Cincy John is a new member. Yay, we're glad to have you. And Breezy Coyote is quoting the handsome brothers. I am not a movie person, so you are way over my head here. But I'm sure a ton of people in the chat will know exactly what you're talking about. And I also want to be sure I go back and say a very big shout out to our gift from, why am I having trouble finding this? Regina. That was so generous. And I just wanted to make sure I said thank you again to Regina. I also wanted to thank Henry Terry. So let's go back to our poll. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. Lock in your votes. Last minute. Hurry, hurry. Click, click, click. End. Okay. So your top choices are: you believe deeply enmeshed in the family was number 1. So if I do really, really short, that's what I'm going to focus on. Deeply enmeshed. Where are we? Here we go. Deeply, a family without boundaries. I loved that quote. Okay, so that's number 1. And then your number 2. Ooh, Wendi lied about Jeff meeting the parents. That was a biggie. I agree with you because it was new, probably. And also thought, why? Why would she do that? She hadn't told her mom and dad. Okay, so those are your top 2 from those. Now let's move on into the next most important things from Jeffrey Lacoste. We'll do our poll number 2. And you can listen at the end of this stream. I'll do my recap and then I'll split it out and post it separately. So you can watch it. You can see your votes that will be recorded and what I cover in the breakout of what happened today. So Jeff Lacoste part 2, we'll call it. and we'll take a look at what else he said. Wendy's question, I think, could have been a bombshell, but he didn't get it in. So I want to explain that to people. So I'll put that as number 3 to explain, but I agree with you that wasn't as important. Okay. There was both, I'll call them killer trips, were at Jeff, I'll call it vacay. I'm trying to fit it within this little bit of characters they give me. Essentially what I'm saying is that there were 2 trips to Tallahassee by the killers, and they both were arranged right when Jeff Lacasse was going on a trip out of town in his car to time when he would have been leaving. He believed this showed Wendi was trying to set him up, or at least strongly suggested it. Okay. Wendi was very nervous twice, both times around the killers coming up. And there was one time on April 21st when she had erratic behavior and was high, but I didn't really understand why is that. I mean, I understand why that would be concerning, but I didn't understand how that related to what's happened here. So I didn't really get that. Okay. Is there anything else? Is there something happened today? Oh, there was the comment, add an option. Only relocate if something happens. And you're going to have to know that means Dan, because I'm out of characters to put that in. And then I have one more I can put in here. I think it's the children's art off the walls. What do you think? She was very focused on when he was in town, but I think we already covered that. Oh, okay. Children's art off the walls. We'll add that. Children's art off walls. The reason why that was important was it was before any of this stuff happened. Okay, so children's art off the walls. Let me know your thoughts. Which of those are most important? Thank you, KS. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the coverage. This is certainly an experience and a half for me. So thank you very much. I appreciate y'all's encouragement. I'm not kidding about that. Thank you. And Miss Snail Scraps. What does that say? Gifted 5 yearly memberships. Thank you for doing that. Much appreciated to both Miss Snail and also to KS. Thank you very much, both of you. Okay, I'm wondering what the votes have been, what you think is most important. What I should probably do is write down all of these things, and that would just be my outline. That would probably be what I ought to do. And then we'll talk about the next witness was, I guess the TV is also somewhat important. I thought that was a little less. Then we'll get to June. There wasn't a lot with June, seriously. But we'll pick out her most important things. I would say, while y'all are voting on that, I'll kind of talk through out loud. Y'all can hear me muse on this. June agenda that Charlie changed after the bump. Charlie changed after bump. Stressed, depressed, etc. Stapled money. We got a lot of Charlie and the stapled money today, didn't we? And she really wouldn't support what the state was trying to say about how he got angry. She's kind of like, yeah, at times, maybe a little bit. The change of clothes by his bed was odd, but I wouldn't put that in top. It was just strange. I didn't understand why that was, what he was doing. And then I would have to say Donna from the grave. Donna saying Dan was haunting her. That was obviously important. Kind of creepy, to say the least. and that Charlie lied a lot and makes it believable. And then we'll go to Ryan Fitzpatrick, who was said again, he agreed. Charlie changed after bump. Charlie changed after bump. I'm waiting for y'all to vote on. Oh, well, this one is a real strong winner. Okay. So far, anyway. Do we have a lot of votes? Yeah, we got pretty many votes. Okay. Okay, and was upset about this case after the bump. That upset after bump. That seems reasonable. Of course he would be. I don't even think we need to vote on that. And then we had the big argument about hearsay in the investigator Hull PowerPoint that we're about to see. Okay, so I'm going to give you a couple of choices, and honestly, it's just two. So I don't think we need to vote too much on June and Chinder. I'm about to end the poll, so quick. Lock in your votes. I need like 3 notebooks here and multiple screens. There's not enough. All right, I'm about to lock. Okay, it's done. So I had both killer trips were, oh, did I not? Maybe I didn't end it. Okay, there we go. Both killer trips timed to Jeff's vacation. Y'all are super strong on that. That was a 51%. Yep, you think that's the most important. And then second, only relocate if something happens to Dan. That got 27%. And the Wendi nervous twice around the time of the killers coming up got 15%. And where'd it go? There it is. Children's art off the walls got 6. Okay. Got 6%. Okay. So I didn't write down all the information from my first poll, but I now have a better idea of how I can do this tomorrow. So I will double star or triple star the boat killer trips time to Jeff's vacation. But this is actually really helping me. So our final poll, and then we'll take our lunch break. We will be back right after. Don't lose the stream. Or, of course, you can always come back in. But let's see. We're going to do June Unchinda and what she had to say. And I will start a poll, and we'll say June Unchinda. And she said Charlie changed after the bump. We'll make that number 1, and stapled cash. And then there was Donna, Dan haunted her from the grave. Okay, let's see what you think about this one. Oh, Chinda is misspelled. I didn't look closely at that before I put out a misspelling on her name. My apologies. June. So we are coming in hot with some initial voting. No, we're coming up. What was the most important part of June Chinda's testimony? Was it Donna saying Dan was haunting her from the grave? Was it the stapled cash, or was it Charlie changing demeanor after the bump? And I will have to see what y'all think. I'm writing as furiously and fast as I can. Okay. Ooh, this is very split. I don't know that I can even call a winner. That's amazing. YouTube's guys, this is going to be crossing the finish line photo finish here on y'all's decision about this one. It is very close. If you have an opinion, you definitely need to lock in your vote. Oh, thank you. What a nice comment. Thank you, Arizona. That is quite the compliment. All right, 282 votes. Oh, they're coming in quick. But wait, how could it lose votes? Isn't that literally impossible? How can you unvote? Maybe people changing their votes. Maybe that was it. I do that a lot. We want to unlock the poll to see where people are, but you aren't sure what you want the answer to be. So you just pick one. Like, I didn't really mean that. You pick another one. All right. All right. I'm going to lock it in just a minute. We've got 310 votes. I can see a lot of you wanting to vote on this since it's so close. I don't know who's going to pull this one out. And we will take, my hope will be just a 15-minute break. Seems like it's been taking a little longer than that the last couple of days, but that's my goal. It's just a very short break, and then I'll be right back. All right, I'm about to end it. Morning. Lots of last-minute votes coming in. Somebody changing their vote. Hurry, and ending. Okay, what did you decide? Okay, number one, Charlie changed after the bump. Okay, that was number one. Number two was the stapled cash. And number three was Dan haunting from the grave. Fascinating. Okay, absolutely fascinating. We will unpack that after lunch. Hopefully we'll have time before they get started. Let's see. I don't think I welcomed Danette Smith. I'm so glad to have you as a new member. Welcome. And I'll do the last couple, and then we will take our lunch break. Pam, Wendy's Costa Rica trip with Miguel was before her divorce was final. That is really just interrupting the entire narrative around this, Pam. I am not happy to hear that, although that is questionable, I guess, but was before her divorce was final in April of 2013, not 2014. Okay. Jeff hit the scene in September of 2013. That is true, but I thought they were talking about April of 2014 was when Miguel was. So that's very interesting. I really appreciate your saying that because we want to make sure we get it right. Although that is really messing up our fun narrative around the entire Miguel issue. And let's say they're right. I mean, let's assume that Pam is right. How is that? Why was that brought out? Why was that important? I wonder. In any event, I'll have to give that some more thought. Thank you so much. I appreciate that input because we really do want to get things right here. And Deja Vu, thank you very much for the super sticker. All right. Well, I'm about to put up our screen we'll stop that screen share and I will share a different screen. This will be our going to lunch window. And I will be back like 15 minutes and we'll get some more questions. Maybe I'll take a little longer, but something around that. And I'll see you really soon. Hi, everybody. Well, welcome back from lunch. I hope you all had a good break. We are ready for the second half of the Donna Adelson trial day. We are having an absolutely great time covering the trial and talking back and forth about it. I really appreciated your votes. That helped me kind of organize the morning for my wrap up that I'll do at the end of the day. So thank you. We learned that Miguel may have been actually a 2013 addition to Wendi's life rather than a 2014 addition to Wendi's life. We're going to be tracking that down, trying to figure that out. And I thought I would do a few questions. We're waiting for court to start. And let's see. I had a few comments in here from Gabrielle, the Magaler Maine. Oh, thank you. Just wanted to show support. I'm so glad. Enjoy watching the trial with me. Good. That's how I feel. I felt like we're watching it together. I enjoyed our voting. I could get your input on what you thought about what were the key points of the morning. I really enjoyed that. So thank you. I appreciate your comment and your support. And Patty Ann, thank you. Appreciate it very much. Also, Barb, enjoying the analysis. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm glad you are enjoying it very much. It's been fun to it has been challenging, but it's been a lot of fun. So let's head over. I'm going to go into the chat over here, and I'm going to be looking for question marks at the beginning. That will tell me you had a question, and that's what you want me to answer. So I'll be looking for that. So, likes equal views. That's cool. Thank you, everybody, for hitting the like button. That is very appreciated. Thank you very much. We will be doing... Also, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. We would love to have you specifically back for more. That would be great. I'm looking around for my phone because I want to make sure it's off so that it doesn't ring, but I don't even see it. So there is that good news that it won't ring, but the bad news is hopefully no one will need to reach me. Oh, there it is over there. Give me just a second. Okay, let's see. Oh, good. It's turned off. Okay. Didn't want that to interrupt us. All right. Well, let's take a look at how come you're not able to vote? Probably you were watching back after I closed out the vote and then you can't vote. But anyone watching should be able to vote while it's still live. So don't worry, we'll do more later in the day as we finish the wrap up. And we'll try to always do that at lunch. That was really fun. I enjoyed getting your input on that. And it kind of helped me focus on what were the key points too. I think that was really useful. So I was able to kind of wrap it up a little bit more easily. Oh, I'm glad y'all are liking the explanations, enjoying it. Miguel is the dad of her boyfriend. Which boyfriend? We do not know who Miguel is, and we very much want to know who Miguel is. So Australiana Maine, if you know anything, please let us know. I don't know. All right. So people talking about Miguel. One of the biggest surprises about this trial has been how little the focus has been on Donna Adelson and how much the focus has been on Wendi. It caused me to say, like, remember that suggestion that there was some kind of agreement? So a deal had been made that if Donna would turn in Wendi, she could walk away with time served. I don't see any reason to think that that's happening because she's actually here in trial and they are actually prosecuting her. And yet it is odd the way everyone is going after Wendi, including Donna herself, which I would never have guessed would happen, but it's happening. That is absolutely happening. And what will happen when Charlie comes on the stand? Because her team seems to have said to her, look, this is an every person for himself kind of deal. When you go to trial and you're on trial for murder, you can't be worried about what you're saying about other people and how it will affect them. You have to deal with what you have as facts supporting you. And one of the facts supporting you is that you were a lot further removed from a lot of the key players than Charlie and Wendi were. So we need to point that out to the jury, and you got to stop worrying about that. And it seems like she listened to that. That would be my guess as to what has been happening, because they have really leaned into the idea that Donna Adelson is guilty, yes, but that Wendi Adelson may have been the mastermind of this all and may be ultra manipulative, so manipulative that her boyfriend believes she carefully arranged things. This is Jeffrey Lacoste, carefully arranged things so that the hitman came up to Tallahassee when he would be leaving town at the same time as the hitman, so as to make it look like maybe he was the one who actually committed the murder and to throw suspicion on him. She also set up her own parents and her brother right away in the middle of the period of time when she was being interviewed right after Dan Markel's murder. She immediately volunteered. You know, my brother told a joke about hiring a hitman, and my mother and father have every reason to dislike Jeffrey Lacoste. Dan Markel, who was murdered, because of the fact that he's been bad to me and they don't like the way the divorce and custody has been handled. Man, she just threw those things right out there. And so the insinuation here, definitely from Donna's team, and to a good extent from the state as well, is that Wendi may be behind a lot of this. This is a big surprise. That's not at all the suggestion that we got in Charlie's. It's clear that the state believes Wendi is involved, completely clear. But what is less clear is that they think she was the mastermind, because up until now, they've really been talking about Donna, and Donna being the one. I remember the prosecutor referring to grinding the wheel, just insisting that this be carried out and that the kids moved down to Florida, down to South Florida, where she was, to be closer to her. Okay, after having said I wanted questions and question marks, I, of course, immediately got on a rant. So let's see. Oh, there's Mama Pink's putting that in. Thank you. I really appreciate our mods, Mama Pinks and Marlon. A phenomenal, fantastic, very appreciated job. Okay, that was the one we already talked about Miguel, and we are on the hunt for more information about Miguel. We are very eager for that, but we do want actual factual information. We are aiming for that. And let's see, Mary asking me about understanding Donna being charged with conspiracy and solicitation, but how charged with first-degree murder if she didn't actually shoot the gun. And that has to do with the way the elements are written out under the law. So you don't have to actually shoot the gun in order to be convicted of murder. The way the statute is written, the description of murder would include someone who did what Donna is accused of doing. It doesn't have to be only the trigger person. And so that's why she can be charged with all three. I do think it's a little bit redundant, and I don't think it's maybe the best description of what happened, but the law allows it. So that's why. Oh, thank you, Chico, Karen. We are benefiting by you challenging yourself. Thank you. Well, this has been quite the challenge. So hopefully we'll all have a good time. They are still on lunch. At least the feed I have is still on lunch. So, and I do like to stop it and talk, because I'm not one of the people who can listen and talk and think at the same time. I can kind of do one of those at a time. And so if the sound is going in the background, I always feel like I'm missing out on something. So I want to hear everything that's said and stop to talk to you. So that's how I've been doing it. All right. So Mildred is saying the biggest the surprise to her, the new fact, would be that Wendi kept up the story that she was being forced to stay, even though she stipulated to stay. That was very significant. I totally agree. And again, leads to the suggestion that maybe Wendi is just being extremely manipulative. She had her parents outside the room where they were doing a hearing about relocation. Wendi had moved to relocate down to South Florida to be near her parents. But she had written a letter to Renee, apparently a friend, and had said, dear Renee, and said that she realized that up until now, she had been thinking, I really don't like Tallahassee. I don't want to stay in Tallahassee. I'm out of here. But she said, I really do kind of like Tallahassee. I don't know why I was so adamant that I just had to leave. And I think I do. I do plan to stay. I do want to stay here in Tallahassee. And she then, when her parents were out of the room, out of the hearing because they were going to be witnesses. She came out and told them, well, the judge ruled against me. There you have it. Had no idea. And when the documents were actually reviewed, it turns out the judge didn't rule against her. She stipulated, agreed that it would be okay for them to agree she would stay in Tallahassee, and so would Dan Markel, until they mutually agreed to do something different. That was a shock because she didn't tell her parents that. She told her parents something different from that, and yet she agreed to stay in Tallahassee. That undermines a key argument that the state made last time, which was that Wendi, like the rest of the Adelsons, wanted out of Tallahassee. Instead, the suggestion now from the defense is Wendi didn't want out of Tallahassee. She was manipulating everyone around her to think she did because she didn't want to confront them and admit, I've decided to stay. All right. AC, do you think bringing up Miguel was Donna being salty about being used for a babysitter? She definitely was salty about that. You're absolutely right, AC. She was talking constantly about, I was good enough when you needed a babysitter, but now Wendi won't even return my calls. And Wendi gave a date of November 20th as the last time she spoke to her mother. That was about a week after her mother went into jail, if I got my dates correct. So I believe the arrest was about the 13th, and then Donna went in, and then the call with Wendi must have been on the 20th when she was in jail. But she was definitely salty about that, but I was confused about why. I said at the time, I'm not sure why. And we now had a suggestion. I thought it was in 2014, which would maybe mean she had another boyfriend other than Jeffrey Lacasse. But someone suggested it was 2013 when she had been separated from her husband for a good long while, but was not yet divorced. Could be either way. Not really sure. Emily asking a question. Do you think they're using this to get to Wendi? I do not know. I am really curious about this too. Let me say thank you to Pam. Thank you again. You're loving the first gavel to gavel live and my interruptions for expertise. Sorry to rain on my theory. Yes, our Miguel theory was really going well. It was Pam who messed up our theory. That's right. It was Pam. But I definitely want to get it right. So if Miguel was in 2013, we need to know that. And it still has some meaning to the state, or they wouldn't have brought it actually to the defense, or they wouldn't have brought it up. But I don't yet know what the meaning is. We're still a little vague on that. Thank you, Pam. I appreciate that very much. All right, looking for more of your questions as we wait for the court to get started this afternoon. Did they kill Dan for a lie? I'm trying to understand that. I don't know. They may have lied about killing Dan, but did they kill him for a lie? They killed him. Oh, I think I see what Brenda is saying. She's saying, could it be that Charlie and Donna, maybe even Harvey, that they were all involved in killing Dan Markel because they thought they were doing this big favor for Wendi, because they thought she really wanted to move down south with them. They thought she wanted to either move in or very near them and have them as grandparents to help right nearby. And maybe she didn't want that at all. And that's maybe the way the prosecution will go on this. It's certainly been an odd trial, not at all what I was anticipating. Yeah, Maya Rinda, they had argued that last time about Wendi vomiting on the table at the celebration lunch. And here's the way the prosecution tried to argue that. They said that this was a celebration, must have been for the death of Dan Markel. And they went out, and it was totally unclear what the vomiting had to do with the celebration. Was it that Wendi had no idea they had all murdered Dan? She was told that at the table, became desperately ill and sick at the thought. We don't know. We didn't get that. All we got was celebration dinner and Wendi vomiting. That's it. And I always thought that was not a great argument. I always thought that was pretty confusing, because I just don't see how that definitely proves anything. Wendy's story about that celebration dinner was that they were celebrating the fact that Wendi had been terrified after the murder of Dan Markel. She had stayed inside for a month. She'd lost a lot of weight. And here her brother, Charlie, had finally coaxed her out and gotten her to a restaurant to like, good, you're breaking out, you're recovering. Let's go ahead and go out. And that was what it was supposed to be, celebrating the murder and the ending of Dan Markel. But Wendi says, no, all I was doing was having a celebration of finally beginning to open up again after this traumatic event. I did not find it to be all that persuasive at Charlie's trial. It just, they never really could connect. Why? What does that have to do with anything? The fact that she threw up, I mean, maybe she had a stomach bug. I don't know. It just never seemed clear to me. All right, let's take a look at some more questions. Okay, Australiana thinks Miguel runs the foundation, the asylum as in for immigrants, I believe, asylum from their countries, and his son is Wendy's boyfriend. I just don't know. I can't really, I can't go into that just because I don't have any facts around that. We have to find out more and sort of pin that down, I think. I found it absolutely fascinating that Donna's attorney threw that out. And it really did seem to kind of shake Wendi up. She seemed to get off kilter when that came out. It would obviously be a pretty personal fact that not everybody would know. But I don't understand exactly what the thinking was in terms of why that would, what that would have to do with the case against Donna, or even how it would prove Wendi was involved in the murder of Dan Markel. It just wasn't clear to me. Hey, May Frank is a new member. Welcome, welcome. We are glad to have you. And Irish Amy has been a member for a month. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. It looks like the court is starting back up.
From Sergeant Corbett. I forwarded it to my experts for them to review to see what the changes are. Ms. Dugan just advised me what some of them are. I need to email the expert to see if it changes anything. I don't yet know what my expert's going to say. They're trying to review it right now.
Ms. Dugan, concerning this change in the PowerPoint, this is the demonstrative or what the state is seeking to admit?
This is both. And I advise defense that my understanding is the only change being that Sergeant Corbett, there was one slide that changed, and I think it changed in defense favor, but I need to double check that. And then the rest is just some slides we took out that I didn't feel like we needed. But he has a copy of the presentation we sent in May and this one. And it's also my understanding the defense has several objections to some of the communication in the PowerPoint that they've had since May. And so we may need to speak to the court before Sergeant Corbett testifies.
All right, concerning this exhibit, and at this point, I'm going to refer the parties back to the scheduling order, specifically the portion of the order that dealt with if things are not timely raised, they can be deemed as waived. Are these matters going to any constitutional issue of evidence that were obtained in violation of the defendant's rights?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
As the violation, or as these matters would not be constitutional in nature, why should they be heard now if they were not previously raised, the deadline that was given in the prior scheduling orders?
So what's happened is they've gone back.
The only explanation I have for not having raised this previously is the amount of information that we were provided beginning in April.
And several continuances were granted to accommodate you on that.
They did ask for more.
There was one trial continuance, yes, Your Honor.
And multiple I believe deadlines were extended as well,
That's
at
correct.
least 3 or 4 times.
Yes, Your Honor.
On that basis, why was this not raised?
Just didn't have time, Your Honor.
Right. What are you raising for the record?
I don't know how this applies to the new one. It's one of the reasons why I forwarded it immediately to my expert to see how it has changed. I don't know how pagination has changed. So if we could have some time to review that, it might resolve some of what I'm objecting to. Some of the objections had to do with hearsay. I understand the court's ruling concerning allowing the state to prove up the co-conspirator exception as we move through the trial. So that would probably apply to the vast majority of what the objections were. But if I could have a few moments to review this, please.
Ms. Dugan, as you stated, you may have a few moments. As you stated before, we're not talking about new information. This is just being packaged in a different way.
Correct, and all the communication that defense let me know that he is objecting to, which is essentially all the text message communication, all of that remains the same and has remained the same not only in what we sent him in May before the deadline, but I believe it was all the same as well in the presentation that was provided to Ms. Adelson's previous attorneys before that trial.
Very well. Deputy Phillips, if you can inform the jurors that we'll get started in about 10 minutes. I'll give you this opportunity, Mr. Zellman, to look at the document. But again, on these issues of exhibits specifically, there was the pretrial scheduling order. Also last Friday, I provided each party the opportunity to go through these items if they were still disputed. Neither side took me up on it. At this point, we're not going to be wasting time on exhibits that could have been objected to and ruled upon. Take your 10 minutes now.
Okay, so in case you're wondering what is going on, we will there we'll go. All right, so here's what essentially has happened. There's a little bit of fault on both sides here, more on the defense side, and that's where the judge is kind of directing his, not anger, but concerns. The issue is that there are slides that this next witness is going to be using to present things to the jury. These were exchanged in advance, and each side was supposed to object to the other's exhibit and to anything turned over. They were supposed to go through that list and say, I object to this and that and the other. It's a lot of work, and the defense explanation for why they haven't done it is just we had so much to review in such a little time, we could not get it all done. But what they're trying to do now is object to certain statements inside there that they're saying are hearsay. And those statements, I don't know. I'm going to turn that down. And we'll turn it back on when the court gets started again. So they're saying that there are statements inside those slides that should not be shown to the jury, probably for hearsay reasons. There might be other reasons as well. And the judge is saying, well, we gave you time to do that. We not only gave you time when you had the regular deadline and were supposed to do all your objections by then, we even gave you more time because on Friday, I said to you, hey, we're in the middle of trial and I'm not liking all of these objections in the middle of trial. This should have been handled earlier. So let's go ahead and look through everything. If you have anything more to tell me about, let's do it right now today. And they didn't raise anything more. So he's saying that the defense is creating a problem and should have dealt with this a lot earlier. This shouldn't be something waiting till right now while the jury is outside and bored and wasting their time, wasting the members of the jury's time. That shouldn't be happening. There's a little bit of fault on the state because it sounds like they gave a whole new set of slides to the defense today. And that really shouldn't have happened either. They should be using the slides they already had, but probably not changed a whole lot. The defense is hoping that some of those things got removed so they don't have a problem and they can just say, yeah, these are fine, Judge. All of our problem statements have been removed, but I think that's really unlikely. If the defense was really bothered by the statement, the chances are that the prosecution left it in there precisely because it's helpful to them and harmful to Donna. So I think the judge will let them go through this. They'll see and then at least make a record about what they think should be removed, what they think should be hearsay or objected to. But it's not very likely that they're going to get these ruled out. The judge is going to say it's too late. He even asked him, now, is there anything constitutional about this? Because if it rose to the level of a constitutional issue, maybe even though they were late, he would have to consider it. But they said, no, it's not really constitutional. We just didn't have enough time. It was too much information for us to review completely. So I think the judge is going to say no on that. I'm looking around for my background. Here we go. Much better. Okay. So let's go through while we're waiting for that. I'll turn the sound back on in case anybody pops up with some exciting comment in the court while we're waiting. Ush Engel, which I probably said wrong, my apologies. Thank you. That was a very kind super chat. And thank you, T. Trojak. Greatly appreciated as well. Well, this has been nothing if not a surprise. We're looking there at Mr. Markel, dad of Dan Markel. He is the person who was murdered. And the question is whether Donna Adelson, on trial right now for his murder, is going to be found guilty. That is what we are here at trial to find out. I'm looking back over here at the questions. Are they using Donna to get to Wendi? Asked Kathy. She thinks it looks like it, and I would definitely agree with her. I think it does look like that. And I don't think they're apologetic about it. They also did that with Charlie's, but it's this time a huge difference is that Donna seems to be helping them do that, as opposed to with Charlie when he seemed to be on the keep Wendi out of trouble side. So you can kind of tell the rift has grown between them. Do you feel the prosecution could lose the jury if they don't get to more of the evidence against Donna instead of the Wendi theory? So, oh no, she wants to know if this question makes sense. And Virginia, I think very much makes sense. What she's saying is if the state spends too much time focused on how Wendi is the problem, Wendi is the one who created all this. She may have been the mastermind and controlled all this. At the end of the case, the jury may well say, well, where's Donna? We don't see Donna, and we're going to have to find her not guilty because you haven't proven it. Entirely what Donna's team is hoping for. So yes, that is an issue. I think they have plenty of evidence that they plan to present against Donna and already have presented. We have both of those things. But there is, yes, a risk of that. That's not just pretend or imaginary. Yeah, there's real risk about that. Lord's Girl asking about the kids' artwork. So the issue was that Jeff Lacoste said that maybe a week, 10 days before the murder of Dan Markel, for some reason, Wendi removed all the children's artwork from the walls. She also, it hasn't been presented in this trial, but we know from prior trials, she also gave away some of the children's clothing and did a clean out. The prosecution believes that that's because Wendi had fully planned to murder Dan Markel, that she was involved in this. She knew it was about to happen. And she was getting ready to hightail it down to South Florida the minute Dan Markel was out of her way and she didn't have anything forcing her to stay in Tallahassee. She was getting prepared. So that's the argument that they're making. Will Wendi be looking for non-extradition countries really soon? I would think Wendi would have already done that if that's what she planned to do. And I mean, at least already looked for them, if not already gone. So I don't know that that would really work for her. But it's an interesting question. Remember her mother in the jail call with Charlie was saying, well, Wendi could help us with this. Like, we've done as far as we can go figuring this out, but she might be able as a lawyer to figure it out. Is this the best country for us to go to? And she did have background in immigration law. So who knows? She might actually have been helpful on that. Jeffrey wants to know, will Charlie dime his mother and sister when he testifies? Realizing now that he was manipulated by mom and sister. So Jeffrey is basically wondering what's Charlie going to say? Here's the thing about Charlie testifying. If he contradicts what he said before, then he could be liable for perjury. He's got immunity when he comes in. But if he lied in one trial and told the truth in the other, then he lied somewhere. Whether it be in this trial or the last trial, he lied somewhere. And so I think it would be too risky for him to do that because he doesn't want to be prosecuted for perjury. And then let's say he won his appeal and he's now in jail for perjury even longer. But I have puzzled over and wondered and tried to figure out exactly what Charlie will do. I haven't figured it out. The Adelsons seem to be they are chess players. They think long term. So maybe they have some plan for this, but I just haven't figured it out. Let's see. Cherie is thinking she has some doubt. It seems Donna was reacting to Wendi. Maybe Wendi was the puppet master. That's really what they're going for. Maybe Donna reacted to the bump that way because she was trying to protect Charlie, which is exactly what Charlie argued in his trial. And she only knew after the fact as law enforcement was closing in. That is exactly what Charlie's argument was. So a lot of his argument, not all of it, but a lot of it would help Donna because he can say, yeah, I told her. But remember what he said he told her was he was subject to this extortion. And that really didn't pan out. The jury didn't buy that. But he does separate himself from Donna. He says, all that, the money that I paid before the bump, the money that went through to the hitmen, my mom knew nothing about it. She didn't find out about it until later, I told her. And then when she got the bump, she was terrified because she thought it was the same gang members who had extorted me. That was pretty much Charlie's theory of the case. So I do think that Donna can use that argument. When Charlie gets on the stand and says that, I think that's going to be helpful for her. It's not going to be
hard. Have you finished reviewing the additions to or the changes?
I bet it'd take a
to
while.
The exhibit that the state intends to offer through Sergeant Corbett.
That'd be so stressful. You're saying there.
Your Honor. Have not yet heard back from my expert as to their review.
Yeah, he wanted to hear.
Cross-examining Ms. Hull.
I am, Your Honor.
Very well, and you continue your search while the examination of Ms. Hull
That'd be
is taking
impossible.
place. At this point, we do need to move forward with resuming the trial.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Please bring in the jurors.
So we are starting back. Jury coming in. I think we might be 5 seconds behind. We'll go ahead and get there. Okay. We are caught up. As the jury files back in, we are about to have a new witness, a detective. And she's apparently got a PowerPoint that she's going to be showing to the jury. That's what the defense is trying to object. But they're late.
Jury entering court.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful midday break. At this point, we're going to continue with the state's case. Ms. Dugan, you may call the state's next witness.
All right, next witness.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to offer will be the truth?
It will.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, my name is Mary Hull, Maryhull.
Where do you currently work?
The Executive Office of the Governor in the Chief Inspector General's office.
And where did you work when you first became involved in this case?
The Department of Financial Services in the Office of Fiscal Integrity.
And what was your role there and in your current job?
Currently, I'm an auditor in the position in DFS, I was a financial investigator.
All right. And were you a financial investigator with DFS back in the summer of 2016?
Yes,
Okay. As a financial investigator there, did you investigate economic crimes?
we did. It was a criminal investigative unit for the state of Florida.
And how long did you work in investigations there?
Investigations there 7 years.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your education and your experience in order to be a financial investigator?
Sure. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in finance from Florida State University. I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I have 22 years of financial analysis, auditing, and financial investigative work for both the state of Florida and the United States Attorney's Office.
And has much of that 20 years been doing white collar crime investigations?
10 years, I did white collar crime investigations to include money laundering, contract fraud, identity theft, and embezzlement.
Okay, and were these like multi-agency financial investigations for both state courts and federal?
There were several that were multi-agency investigations. I did both state and federal at the same time. But I also worked at the United States Attorney's Office for 3 years, and we did all criminal economic crime there.
And what's your specific area of expertise? Is it forensic accounting?
Yes, I do forensic accounting, which is a very detailed analysis of financial records to be used in court.
You mentioned that you're a certified fraud examiner. What does that mean?
You have to take special training to actually be certified to do financial crime.
And are you in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners?
I am.
While a financial investigator, did you also receive in-service training?
I did. As a criminal investigator, additional training in search and seizure requirements, the handling of evidence, the chain of custody protocol, as well as witness interviewing techniques.
And have you ever testified in court about your analysis of financial records?
I have.
About how many times?
21 times in court.
Okay, those are all my questions as to this witness's qualifications, Judge.
The defense wishes to retire the witness. Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of, I believe this is for
Forensic accounting.
forensic accounting?
No objection.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify today in the area or provide an opinion in the field of forensic accounting while she testifies today. You may continue.
So you mentioned that you first became involved in this case when you were working for DFS back in 2016. What was your role? What was your responsibility?
So I looked at all of the bank records, specifically was my first look at the records to analyze and detail everything that happened in those accounts.
Could you speak out in this hall and we have problems here?
Right. I did all the financial analysis for the bank records, as well as I did some iCloud records and emails and other documents that would come through DHSMV records.
Okay, so did you look at a lot of different records in this case to see to see what the banking habits were, whether there was any spike in cash, and whether there was any link between the parties?
Yes.
I want to ask you about first kind of go through several of the things you reviewed in this case, and then ask you questions about your review. Did you review States Exhibit 68, which is going to be the Adelson Institute's subpoena response?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in reference to Catherine Magbanwa's employment?
It was.
And were those records from September of 2014 to 2016?
That sounds correct.
May of 2016, in fact.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also review States Exhibit 75, which is Dr. Rudner's records for a breast augmentation for Catherine Magbanwa?
I did.
Did you also review 76, State 76, which is Broward dermatology records for possible Magbanwa employment from there?
Yes.
Okay, and are those records from July of 2015 to March of 2016?
Yes.
Moving on to Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. Did you review state 69, which is going to be the records for the Lexus acquired by Catherine Magbanua, and 77, 78, 79, and 80, which are vehicle and motorcycle records for Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did.
Did you review bank accounts for the Adelson family?
I did.
Does that include accounts for Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Wendi Adelson, and Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And I won't go through all of those accounts, but did you review checking and savings accounts for them, personal and professional accounts for them, as well as investment accounts?
That's correct.
And how many total investment accounts did you review?
I believe there was 24 total investment accounts.
Okay, so a lot of different accounts you reviewed for each person in the family.
Yes.
Okay. And were several of those accounts that more than one family member was on at the time?
Yes.
Did you also review credit cards for the Adelson family, specifically states 111 and a portion of those records, 111A, which are Capital One and Amex records for Charlie Adelson?
I did.
Did you also review states 110, which is Adelson Institute bank records from Regions Bank?
I did.
Did you also review states exhibit 106, which is going to be a checking and savings account for Luis Rivera from Chase Bank from 2014 to 2015?
Yes.
Did you also review states 107, a Bank of America records from Garcia's account from 2015 to 2016?
Yes.
Did you also review state 74, which is employment records from Coastal Masonry for Sigfredo Garcia from 2009 to 2014?
Yes.
Did you also review states 108 A and B and 109 A and B, which are Bank of America accounts and JP Morgan Chase accounts, respectively, for Catherine Magbanua from 2013 to 2017?
Yes.
Did you also review states 82, which are copies of 44 checks from Adelson Institute deposited into Magbanua's bank account?
Yes.
So it's easy to see why they would want to put this together in a PowerPoint. What she's done basically is review this large amount of material, bunches of financial records from lots of different places. But that's really hard to break down for the jury. So the point of her PowerPoint, which was fought over just a few minutes ago, the point is to make that easy for the jury to digest and understand so they can see where the money paid for the hit went, who paid it, where it went. They can also see things like the expenditures of that money, cars that were bought, motorcycles that were bought, the breast augmentation. They're going to look at who actually paid for that. She's going to talk about all that, but it'll be much easier in the PowerPoint.
Did you have an opportunity before court today, so you didn't have to do it now, to review all of those records that we just talked about, just to assure yourself that they were the same as the one you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and did all of those records that you reviewed come with a certification attached to them, certifying them to be official records from each respective company or business?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I would enter into evidence states 68, 75, 76, 69, 77 through 80, 106, 107, 108 A and B, 109 A and B, 110, 74, and 82.
Any objection to the items being offered?
Real quick, Judge.
Go ahead. Student, the clerk needs you to go through the item numbers one more time, please.
Sure.
The judge is very frustrated with the wasted time. He's ready to get moving.
So we're going to have 69,
One
Seven.
moment. What does that sound? Once again, please turn the phones off or turn the sound off. I don't expect to hear any phones in this courtroom. You may continue, Ms. Dugan.
That's frankly very
68,
generous
69,
by the judge.
74 through 81, 82. I'm sorry, let's hold off on 81. So 74 through 80, 82, 106 through 111A.
Fulford, does the defense have an objection to these items being admitted?
I got out of the number order. If you just give me one more second, please.
No, I'm trying to get all the exhibits straight. I would assume she would object, but maybe not. Maybe she's more objecting to some of the statements within the PowerPoint.
No objection, Judge.
The item numbers are admitted as previously stated with the exception of states 81. You may continue.
Thank you. Did you also review, you mentioned iClouds as far as written communications, whether that be emails or text messages between the parties to determine the financial relationship between them or whether there are any money or gift transfers between them?
I did.
Okay, and did you also review those items to determine how the Adelson family received or kept their cash?
Yes.
All of the records that we talked about this today so far is the amount of data in all of those records pretty voluminous?
Yes.
Are you going to be relying on a summary of all of the records that you've reviewed today for your testimony?
I am.
Okay, and did you review before court today? This notebook states 81, which is a summary of your findings from all the records that you reviewed.
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate copy of a true and accurate copy of the results from your findings?
Yes, it is.
Okay. At this time, Judge, I would move State's Exhibit 81 into evidence as a summary.
Any objection?
If I can just look over the Judge.
Go ahead.
Woman reviewed a massive amount of stuff. Just a list of that is shockingly large. She is going to put together a large quantity of evidence for the jury, hopefully pretty simply and pretty quickly, as opposed to what they're trying to do is let's admit the documents and then she can just go through her PowerPoint and explain to the jury what the point of it is.
States 81 is admitted at this time.
Thank you. And just for the record, that's going to be a composite exhibit. Now, in this composite States 81, for each of the graphs that we see that were created, after each graph, is there also information from the accounts kind of showing your work of how you made those findings?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a PowerPoint that's been created showing the graphs in the case that report your results?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd ask for permission to use a demonstrative in this case, which is going to be a demonstrative of parts of the records and the witness's graphs in this case.
You may proceed.
Okay. Now, the graphs that we see, we're not going to see portions of the records in the notebook on the PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
Okay. But those portions are in the notebook. If the jury wants to review them in the jury room, they're there for each graph.
Yes.
Which is what I'm saying is the portion that's kind of showing your work for each graph.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, well, a little slow wind up here. We are headed
All right,
to the red
so
meat.
You mentioned that one of the set of records that you looked at was Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle records for some of these subjects. Did you review the Department of Highway Safety Motor Vehicle records for Luis Rivera?
I did.
So about the ticket he got.
And what, if any, vehicles did Rivera acquire after the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th? of
No, and the ones he
2014?
bought.
He purchased a 2003 Suzuki motorcycle on July 28th, 2014, and a 1996 Toyota Camry on July 31st, 2014.
And here are these pictures from the social media records in this case of Luis Rivera and Garcia on motorcycles.
Yes, it is.
And the one that Rivera's on is on a yellow motorcycle.
Yes.
Looking at Luis Rivera's bank accounts in this case, the Chase bank account from May 2014 to November of 2015, were his checks from his workplace direct deposited into that account?
They were.
About how much was direct deposited every week?
Every week was about $500 or $600.
And where were his paychecks coming from?
Coastal Masonry.
So he had a steady job at Coastal Masonry throughout the time that you reviewed his bank records for in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What did you learn about how his banking patterns or banking habits changed following the murder of Dan Markel?
Yeah, he had a very interesting banking pattern. All his bank checks were deposited into his account, but then he would go by and withdraw virtually all of it. And he had certain preset auto drafts that would come in, and then they would bounce because there wasn't any money in the account. So he had a lot of overdraft charges.
And how did that change after the murder of Dan Markel?
Right after the murder, he all of a sudden left the money in the account, and then nothing overdrafted for about 4 months.
When was his last large cash withdrawal before the murder of Dan Markel?
It was 7/15/2014.
And you said it was about 4 months then that his old habits of...
Yeah, the next overdraft didn't happen until November 1st of 2014.
And what do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of his bank account showing the overdrafts. The red bars are the overdraft amounts that happens, the number on the specific days. And then you can see that big wide span in the middle where there's no red bars. And then it picks back up in the first part of November.
So they're showing he had plenty of money in that little pocket of time because he got a big influx and he didn't have to withdraw to spend everything. He was able to leave enough money there to cover his checks for several months.
I will add that even though it's not on this chart, that the car and the motorcycle was purchased in that section where there were no overdrafts.
So in the same section where there's no overdraft, he's also acquiring those vehicles, and he doesn't have any overdrafts from the time of the murder until about 4 months later.
That's correct.
And that's
And
difficult
could that be...
to think about, that it's such a financial transaction for the person who is the hitman, as opposed to the emotion and the feeling and the real life that is behind it for the people who know the victim.
indicative of him having another source of cash during that time?
Yes.
All right, moving on to Sigfredo Garcia. Tell us what you saw when you looked at the DHS-MV records for Garcia.
Yes, he purchased a 1997 Honda Racer on July 26, 2014, a 1984 Monte Carlo on August 22nd, 2014, and a Nissan Maxima on October 17th, 2014.
Okay, so we didn't find a picture of the Maxima, but that's kind of how a Maxima of that style would look here.
Yes, it was a sedan.
Okay, and then the Monte Carlo is on the Tuto Dade account here.
Yes, that's correct, in blue.
Okay, and then we see his yellow motorcycle all the way to the right of the screen.
Yes,
And so those were all purchased within 3 months of the murder.
that's correct.
And can you tell us about Garcia's bank accounts?
There was not a bank account located during the time or shortly after the murder. He did have one. Let's see, from June 15th to July 16th.
Okay, so from June of 2015 to July 2016, he established a bank account and maintained it.
Yes.
All right, and during that time, was he having paychecks being direct deposited into that account?
Yes.
From what company?
He was employed at Rapid Capital Funding at that time.
Okay. But before of June 2015, there were no bank records that we could find to review for Garcia.
There was no account located for him.
All right. And did he work regularly in 2014 around the time of the murder?
Actually, his employment record, at least with Coastal Masonry, was very sporadic. He worked 2 months from February of 9 to December of 2009. And April 2010 to July 2010, he worked 3 months. October from 2012 to August of 2013, he worked 10 months. And April 14, he worked 1 month.
Okay, and we have no record of him being employed at the time of the murder.
No.
So both Luis Garcia and Luis Rivera and Garcia both worked for Coastal Masonry. Rivera's job was consistent and steady, and Garcia's was more sporadic.
Correct.
All right. For Catherine Magbanwa, did she already own a car according to the DHS&B records at the time of the murder?
She did.
And what type of car was that?
That was one second.
We're showing basically Luis Rivera and Sigfredo bought stuff for 3 or 4 months, and then they were out of money again. Now we're moving into Katie. She received more money than the others because she kept getting ongoing payments, which the state says are connected.
Here, I might be able to show you something to help move it along. Sorry, if you're having trouble finding it.
Yeah.
Did you, when you're reviewing the messages in this case, did you find some evidence that Charlie Adelson helped her financially with the car that she had in 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and was that car in these messages, did they refer to this car as her needing to get it fixed, the parts alone are expensive, and she's asking, I need a loan, buddy, frowny face?
That's correct.
Okay, and does she say, just imagine if I took it to another mechanic?
Yes.
All right, did Charlie Adelson in the messages have a mechanic that was a friend of his that he would refer people, especially Catherine Magbanwa, to?
He did.
And was that person named Sully?
Yes, it was.
And does Charlie Adelson then respond, LOL, you'll be fine, I got you. I just texted Sully my CC.
That's correct.
And she says, stop paying for S word. She misspells it on your card.
Yes.
And this was in November of 2014?
It is.
Okay. So he's offering to give her the loan she wants and is texting Sully what appears to be his credit card number.
That's correct.
All right. In May of 2015, are they still discussing her car repairs?
Yes, they are. And it says it's a Mazda.
Okay. So in this one, she needs her time. He says you need your belt changed. Just bring it to Mazda. And does he offer to take care of it for her?
Yes.
And she's saying, yes, she needs to take it ASAP.
Yes.
Did they say May? Because that's before the murder.
And what do we see here in November of 2015?
This is a text message exchange about him paying for the repairs for that car.
Okay. And in this exchange, Charlie Adelson is continuing to offer to put these repairs on his credit card.
Yes.
And this is Charlie Adelson words in blue and Catherine Magbanwell's words in green.
That's correct.
That is a long time after.
And at the end of that conversation, does Catherine Magbanwell let Charlie Adelson know how much the repairs ended up being?
Yes,
And what was the amount?
$1,650.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm on the next page. I think you are correct at the bottom of that.
That's what he authorized to put on his card, but the actual payment was for $1,620.77.
Okay, thank you. So looking at the bottom of this exchange, Catherine Magbanwell estimates, she says, just put 1630, and Charlie Adelson offers, how about I put 1650?
Yes,
So he offers, I'll even pay $30 more.
yes,
And then she says it came out to 1620. She says, thanks again, I'll pay you back. Is that right?
that's correct.
And then when you looked at Charlie Adelson's Amex, what did you find?
I found the payment to Mazda for the $1,620.77.
At the end of 2015, after all these repairs and Charlie Adelson offering to help her financially with these repairs, at the end of 2015, does it appear that Catherine Magbanwell got a different car?
She did.
And what's the first indication of that?
There was the title, we looked up for the GHSMV records and saw where it was purchased.
Okay. Were there also messages where they discuss basically her having the Lexus now? Charlie Adelson needs to cancel his insurance on the Lexus.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Can you go through what we see here?
This is where he's discussing on December 14, 2015, that he's canceling the Lexus insurance. And she said she would get to it. She has a kid, she would do it later. And then he says, I just paid for it.
Okay. And in these messages, when he says he's going to cancel the Lexus insurance today on December 14th of 2015, does he say, just spoke to my mom. She's paying the insurance now. Just please go this Saturday, smiley face.
Yes.
And that's when she's saying, I'll do it. I've got my kids.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
then
ma'am.
does Charlie Adelson then say, just paid it. They'll prorate it back to us. Just go Saturday. Don't rush today. And she's saying, I'll take care of it. Don't worry.
Yes.
Does he say, already paid it 5 minutes ago. Just chill. You are still the best.
That's correct.
So one of the things they're pointing out about Katie is there's not just an exchange of money, there's an ongoing payment. It's hard to know whether Charlie would have done that with other girlfriends as well, but this is a full year after Dan Markel's murder, and they are not together anymore. He's not with Katie. So it is odd that he's continuing to make these payments and even extra payments if she wants them.
You mentioned the DHSMV records in this case. What do we see here?
This is showing that the title transfer between Harvey and Catherine.
And what date did this take place?
This says
Let me see if I can zoom in a little.
January 23rd, 2016. It's on the right-hand side.
Right here.
Yes, January 23rd, 2016.
Okay. And what type of vehicle was that?
That was a Lexus,
2001 Lexus?
black four-door. That's correct.
Whenever he does that, they always show Harvey's like, I'm wondering, is this like a Jumbotron? Do you see yourself on the screen right above you? Like, hey, is there a kiss cam in the court? I don't know. He's always looking up as if he's looking at himself on a screen, but that's an odd place for a screen in a courtroom.
And the previous owner is listed as Harvey Jerome Adelson?
Yes.
How much did this DHSMV title indicate that it was sold to Magbanwell for?
$1,700.
And that's there on the right side of the screen?
Yes.
Were you able to find any record of payment from Catherine McBanois to any of the Adelsons for this vehicle?
No.
Did you search all her accounts?
Yes.
Was there any check, or maybe she just withdrew that amount of cash? Was there any cash withdrawal for that amount?
Nothing that correlated.
Were you able to find any deposit into, if she, let's say she already had that cash at home, any deposit into the Adelson's account for that amount?
No.
Was there, in a little while, we'll see that she was receiving money from Adelson Institute, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any drop in the money she was receiving from Adelson Institute in that time to account for maybe this was just taken out of her salary?
No.
Can you insure a vehicle without transferring title?
No.
Do you have to put a sales price or list it as a gift on the title transfer?
That's correct.
If you say it's a sale on the title transfer, are you taxed?
Yes.
Is there a financial benefit for listing a really low sales price on a title transfer for a vehicle?
Yes, it makes the registration fees less.
And who decides what number goes on the title?
Normally, it's usually the seller that's supposed to put that on there, but all the transactions I've ever heard of, they just leave it blank and let the buyer put in the amount.
So just the person who's submitting it to the tax office so they can later get their car insured.
That's correct.
So if I sell a car to you for $3,000, but we agree to put $300 on the title transfer, we would pay less taxes on it.
Yes.
Looking at other written communications between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, did it appear that Charlie Adelson provided other financial assistance or gifts to Catherine McBanois?
Yes.
I was trying to go to the next slide, but I think I got to zoom out first. What do we see here in Charlie Adelson's Amex records?
So this is a purchase of airline tickets for Catherine McBanois on March 6, 2015 for a flight to Santo Domingo, and that was $970.74.
And the passenger name is there at the bottom, Catherine McBanois?
Yes.
Okay, other than these $970 worth of airline tickets to Santo Domingo, were there other evidence of financial assistance or gifts?
Yes, there was.
Looking here on October 19th of 2015.
This is a set of text messages from Catherine, between Catherine and Charlie, that she's asking for, she wants to take her kids. I'm sorry. You don't have to look up with plane tickets. I want to leave for Thanksgiving. I want to take my mom. It's her 60th on November 9th. And then he's discussing cruise options. She wants to take a trip with her mom.
Okay, so she wants to leave for Thanksgiving. She wants to take her mom too. It's her 60th birthday. And at the bottom, he asks, where do you want to take your mom?
Correct.
Some of this is aimed more at Charlie than at Donna because he's the one directly communicating with Katie. But it is also connected through to Donna because she writes the checks for the Adelson Institute and signs them. She paid, for example, for the insurance. Some of this, though, is more directly related to Charlie and sort of his ongoing payments for her. State believes that's because she helped them commit this murder.
This is a continuation of the text messages where she says she wants to do something nice for her mom and she may have days off on Thanksgiving.
Does she offer the fact that maybe I'll rent an RV and drive cross country?
She does.
And then what does Charlie Adelson offer to do about halfway down this page?
To get her a cruise for her and her mom.
And she agrees. I was thinking about a cruise too.
Yes.
And then he discusses, perfect, they have really nice ones. Y'all can leave on a Friday, go to 2 ports, come back on a Monday morning, and you won't miss work.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is in October of 2015.
Yes.
And then does he continue to offer in that text messages? I think it would be super cool for you to go with just you and your mom from Friday to Monday on a Norwegian cruise. It leaves Friday at 4, comes back Monday at 7. Does that work for you? Let's look at dates. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So in that exchange, McBanwell mentioned something she might want to do. Charlie Adelson is the one offering to do this.
Yes.
In this message from May of 2015, is Catherine McBanwell saying she has a lot of things to pay for. She needs a little help because of her kids' tuition and stuff, and she had to stop her weekend job. She says, I hate asking.
That's right.
And he says, I will lend you whatever you need.
That's correct.
And then shortly after this text message exchange on May 20th, what do we see in the bank records?
We see an ATM cash deposit for $1,400 into Catherine McBanwell's account.
And was that a large amount of cash for her to deposit for her?
Yes.
These are some of the bigger items, but was there also, he would give her teeth whitening, he would give her, pay for meal plans for her, offer her rides in fancy cars, or her ability to lend or borrow fancy cars from him throughout these years?
Yes, he had a lot of supportive activity of her.
Looking at these records from Dr. Rudner's office, did Catherine McBanwell have a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014?
She did.
And looking at this record here, how much was that breast augmentation surgery?
The total credit was $4,608.
Looking at the records, how was that paid? Oh, I'm sorry, let me go back. How was that paid? Was it paid by cash or credit card or both?
$4,400 was in cash, and then the $195 was on her credit card or debit card.
So what was the portion of that breast augmentation surgery that was paid in cash?
96%.
Are there corresponding withdrawals of cash from any of Catherine McBanwell's accounts to
No.
reach $4,400?
No.
Or even $4,000?
No.
around that time or before that time?
No.
Implication,
Did
Charlie.
you actually add up all her cash withdrawals from January 2014 to October of 2014, and they only totaled a little over $2,000?
That's correct.
And what date was her surgery?
Surgery was looks like it was July. It was October
Of 2014?
2014. October 18th, 2014.
Okay. All right, now I want to focus on Meg Banwa's bank records. Based on the bank records and employment records that you reviewed, were you able to ascertain where Catherine Meg Banwa may have worked or what business she received income from her bank records?
I did.
And what do we see here? Can you walk us through this?
So from the summary of the bank records, I was able to show through her deposits, her checks or employment that she had. So this is a schedule of the bank records from 2013 to 2016, showing her employment deposits.
And at the bottom here, do we see the name of each business that she received income from and the dates that she received income from those businesses?
Yes.
All right. Quintana Lopez, we see her at the bottom. Was she a realtor?
She was.
And we see another name, Jerome R. Obed, was he a dermatologist who was a friend and former roommate of Charlie Adelson?
He is or was.
Okay. And when, according to this, when did she work for Adelson Institute?
The first deposit that hit her account was October 7th, 2014, and the last one was May of 2016.
Okay. And that's when she received checks from Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
Sorry, I need
And
to.
that's when,
One
Yeah.
was May of 2017
Sorry.
of 2016.
okay. And that's when she received checks from Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
Okay, sorry. Had to back up. I want to reference.
What do we have?
Yeah, this is really a good point. I've seen several people make it, and Thomism 101 is making this point. As you go through this laundry list of things that were paid for Katie, you see a lot of Charlie and very little of Donna. So far, we have car repairs, which would be Charlie. We have an insurance payment where Charlie asked his mother to pay it, so his mother wrote the check. That would include Donna. You've got the Lexus, which was sold by Harvey, and Charlie and Harvey might be involved. You got the airline tickets, that would be Charlie. The cruise, that would be Charlie. The cash deposit in May of 2015, that would be Charlie. And then the breast augmentation cash, unclear where that came from. The implication is it's from Charlie, but zero implication that it came from Donna. Now, and the payment from Jerome Obed, the doctor friend of Charlie's, that has nothing to do with Donna. So the one place where it really matters is these payments from the Adelson Institute. That and maybe the insurance.
Out here.
So this shows the horizontal bars show her employment time frame, and then the murder and the bumper also showed on as a time frame.
When was her last check from Sophie Dental Care, the dental company she was working at before the murder?
The first part of July 2014.
Okay, and then she didn't have any more checks or didn't receive any more checks from them after that point?
That's correct.
Is there any record of her being employed anywhere at the time of the murder?
No.
And you said she began receiving checks from Adelson Institute about a little less than 3 months after the murder?
That's correct.
And she received checks from them until the last check was dated in May of 2016?
That's correct.
One thing I wondered about, I don't know if they will make this argument from the defense, but with payments like that from Charlie, it seems as if they had an ongoing personal, if not romantic relationship. And I wonder about that. Also, the payments from Jerome Obed, they're going to have a really hard time convincing me that another doctor made payments on Charlie's behalf to her. It seems more likely that he also had some kind of relationship with Katie. And maybe she'll testify that they didn't have a relationship. I don't remember that. But that's odd that those payments were made. It almost seems more like they had an arrangement, just as she had an arrangement with Charlie. And I don't know how far this is taking the state's case. It was obviously a critically important part, especially because Donna signed these checks. Donna herself was involved in these checks. But it's a little unclear to me anyway why exactly they were paid.
Did she receive any checks from any other company anytime between the time of the murder and when she received checks from Adelson Institute?
No.
And is Adelson Institute the Adelson family's dental practice?
It is.
Was it a financially successful dental practice?
Yes.
In 2012, did Charlie Adelson become the listed manager of Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And then in 2015, did the articles of organization change from both Charlie and Harvey being listed managers?
Yes.
And what date was that in 2015?
October 2nd, 2015.
Okay. Now, even though Charlie was the manager beginning in 2012 to October of 2015, was Harvey Adelson still employed as a dentist at Adelson Institute
He was.
and received checks from there?
Yes.
In 2016, in July of 2016, did it change to only Harvey being the listed manager and Charlie being a registered agent?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, throughout all those years, 2012 to 2016, did Donna Adelson have signing authority for the Adelson Institute?
She did.
And what does that mean?
She had the ability to move money without having someone else approve it.
Was there evidence from Charlie Adelson's iCloud in reference to how or why Magbanua began receiving income from Adelson Institute?
Yes, she was saying that she needed to show employment to get not only health insurance for a kid, but an apartment that she wanted to rent.
Okay, so looking at this text, is this a text from June 24th of 2014?
It is.
So this is about maybe 3 to 4 weeks before the murder of Dan Markel?
That's correct.
And in this text, does she say, "Baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' INS, INS." Could that be short for insurance?
Insurance.
Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you or else I won't be able to get an apartment. Does she say that at 12:33 p.m.?
She did.
And what does he say back at 12:36?
No problem.
No prob, short for no problem?
No problem.
Okay. And is this a time when his mother is signing authority there
That's correct.
and he's manager?
Yes.
And his dad is a dentist there?
Yes.
Now, during this time, was that Charlie Adelson's only form of income? Did he also have income from his other work as a periodontist?
Yes.
Okay. Would he receive income from other dental practices where he would travel around and do specialized work for them?
Yes.
And was that a successful periodontist practice?
Very successful.
Another thing I really wondered about, did Charlie treat all of the women that he dated sort of like this? Was this a common sort of relationship? Like he would continue for long periods of time to give them money, loan them money, give them special benefits, discounts on cars or whatever. Was this common? Or is this a one-off? He acted this way with Katie and absolutely nobody else. Now, no party here has an interest in answering that question, but it was something I wondered about even in the first.
I want to ask you about this text message. She says she needs employment to send to DCF for her kids' insurance or if she moves later on. In order to rent an apartment, do people sometimes have to show proof of employment?
Yes.
In order to get public assistance, health insurance, do people need to show they're employed, but they don't make above a certain amount of money?
That's correct.
Did you review checks from Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua?
I did.
And in what accounts did you find those checks?
They were deposited into Catherine Magbanua's, sometimes in her checking, but a couple of times they went into her savings.
Okay, and they were coming out of Adelson Institute's business account with Regions?
Yes.
How many total checks were there from Adelson Institute to Catherine Magbanua?
There was 44 checks.
What do we see here?
This is a list of the checks that she received from the Adelson Institute.
Okay, so this is a summary of the checks.
It is.
Okay, but in evidence, as we kind of went through earlier, all of this will be back there in case the jury wants to see specific things. But 682 is a copy back and front of every check. Here it is, that Catherine McVanois received from Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so in the summary here, what's included?
So it's the first row, just a number. The second column is a date, the date that it was posted to her bank account. The second column is a date of the check was written, and the check number, the payment amount, and what was in the memo column.
Were all of these checks deposited by Catherine McVanois into her account?
They were.
And who were each and every one of these checks signed by?
Donna Adelson was signing the checks.
Okay, are these examples of 3 of the checks in the exhibit?
It is.
Okay, but she signs all 44?
She does.
And you did say that she did have signing authority for the business during those years?
Yes.
In addition to signing these checks for McVanois, did Donna Adelson also sign all the other checks to the Adelson Institute employees, their front desk people, their hygienists, the dentists,
Yes.
all of the people who work there?
Yes,
Was she the person who did payroll every month?
that's correct.
And looking back at this summary, you mentioned that Harvey Adelson was listed as manager again in October 2nd of 2015. Looking at this chart here, would that be just between number 26 and 27 there? At that point, he would become manager again?
Yes,
Okay, but all throughout the rest of the time he worked there?
yes,
Okay, so about 3/4 of the second chart we see, Harvey Adelson was manager during that time
that's right.
for all those checks that were written.
That's correct.
And for both of those charts, Donna Adelson had signing authority.
Yes.
Who else had signing authority at Adelson Institute when these 44 checks were written?
There would have been Charlie and Harvey and her.
So that's significant because she didn't have to sign. They could have signed on their own if they wanted to bypass her. This is the most important piece of physical evidence, I think, related to Donna, that she signed the checks.
When you reviewed the phone records in this case, did Donna Adelson manage more than just the money at Adelson Institute? Did she also manage a lot of personal details of Charlie Adelson's life?
Yes.
Would she often book his travel as far as his plane trips, his hotels, whenever he wanted to take a trip?
Yes.
Would she remind him regularly to pay this bill on time, pay that bill on time, transfer this amount of money to this account? She helped him with all of his money.
Yes.
Did she kind of run his life, so to speak, as far as helping him keep up with the details of all of his day-to-day needs?
Yes.
When was the first check issued to Catherine McVanois here, looking at the summary?
The first check that shows up in her account is October 8th, 2014.
Okay, and what was the date on the check? Meaning the date that you're assuming that that's the check, that's the date that it's written.
Right. So the date that was on the check was September 17th, 2014.
Okay, and was that almost 2 months to the day from the murder of Dan Markel?
It was.
Was that, I guess, about 3 months after she asked to be employed by Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And how often did McVanois receive checks from the Adelson Institute after that?
2 times a month for almost 2 years.
Looking at these checks, can you show us? You have your clicker.
It's odd that they stopped right after the bump.
On the bottom right of each check where it says,
Let me stop for just a second. But it may be that they were concerned that that would be a red flag, these ongoing payments. And maybe that's why they stopped. Maybe that's a prosecution argument.
Donna Sue Adelson on these checks. Is that the signature line?
It is.
Thank you. Checks are kind of becoming an ancient art form, so just in case we have any jurors who haven't written one. The amount is here.
Yes, that's the amount that's written the check for.
All right. And then the amount's written out here. And then you mentioned a signature line. I'm sorry, a memo line. Is this the memo line?
Yes, that's the memo line.
Okay. And what does this memo line say on these checks?
On, I believe, all of them, let me just look for a second. Almost all of them have a date range. There's a few that don't.
And would that date range be the pay period?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Looking at these Adelson Institute checks to Catherine McBanois, I have a couple of questions. When we're looking at the memo line for each, do the time ranges for the pay periods vary?
Yes.
They're not all for the same amount of days. In other words,
They're roughly around a 2-week period.
are all of the checks for the same amount?
All except for the first one, which appears to be a 1-week pay period instead of 2.
Okay.
It was $203.79, which is half of the $407.58.
And so for these red check marks, the red checks denote all of the checks that were for the same amount.
Yes,
Were some of the checks advanced pay?
they were.
And what does that mean?
That means that she actually would have received the check or deposited the check before the end of the pay period.
So the check is posted before the pay period on the memo line is complete.
Yes,
And were any of these checks sequential?
they were.
And what does that mean?
That means they were all the next in line check numbers, 25, 26, 27.
So going back to our picture of the checks, excuse me.
So
Are
yeah,
these 3 checks sequential here?
they are.
Okay, so 24, 25, 26.
Yes.
Let me go back to where we were. Since they were sequential, were they dated all at the same time, showing that they were written at all the same time?
No, they just have the sequential check numbers.
How many sequential checks did she receive in a row?
There was a total of 18 sequential checks. There's one set of 3, another set of 6, and another long set there. 1, 2.
Okay, so are these 3 checks
And-
sequential here that I'm pointing to?
Yes,
Okay, and then are these 6 checks sequential?
that's correct.
And then these first 6 check marks, were these sequential?
They were.
And then the final 3 here, checks that she received, are they sequential?
They are.
So this isn't 9 sequential checks. It's a set of 6 sequential checks and then another set of 3 sequential.
That's correct.
Okay. We talked about the ones that were sequential. Are there also a lot of the checks that are not sequential?
Yes,
And if they are not sequential, does that mean that those checks appear to have been written in the normal course of payroll?
that would appear so.
So when you're looking at the records, she may be check 1,000 and then another employee, a hygienist, might be check 1,001. Harvey Adelson might be check 1,002 and a front desk employee might be check 1,003.
That's correct.
And are the ones that are not sequential, do they not have a check mark in the summary in the sequential column?
That's correct.
For this last column, Catherine McBanois, known schedule. You said earlier that except for the first check, they were all the same amount, all 44. We know that she received a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014. Was she receiving checks at that time in October 2014? Was McBanois receiving checks?
She was.
Was there any disruption in her paychecks from Adelson Institute during that time to reflect needing time off from a major surgery?
No, there was not.
After her surgery, was there any decrease in the amount she received from Adelson Institute that might reflect her being off or having a reduction in pay?
No.
Here's why this just isn't all that persuasive to me, because clearly there's something different going on with Katie and money. She's got multiple children, and even in the year she was paid by the Adelson Institute, her total income was $15,000 with no other income shown. So it just seems like she must have some other source of cash. And that's kind of ignored here. And the assumption is this money had to have come from Charlie. Set aside the fact that this is Donna's trial, not Charlie, I just am not really clear that that money came from how it got to Katie. It's not really clear on that, which is why these witnesses from the jail may be so important, because they're going to come in and testify that Donna tried to get them to say some things that Katie had told them about the money she was receiving. We don't know exactly what those are, but it could be super important. I think these checks, like I said, are important evidence connecting Donna, but connecting her to what? Because even she may have been guilty of, say, tax fraud if she was reporting that someone worked for the company who didn't. It wouldn't have actually cost the government anything, but it might be incorrect and maybe would be even criminal. But if she really believes that Katie is doing work for Charlie and Charlie's telling her to write these checks, then it may not be something connected to Dan Markel's murder. And I imagine that's where the defense will try to head when they try to commence us in cross-examination.
Does the the date range in the memo section appear to be every 8 to 10 days, kind of like the other ones do?
Yes.
During that time. Now, what about the time of her trip? We saw she went to Santo Domingo on March 22nd of 2015.
There's no reduction in her pay.
So nothing to reflect time off for going to another country during that time?
No.
No decrease in the amount she received for him having paid for it?
That's correct. No decrease.
What other records did you receive with respect to Catherine McBanois' employment at Adelson Institute?
There was a subpoena that was issued for any and all employment records, and what we received back was a simple QuickBooks summary that you see there.
So this is the QuickBooks summary here?
Yes, that's correct.
Did the subpoena ask for any and all records of her employment from Adelson Institute?
It did.
Did the records, did they come with an employment application or timesheets or W-2s or tax filing records, performance evaluations, anything like that?
No.
A job description?
No.
Just this QuickBooks sheet?
That's correct.
What time period does this sheet cover?
This covers from the September 18th, 2014 to March 31st of 2016.
In your time doing forensic accounting, have you seen subpoenas for any and all employment records?
I have.
When a person has been employed with a business for 2 years, do you usually see some of those things I just listed out?
Yes.
Okay. So was it a surprise to you to just receive this QuickBooks printout?
Yes.
What was the date of the last check according to Adelson Institute's QuickBooks records that they handed over to law enforcement when they received the subpoena?
It's at the top, March 31st, 2016.
Okay, so according to their records, the last payment they made to her was on 3/31 of 2016.
That's correct.
When you looked at Catherine McBanois' account, were there any additional checks after March 31st of 2016 that were paid to her by Adelson Institute?
Yes, there were 3 additional checks that did not show up on the QuickBooks records.
Looking at this graph, is this the 3/31/16 check that was dated and posted the same day?
Yes.
And so these would be the 3 checks that were deposited after March 31st?
Yes.
Do these 3 dates reflect the dates on those checks? Written? The
Yes.
dates written? And these would be the dates that McBanois posted them to her account?
That's correct.
And the date range appears that her working period there were these 3 lines.
That's right.
I'm not following that. I don't understand I couldn't understand the chart.
Was the last check deposited into her bank account dated on May 12th, 2016 and posted on May 17th of 2016?
Yes.
If Garcia was arrested on May 25th of 2016 and the last check to Meg Banwell was May 12th, did it appear that she did not receive any checks according to her records after he was arrested on May 25th?
That's correct.
What was the total net amount received by Meg Banwell from Adelson Institute from September 2014 to May 2016?
The net amount that went into her account was $17,729.73.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit more about this timing. Are you familiar with what law enforcement called the bump on April 19th of 2016?
I am.
All right. Looking at these last 3 checks that were deposited into her account, was there evidence of a check later than those in sequence that was actually posted to the bank account before the bump on April 19th of 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the check here to Harvey Adelson on April 4th?
That's correct.
And that would have been before the bump,
It would.
but after in sequence of Meg Banwell's checks?
Yes.
So is it possible, given the sequence, that Donna Adelson stopped writing Meg Banwell checks after she was approached by the agent during the bump?
It appears that way.
But which way does that cut? Does that make her more guilty or less guilty?
Looking at Meg Banwell's income from 2013, how much cash did she deposit into her bank account for that year, the year before the murder of Dan Markel?
$13,035.
Looking at 2014, the year that Dan Markel was murdered, how much cash did she deposit into her account that year?
$46,820.
And were cash deposits the largest or the highest source of income for her that year?
It was.
And is that depicted here by the red part of the pie graph?
It is.
How much income or how much percentage of her income did she receive from Adelson Institute that year?
4%.
Okay. And that's depicted by the yellow portion of the pie chart?
It is.
And that was the year that she started receiving paychecks. The first one posted to her account was in the beginning of October.
Correct.
Okay. And then she received them every 2 weeks after that for the rest of the year. Is that right?
That's right.
And that amount of cash fits pretty closely with the influx of payments that Charlie says was the extortion or that the state says was the payment for the murder of Dan Markel. $13,000 in cash deposited in 2013. I believe she received $35,000. There was some differing testimony about that from the hit. So 13 plus 35 is not too far off. She received the same amount of cash from whatever other source, and then on top of that, the 35.
Combined with Adelson Institute was 68% of her income from either Adelson Institute or cash deposits that year?
Yes.
Moving on to 2015, the year after Dan Markel's murder, what was the total amount of cash deposits for that year?
$26,523.77.
Was that about 51% of her income?
It is.
Was about 20% of her total income from Adelson Institute that year at a little over $10,000.
Yes.
And a little over $5,000 at 10% of her income was her income from Dr. Obed's dermatology practice.
It was.
Okay. And he was Charlie Adelson's roommate.
That's right. They were good friends.
Okay. So about 81% of her total income was from Adelson Institute cash or an Adelson friend, Dr. Obed, that year.
Yes.
Looking at 2016, how does the amount of cash she deposited that year, this is now 2 years after the murder of Dan Markel and the year that the bump took place in April, the first part of that year. How does her cash deposits compare that year to the two previous years?
It's $11,921.33.
So significantly less.
Yes.
And same for Adelson Institute. She stopped receiving checks in April or May of that year, according to her bank account.
That's right.
What do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of the cash that went into her accounts by year.
And did you track every single one of her cash deposits from 2013 to 2016?
I did.
Which year, looking at 2013 to 2016, had the most cash deposits?
The year of the murder, 2014.
Was 2014 about 3 times as much as the prior year?
Yes.
And about twice as much as the next year?
Yes.
What do the graphs at the bottom represent?
It's just another visual depiction, a circular graph of the cash.
How much the cash was a percentage of her total income?
Yes.
How much of a percentage of her total income the
Yes.
cash was? Thank you. And it was the highest source of her income in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What do we see here?
This is adding on the other, the Adelson Institute checks that are in the yellow highlights, and then Dr. Obed, his roommate, was in the purple.
Showing the total amounts from all those sources, and then the percentage of her income all of those sources were.
Yes.
Just personally, I'm not counting Obed's at all until they give me some evidence about that. The fact that he was Charlie's roommate doesn't mean, I mean, how would Charlie convince him to pay Charlie's ex-girlfriend? It just is an odd arrangement. Maybe she worked for him, or maybe they had something going on. I just have not ever seen the state actually present some evidence about that. Just some implication that he was Charlie's roommate, and that should be enough to convince us that it's connected. I would like to see a lot more in that.
You said that 2014 was the year that Magbanua had the most amount of cash deposited into her account. What does this graph depict?
So this is a line graph showing the level of cash for each month, and then they're connected. The dots are connected by a line for you to have the visual look, the visual representation.
And was the month in 2014 that she had the most cash deposited into her account August?
It was.
The month after Dan Markel was murdered?
Yes.
And the second and third highest month, October and July?
That's right.
That would be the same month that she started receiving income from Adelson Institute, and the same month as her breast augmentation in October for number 2?
Yes.
And number 3 being the month of the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes.
When you compared 2014 to the amount of cash she received in all 3 years, were those 3 months still the highest amounts of cash she received in all 3 years?
Yes.
August, October, and July of 2014?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is all of the cash she received depicted by the bar graph for all 3 years?
It is.
What do we see here?
So this is a composite graph showing both her employment, that are the horizontal bars show her employment, and that line graph showing the cash deposits that went into her account. Kind of just represents that she was receiving cash when she was not being employed.
Okay, so these bars are the employment chart that we already saw, right?
Yes.
The red is all of the cash she received throughout those 3 years.
Yes.
Okay, and then is this black line the date of the murder of Dan Markel?
It is.
And this other black line the date of the bump?
That's right.
For money really
What's the
dropped.
amount of cash deposits in the year before Dan Markel's murder for Catherine Magbanua?
The year before was $15,600.
And what were the total cash deposits in the 12 months after the murder?
12 months after was 44,963.
So about 3 times as much as the year before.
Yes.
What is this cash spike?
The cash spike was August, 13,200.
And that was the most cash she received?
All in 1 month, yes.
Is there any record of her being employed when she had that cash spike in August of 2014?
No.
And how much did she deposit in the 6 weeks after Markel's murder?
She deposited 17,300.
And that was during a time when there's no record of employment and there's a break in these bar graphs?
That's correct.
And the next bar graph is her income from Adelson Institute?
It is.
And then the month after that is the breast augmentation in October?
Yes.
Okay. You told us earlier that you analyzed Adelson Institute along with the bank account records of Donna, Harvey, Charlie, and Wendi Adelson. Well, first I want to show you a contract that's been shown to defense for the purchase by Wendi Adelson of a home, I won't say the whole address, but on Whittendale Drive in Tallahassee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what date did she sign this to purchase this home?
October 24th, 2013.
Okay, so she signed the contract about a week before Halloween of 2013.
Yes.
Okay, and how much was the purchase price of this home?
It's listed as 371,000.
Did Wendi Adelson have the means in her account to pay for a down payment for this home on Whittendale?
Yes.
Would it have been a real financial stretch for her to do that, or was she able to do that comfortably?
Oh, she could do that comfortably for sure.
Did each of these members of the Adelson family, and when I say members, I mean Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Charlie Adelson, and Wendi Adelson, have the means in their respective accounts in 2013 to pay the $1 million bribe that was discussed in the messages?
Yes.
Did each of the members of the Adelson family have the means in their respective accounts in 2014 to pay the let's say $140,000 given to Garcia, Magbanua, and Rivera?
Yes.
Did Charlie Adelson have the means in his account to pay for all of the different benefits and gifts that he gave to or offered Catherine Magbanua over the years from 2014 to 2016?
Yes.
And when I say means in their account, is that money that's available for withdrawal? I'm not talking about homes or properties or cars or other assets.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And would that amount, would those means obviously not include cash that is not deposited in any bank, right?
That's right.
We wouldn't know that amount.
Right.
Based on your,
Let's stop right there. That was really bombshell. I don't know if you kind of caught that, but she asked her, did they all, including Wendi, have means to pay $1 million bribe? Did they all have means to pay the $140,000 paid to Sigfredo and to Luis Rivera? And the answer was yes. And that included Wendi Adelson, included her separately, independently. She had a sufficient amount to cover a third of the $1 million bribe to Dan Markel and to cover the payments to the hitmen. They also mentioned having enough to cover the payments to Katie Magbanua. So again, they are suggesting, at least hinting to me, to my ear, that maybe it was Wendi who might have been involved, Wendi who might have been the mastermind instead of Charlie and instead of Donna. Absolutely fascinating.
review of Adelson Institute's records and messages in this case, did the Adelsons prefer to be paid in cash for their services at Adelson Institute, or did they prefer a credit card or check?
It appeared that they preferred cash.
Okay, were there lots of messages where they discuss giving discounts for cash, certain clients being willing to pay cash and that being preferred?
Yes,
Are these just some of the examples?
just some of them, yes.
Were there messages in the Adelson family's records where they discuss having cash and how they store their cash?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to this text message we see here on the screen. Can you read these messages to us? And these are from 2011, but what I'm looking for here is the mentions of cash and how the cash is kept. If you could read those for us.
Okay. So the first block is from Donna. It says, "Good morning, Charlie. I need to take $25,000 from your office checkbook and put it in Dad's office checkbook in order to break even this month. Can we do that? Do you have enough money in your office account for us to write that check? If you do, then Dad will move $25,000 in cash in the safe into your pile. Please let me know as soon as possible so Dad can take care of it today. You can call, I am home, or text me, whatever is best for you. I love you, honey, Mom."
And he says, no problem.
He says, "No problem."
Okay. So here, do they discuss having large amounts of cash and keeping it in piles in a safe?
Yes.
Seems
Were
like
there other messages besides this one in the records where they discuss things, cash being in the safe or piles in the safe?
Yes.
Is this just one example?
Yes.
And as we talked about earlier, is it common for Donna Adelson to move money around between the Adelson family accounts?
Yes.
if they could just show me that the Adelsons stapled their cash there at the dental office, Harvey and Donna regularly stapled their cash, I think that would be really powerful evidence. You would think they would know that. You would think they'd been there, they could have looked in it and determined whether or not it was stapled. I just think that would be really important.
And does this safe appear to be at a place where Donna Adelson would have access to it or control of it?
The rule you may answer based on your review of the records if you are capable, Ms. Cullen.
Could you restate the question?
From the messages here, does the safe appear to be in a place where Donna Adelson would have access to it or control of it?
Yes.
Just a second.
Meaning the payments could have been made by Donna or Harvey or Charlie, and they all had enough money and they all had enough cash. One thing I really noticed, and I'll stop it just a minute if they come back, but one of the things that concerned me last time, I thought it was unfair in Charlie's trial, was when they went through the net worth of each of the defendants or each of the members of the Adelson family, including Charlie, who was the only one who was a defendant. I thought that was frankly just unfair, because typically that is deemed, at least on the civil side, to be prejudicial. You don't put in somebody's net worth normally unless it's truly relevant and important. And I think this is a much better way to present it, just to say, did they have enough cash that they could have done the things that you wanted them to do? I think that's far better.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Well, no, she's standing right in my box there.
Quite a bit of testimony. I only have a few questions, okay?
Okay.
What credit card account statements did you review in your analysis for Donna and or Harvey Adelson?
I believe there was only two, an American Express and a Capital One, two different credit cards.
An Amex and Capital. The car that you were referring to that had previously been in Harvey Adelson's name, that shows that Catherine McVanois paid $1,700 for, you didn't find bank account transactions for that, but that could have been a cash transaction, correct?
That's correct.
And it was a 15-year-old car, right?
Yes,
And it had over 150,000 miles on it, right?
I'd have to look, but I think you're right.
Would you like to look?
If you want me to be exact.
Just want to make sure I can't testify, so I need to make sure that you do.
Sure, hold on. Says odometer was 17,058 miles.
Ma'am, I think that's the original, last time it had been checked. The mileage at the time of the transfer would be down lower on the bottom.
I thought, dang,
Can't hardly see it.
14-year-old vehicle with 17,000 miles.
It's either 140,000 or 160,000.
Okay, thank you.
So not a huge gift. And
Now, we saw the slide where Charlie Adelson was talking about cash discounts for his travel periodontist work that he was doing for different dentists, correct?
Yes,
Are you aware from your analysis that the cash discount that was offered at Adelson Institute was simply the same amount as what they would be charged if someone used a credit card for the fee, a 5%? So the difference in the discount was if you paid by cash or check, so there wasn't a credit card fee, they gave them a 5% reduction.
there was no explanation in the text messages to say why there was a discount for cash.
Okay. And you can't say what their deposits were in cash at Adelson Institute, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you mentioned that sometime in 2016, Harvey for Adelson Institute, the business that we're discussing, became a manager in 2016, correct?
I believe you are correct, but I'll look at the date. Harvey becomes manager in July of 2016.
Okay. And you would agree with me that there's a difference between being a manager and being an owner, right?
Yes,
And it wasn't until 2020 that Harvey actually became the owner of the business again, according to the records that you reviewed. Is that right?
that's correct.
Just one moment, please.
not sure where that's headed about the manager.
Redirect examination.
That was brief.
Defense counsel asked if the cash discounts mentioned in the text messages were from Charlie's traveling periodontist work, or did the cash discounts, are those messages also sent from Adelson Institute employees here that you saw listed in Adelson Institute payroll?
It is. I think the more important point was that the discount was equal to the amount they were charged by the credit card.
The only other thing I had was on direct, you mentioned that Harvey Adelson was taken off as manager in 2012. He continued working there as a dentist, but then on October 2nd of 2015, he became manager again. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then in 2015, were Harvey and Charlie both managers?
That's correct.
Okay. In October of 2015.
Yes.
But then in 2016, July of 2016, only Harvey's a manager then at that point. Charlie has now dropped off to a registered agent.
That's right.
And these are on their articles of incorporation.
Yes.
Okay. They could still be both working there as dentists and have their own understanding of their role in the practice. But we're talking about what's listed on the articles of incorporation.
Right.
Okay. So it went from Harvey and Charlie both being managers in October of 2015. Magbanua still getting checks through the spring of 2016.
That's right.
And then after the arrest in 2016, Harvey Adelson becomes manager in July. Charlie is now a registered agent.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled?
I don't plan to, Judge, but if she could just remain under the role just in case, she can go about her business stuff.
Very well. Please do not discuss with anyone else the substance of your testimony. You may step down.
Thank you.
Do any of the jurors need to take a restroom break? The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
I haven't yet followed why they keep focusing on Charlie's being the manager or not being the manager. Unless maybe it has to do with Donna's amount of control over the distribution of money, say to Katie. That's the only thing I can think of.
Everyone can be seated. We will resume with the next witness at 2:25. If Mrs. Adelson needs to use the restroom, now would be the time.
Well, we will catch up. Okay, we will just head right over and catch up, talk about what we've just seen. I'll just all the way move it to the end. Okay, well, we're totally caught up. As far as this particular witness, it was okay, but I didn't think it took the state as far as it did with Charlie, because so many of these payments to Katie all seem to link to Charlie and not to Donna Adelson. The hugely important piece to me is her signature on the checks to Katie Magbanua, because she and everyone else knew Katie was not an employee at the Adelson Institute. That's really important. Why is she being paid? Now, Charlie says, I told my mother to pay her, that she was doing consulting work for me. She was doing some personal work for me. And Donna certainly complied. She even went so far as to backdate checks. She went so far as to group checks and give them to her in advance all at once. But for sure, she knew that Katie wasn't working there. The question is, did she know about the murder? And did she know that these payments were linked to it? That's what the state has to answer in order to.
Yeah, I'm ready when they are.
Now,
Step up,
you know,
who will be the next witness?
did she say Secreto? Oh, that's huge. I think that's who she said. Because he hasn't testified before. This is going to be absolutely enormous if that's who she said. Hey, did y'all hear that? Did I hear that right? Because I'm getting excited. Looking through your comments real quick. Yeah, I'm thinking Wendy's not getting the money. Well, that's not Sigfredo, if that was who it was supposed to be. It was a woman, so. All right, must have heard that wrong. Well, we are waiting for another witness to take the stand. We're still in the state's case. We are partway through the afternoon on day 3 of the trial of Donna Adelson, accused of the murder of Dan Markel, her ex-son-in-law. And she has mounted a truly surprise defense. And I think it's been pretty effective, but there are a bunch of hurdles she is about to have to jump over. And we're going to see how her team is going to navigate that. Are they going to be able to keep this up, or is it just going to become too much? The two things that I think are most likely to be coming down the pike that might end her defense altogether. We've got her flight to Vietnam and how that looks. And we've got whatever those witnesses from the prison will say that Donna tried to get them to say about what Katie Mabanoa said inside jail. Did you follow that? There was an attempt by Donna to get the jail witnesses to say something about what they had heard Katie Mabanoa say to undermine Katie Mabanoa's testimony. And maybe that's who we got coming up. That may be who's coming next. The judge has ordered them to try to eliminate any references to them being in prison and meeting Donna in prison. So in the opening, they were referred to as women. I don't think that's even going to be possible to keep up through the cross-examination and the testimony. We'll see. He just said, to the extent you can, try to avoid that. And it's going to be hard. It's going to be a challenge. So that would be especially exciting because we've been wondering what they would say, and we don't know. That's been shrouded in mystery. Everything just about filed under seal. Huge redactions or even entire documents we didn't get to see. Hearings we couldn't attend. So we don't know a lot about it. Just some little small things that have leaked out here and there in some of the pleadings that were filed, or occasionally in a hearing. So are we waiting for the witness? I'm not exactly sure. Maybe this is another missing witness. She's with June Umchinda. June Umchinda was running a little late, but they got her there and she took the stand, but we won't have this witness yet. So we will find out. Georgia looks pleased, says Startland, feeling like things are going well. Joe is saying no smoking gun. Not yet. Not yet. If it will be incredibly ironic if what ultimately convicts Donna Adelson is the two things she did to escape prosecution. That will be truly interesting. All right, the jury. Mortal Plan is right. They're only rarely, very, very rare.
State, you may call your next witness.
Billy is asking me, would you consider this a mainly circumstantial case? And that's interesting. It depends on from which defendant's perspective. As to Donna, I would say yes. As to the hitmen, not so much. I think this may be one of the jail witnesses. So this is going to be very, very important.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. Adjust the microphone if you need to.
Okay.
Will you tell us your name and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
My name is Clarissa, Clariza, Spoltor, Spoltore.
Thank you. Did you recently get married?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations. Was your name before you got married Libreta?
Libretto.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So where do you currently work? Where do you work?
She's Adelson
I
Institute.
worked at the Adelson Institute.
I remember her.
And you currently work for a dental practice that took over for the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. How long did you work at the Adelson Institute?
Over 40 years.
Wow.
And where is the Adelson Institute located?
In Tamarack.
Was the exact address of the Adelson Institute 7737 University Drive in Tamarack?
Correct.
Is Tamarack near Coral Springs?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to talk about the positions at the Adelson Institute going back to 2013, 2016. What was your position?
I was Dr. Adelson's dental assistant.
Was that Dr. Harvey Adelson?
Dr. Harvey Adelson, yes.
Okay. Did you ever work the front desk?
No.
Okay. So worked as his personal assistant. Worked as his assistant.
Yes.
And what about Donna Adelson? Did she work there during that time?
Yes.
And what did she do there?
She was the office manager. She worked up front.
Okay. Did she keep the books, do the payroll, that sort of thing?
Yes.
What about Charlie Adelson? What was his role there?
Charlie was our periodontist. He's a dentist.
Dentist, okay. And the 40 years that you worked there, you worked for Harvey Adelson all of those 40 years.
Yes.
Was there also an employee during, and I'm talking about the years 2014 to 2016, in addition to yourself, Dr. Harvey Adelson, Dr. Charlie Adelson, was there also an employee named Erica Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, and what was her role?
She worked up front and she was Charlie's assistant.
Okay. And we had talked about Donna Adelson and her role. What about, did you have a hygienist named Amy?
Yes, we always had a hygienist.
Okay. Were there any other employees that you can think of during that time at the Adelson Institute other than the ones I just named?
No.
Any other dentists besides Harvey and Charlie?
No.
You mentioned that Charlie is a periodontist. Did he also, in addition to working at the Adelson Institute, did he travel around and do that type of work for other dental offices as well?
Yes.
How often was he in the Adelson Institute office? Ballpark.
Once a month.
Oh, it's not much.
Okay, so one time a month, he's going to serve his clients for the Adelson Institute. And other than that, he's traveling around to all different offices.
Yes.
Who was the boss at the Adelson Institute in your understanding? Who did you think was the boss?
Dr. Harvey Adelson.
What were the Adelson Institute's business hours back in 2014, 2016? Did y'all have Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, 8 to 5?
Monday, yes, and we had one late night.
Was
It was 11 to 7
Okay. Was that Wednesday?
was Wednesday.
And then off on Fridays?
We were off on Friday.
And no work on Saturday or Sunday?
No.
Who had access to the employee records at Adelson Institute?
Dr. Adelson and Donna.
Dr. Adelson meaning Harvey or Charlie or both?
Harvey Adelson.
Was that something that you had access to or would know anything about?
No.
How do you know Catherine Magbanwa?
I know her from the office. She was a patient there.
So she actually came and got dental work done there?
Yes.
Okay. Was she like a regular or just came in once or twice?
Once or twice.
Did you ever see her at Adelson Institute doing anything other than being a patient once or
No.
one time or two times? Okay. Did you ever see her working at the Adelson Institute in any capacity?
No.
How did you get paid by Adelson Institute?
By checks.
And how often?
Every 2 weeks.
Did you ever get paid for weeks of work prior to completing your work?
Yes.
When would that happen? When might you get advance pay or get more than one paycheck at a time?
If they were going away on vacation, then we would get the checks before.
They being?
I mean, Dr. Adelson and Donna.
Okay. So if Harvey and Donna are going on a vacation that may last 2 weeks or more,
Right.
they're going to go ahead and pay y'all in advance so you don't go without.
Right.
And how often would that happen?
Once a year, twice.
Would you ever get 4, 5, 6 paychecks in a row?
No.
Were you ever aware of any Adelson Institute employee in the history of the 40 years you were there that worked exclusively by phone or remotely?
No.
Did the Adelson Institute back in 2013 to 2016, did y'all have a cleaning service?
Yes.
And would the cleaning service, was it a husband and wife team?
Yes.
Was Catherine McVanois the wife part of that team?
No.
And the reason that's important is that Katie initially claimed she was working on the cleaning, and so did Charlie, that she was doing the cleaning, was being paid for work being done at the Adelson Institute.
Do you remember back in 2016, okay, when 2 law enforcement officers came to Adelson Institute and were asking some questions?
Yes.
Okay, and were they asking questions about Catherine McVanois?
Yes.
Did you, since you didn't know anything, did you refer them to Erica Johnson, another employee?
Yes.
Okay. And did Erica Johnson speak with them?
Yes.
Prior to court today, did you have an opportunity to listen to States 100, which is the recorded call that you were played, which was a conversation between a man and a woman? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I saw you nodding. I've got to ask you. When you listened to that conversation, did you recognize the voices in States 100?
Yes.
Who was the woman in the call?
Erica Johnson.
Okay. And you said she was an employee at Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And one of her roles was being Charlie's assistant?
Yes.
And did you say she also kind of works in the front office?
Yes, she did.
Right. Who was the male voice on States 100?
Charlie.
Charlie Adelson?
Charlie Adelson.
And did you work with both of them for many years?
Yes.
It's like we're getting a little, oh, it's just buffering. There we go. I think they're waiting to play the audio she was mentioning. Not sure the pause here. Maybe they've gone over to cross. Essentially, she's just there to say, yep, Katie was not an employee. We had employees to do what she claimed she did here. So we don't know why they were paying Katie. That's the bottom line.
Hello.
I think she's smiling at the Adelsons.
I want to direct your attention back to time frame of 2013, 2014. Did the office have an old style answering machine?
Yes.
Okay, so it'd play a recording if somebody didn't pick up.
Yes.
Okay, and you had to go to the machine and play the messages at the machine.
Correct.
Those were so inconvenient.
In your 40 years of knowing my client, Mrs. Adelson, did she ever speak badly about Dan Markel?
No.
Isn't it true that you would call the Adelson family, Donna and Harvey, a hardworking family?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor. That's it? Wow. Hardworking doesn't really address the issue, right? That's not the question. They could be hardworking murderers if they were actually doing the murder. The big question, I think,
Any redirect to the witness?
why would you bother? No.
Back during that time period, if a patient were to call Adelson Institute and it was closed, maybe because it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, would that call be routed to voicemail?
Yes.
Okay. And then would you have would the voicemail be able to be checked from there? If it's checked by someone in the office, that would be Monday morning.
Yes.
Do you know who else had access to that voicemail?
No.
You and Donna Adelson had a friendly relationship throughout your time at Adelson Institute.
Yes.
Were you, did you socialize or spend time together outside of work, or was your friendly relationship at work?
At work.
Okay. So while at work, you never heard her say anything negative about Dan Markel,
No.
but you didn't spend time with her outside of the office?
We've gone out on occasions, but
Not regularly.
I'm sorry?
Not on a regular basis?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at all?
No, sir, she can be released. Thank you.
You are released from your subpoena. Have a good day.
Well, nothing to
Please call your next
in
witness.
there.
State calls Catherine McManus.
Well, that is earth shattering. Right then and there, we hit the earth shattering.
Members of the jury will take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room.
All right, this is huge. Catherine McManus up next. We went through her testimony. I did. They're making a lot of noise. They stopped their thumping and bumping as they head over. I did an entire video on Katie McManus.
Everyone can be seated. I see. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Preemptively, before this comes up during the testimony, Mrs. Adelson, I'm going to remind you again not to have any emotional reactions while the testimony is going on. No head shaking, no nodding, nothing to indicate that you either disagree or agree with what's happening. You understand?
I used to keep reminding me of it. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and leave that for a minute. They'll turn the sound off in just a second. So we did an entire video on Katie McManus and the total chaotic mess that her testimony is. She testified.
Our next witness after McManus is going to be Sergeant Corbett, and he will need just a second to get situated. So, is that okay?
That's fine.
Thank you.
For how long the McManus will take as a witness? Do you believe we will still get Sergeant Corbett today?
We have until 5:30. We can start a little bit.
Well, we can start a lot of things, but we will not finish them today in all likelihood. All right.
Okay, so back to where we were. Katie testified twice in her own trials. And I'm going to turn that off. That's driving me crazy. Testified twice in her own trials where she was arguing that she had no involvement in the murder of Dan Markel at all. Then she went twice to make proffers to the state, and then she testified at Charlie's trial. And she told different stories in just about every time she went into court until it is just a mess. Cross-examination is, it's almost easier to cross-examine than to do a direct examination because you don't know what she's going to say. It was so inconsistent and confusing. So I'm going to turn this on. I don't want to miss anything if they start talking, but I was truly shocked at how inconsistent her testimony was. So this should be extremely interesting from start to finish because you really don't know what she's going to say. I saw some people asking questions about the stern warnings that Donna is receiving. This is unusual in my experience. I haven't seen judges warn people a lot about emotional outbursts. I do understand he doesn't want any kind of emotional ruckus in his courtroom while everybody is trying to focus on the witnesses. He doesn't want Donna drawing attention to herself or how she feels about things. But he has repeatedly reminded her, he's obviously concerned that she may have some kind a reaction that would influence the jury, and he feels like he better say something to keep that from happening. So we will. I think it is strong against her, but she did show a whole lot of emotion for the first 3 or 4 witnesses, where she was just crying for long periods of time, and so I think he's just trying to make sure that doesn't happen again. I do understand the sort of tension between the idea that the jury may expect you to have a reaction, and if you don't have a reaction, they may judge you for that. And the tension between that and the idea that you don't want to sway the jury by the way you react becoming a form of testimony almost, even though it's not exactly testimony. So while everything's gone, why don't I do this? I'm going to take a 1-minute break and I will be right back. Nobody go anywhere. We are about to hear Katie McVanel. You don't want to miss this. It's going to be huge. Okay, we are back in waiting for the court to resume, and we're going to hear from Katie McVanel. So a lot of the testimony we've heard this afternoon, I think, is a little ambiguous because it's so indirectly related to Donna. It might be related to Charlie, but less to Donna, which gives the defense a lot of room to argue that while this might be testimony that could show there was a hit, it's not testimony that could show that Donna herself was in charge of the hit. So it hasn't been as strong as some of the testimony we've heard in the past. So maybe we could do, I don't know how much time we'll have. It may not be all that long, but maybe we could do a quick poll about what you think is some of the most important testimony that we've heard. So we will put up the financial information from Mary Hull. And she was a detective. So she's a criminal financial investigator for the state. And here's what, here, I'm going to ask you what you think is most important. And these are going to be very cryptic because I don't give you many words. So Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia bought stuff, like bid stuff, for 4 months after the death of Dan Markel. Charlie paid for stuff for Katie. Charlie paid for Katie's stuff. It was various things. It was repairs for a car. It was insurance, the Lexus that he received, that she bought from Harvey, airline tickets, cash deposit, breast augmentation, the roommate Jerome Obed. I might do that one separately. And we're going to leave off the Adelson Institute checks, but we're going to include the breast augmentation paid for by unknown, but maybe Charlie. I'll just do CH question. Oh, I'm already way over. Paid for by, and I'll just put ... We don't know. And let's see. Cash to her. I've already got the paid for stuff. All right. I'm going to leave off the checks because I think that's so clearly the most important that you would just have to, we would all have to vote for that. Nothing else would even win. But the fact that Donna paid for that is important. So we're going to leave that. Oh, and let's just do cash to Katie in general. All right, let's see what y'all think about that. Did I go over? I did. I went over. Let me see if I can make that. All right. Okay, we'll see what you think about this. What do you think is the most important from her testimony? I'm going to set aside the checks paying for her pretend employment because that was clearly the most important. But other than that, what kind of resonated with you as far as payments to Katie and what was important? Or maybe it wasn't her payments. Maybe it was the fact that she had a lot of cash. Somehow she was dealing in a bunch of cash for many years, particularly in the year when Dan Markel was killed, and that Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia bought things for themselves. So they clearly had an influx of cash for the 4 months. Am I behind? Well, I'm caught up in the place where I'm getting the stream from. So let's make sure I'm right about that. Yeah, I'm right about that. Some places may delay a little bit. I'm not worried too much about it because I want us to be able to have time to talk and to go over things. So that to me is the most important, is absorbing it and sort of understanding it as it goes. To me, that is what I really, it's making sound. Okay. Am I all the way? Oh, here we go. Okay, here's Katie.
You remain seated for right now. Please check if the jurors are ready.
No, Prism Blowdown. She was very, very beautiful.
Jury entered courtroom.
Now, please remain standing. Everyone else can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Yes.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Catherine Magbanua, KATHERINE MAGBANUA.
Ms. Magbanua, are you in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving a sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
For what?
Life
Life for what crime?
for the murder of Dan Markel.
And did you have a trial before you received that sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in that trial, did you testify in your own defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and in that testimony, did you testify that essentially we had it right about everyone else, but you were in the dark, you weren't involved in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that true?
No, ma'am.
All right, and you didn't have to testify in your own defense. You could have chosen to remain silent, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified also in the trial in which Garcia was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And same thing there. You testified, you did not tell the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why then come now with a different story?
I think that the truth needed to come out and the people responsible needed to get arrested.
Okay. Are you hoping to get something out of this?
I would eventually like to see my children again one day.
And are you hoping that something can be done for you even after being sentenced?
Yes, ma'am, I'm hoping so.
Okay. Have you been promised anything
No,
in
ma'am, I
exchange for your testimony?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay. By me or by anyone?
No, ma'am, nobody.
Okay. Has anybody told you what you need to say here today?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody told you, well, you need to implicate a certain person?
No, ma'am.
Weren't you originally offered immunity in this case to come forward with the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Why did you not take that opportunity?
Well, in the first trial, I was tried with Secretary Garcia, and he was facing the death penalty, and I just couldn't do it.
Okay, because the truth would implicate your child's father.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about the second time?
I've been living a lie this whole time, and it was just so hard to come out with the truth that I kept fighting.
Did anybody threaten you or harm you to prevent you from coming forward with the truth?
No, ma'am.
Were you ever promised anything by anyone to, if you'll just remain silent, we'll pay for your kids' education or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Were you involved in the death of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Did we have it right? Were you the middleman between the shooter and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Who solicited you to become involved in this?
Charlie.
Who was he to you at that time?
We were dating at that time.
When did you start dating Charlie Adelson?
We started dating around 2013 when I was working for Sophie Dental.
Okay. Do you know what month?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when did you stop dating him?
Probably towards the beginning of 2015.
Okay. Was there a period of time where it kind of wasn't clear whether you were still with Charlie or dating Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And Garcia is your child's father, right?
Yes.
And what's your history with him? How long were you together?
I've been with Secretary Garcia since I was about 18 years old.
All right. So a lot of history there.
Yes, ma'am.
Fair to say that you're on again, off again quite a few times throughout your history together.
Yes, ma'am.
And during one of those off times, is that when you started seeing Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then toward the end of Charlie Adelson, there was a little bit of overlap with the two men.
Yes, ma'am.
And that sort of is in the middle of the time frame that we're talking about here today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When did Charlie Adelson first bring this idea up to you that I'm looking for someone to harm my brother-in-law?
This was around October. What stuck out in my head was on Halloween on October 31st.
Okay. And what year was that?
That was 2013.
Okay. And so on Halloween, what is your memory of what y'all were doing that night that you're able to remember that happened that night?
Well, we were out in Lincoln Road. It was like a kind of like a block party in Lincoln Road. And then when we were getting ready to get into our cars, he jumped into my car and he basically suggested that do I know anybody that can harm someone?
Okay. And were those the words you used, harm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you know somebody that could harm someone?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, Sigfredo was the first person that kind of popped in my head.
Okay, I want to approach and show you an exhibit. This states 36. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a little scary. Her longtime boyfriend was the first person who popped in her head when she was asked, someone who can harm someone. Like, wow.
Is it a fair and accurate photograph of you and Charlie Adelson when you all were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence states 36, Your Honor.
Any objection? States 36 is admitted. You may.
Where was this photograph taken?
That was down at the Keys.
When was it taken?
I believe that was his birthday.
Charlie's birthday?
Charlie's birthday.
In 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
When was his birthday?
October 27th, I believe.
And y'all drove down to the Keys.
Yes, ma'am.
So that would have been just a few days before he broached this subject of harming someone to you on Lincoln Road.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you aware of him sending this photograph to his sister that night?
No,
Or
ma'am. I
that
was
day?
not.
Why would he think that you knew somebody that could harm someone?
Why would Charlie think?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I've spoken about Sigfredo, just kind of the situations that we were having, and
So he knew a little bit
problems.
about your ex's criminal history?
I might have mentioned something along the way. Yes.
What did Sigfredo Garcia know about Charlie Adelson?
At that time, I don't think he really knew of him yet.
At some time, did he become aware that you had started dating someone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And there's one phone call in the phone records that we're going to hear more about with the next witness. It's from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson on July 1st, 2014. Do you know anything about that phone call?
Yes, ma'am. There was a bit of an altercation between Charlie and Sigfredo. I believe prior to that, like a couple hours before that, where like he saw us leaving and then he kind of blocked off where I was like residing. Like we were already in the car, me and Charlie were, and he stopped and started screaming some stuff, but we didn't know what he was talking about.
Okay. So when you first started dating Charlie back sometime shortly before around Halloween of 2013 or October of 2013,
Yes,
is that
ma'am.
right? Garcia didn't know about it.
I
But
believe
it's-
he didn't know anything
Okay,
about
but
it.
at
yet.
some point he learned and was jealous and there was a confrontation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how does that confrontation explain a phone call to Harvey Adelson?
I think he was trying to contact Charlie and maybe he somewhat probably Googled, tried to find, and that's the number that he had gotten, which was,
Okay, maybe he was looking for a Dr. Adelson or something like that?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. But to your knowledge, there's no connection between Garcia and any member of the Adelson family other than you?
No, ma'am.
Who is Luis Rivera?
Sigfredo Garcia's friend.
Okay. And how long have you known him?
For a number of years, over a decade probably.
Okay. Why did you agree when Charlie asked you to enlist somebody to harm someone? Why did you agree to do that?
Oh, at that time, Charlie knew that I was going through financial situations. So I guess he thought, hey, you can make some money.
You needed the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And Garcia and Rivera, they were also motivated by money, right?
Of course.
Did Charlie Adelson tell you why he wanted to harm Dan Markel?
At that time, no, ma'am.
What did you learn about Dan Markel over the course of your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
Well, through the course, he was just mentioning that his parents were going through it, that his sister was going through it, that, he basically painted a bad picture of Mr. Markel. And since he knew that I was going through stuff with Sigfredo, it was kind of, I was like sympathizing with his sister because I know how it feels to go through.
Okay, so
turmoil.
you knew that his sister was having a terrible time with her ex,
Yes, ma'am.
and you had some things going on with Garcia that felt relatable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Notice who that is again. Wendi. We're talking about Wendi. We're not talking about Donna again.
And what does it mean that his parents are going through it?
He just said that they couldn't sleep, that at some point, I think somebody was throwing up. I don't know if it was his mom or his dad, and that it was just becoming a big problem to them.
Okay, and the big problem was Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever meet Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you meet her?
From my recollection, it was from the dental office.
And why did you go to the dental office?
I needed some cavities and teeth whitening done.
Is that the only time you ever met Donna Adelson?
From my recollection, yes, ma'am.
All right. And did she know you were dating her son when she met you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were things cordial between you at that meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you discuss anything beyond greetings and pleasantries?
No, ma'am.
After the initial approach of you at Lincoln Road on Halloween, was there any more discussion with Charlie Adelson about this potential job?
Throughout, the couple weeks whenever I had a chance to hang out with him, he would mention here and there.
How often were you seeing each other during this time frame?
Probably, I had children, so I always, if I could get out and I can find a babysitter, I'd go over to his house or we'd have dinner, hang out.
Okay, would that be like once a week, 3 times a week, once a month?
About 2 times a week.
2 times a week. And would you stay over or would you just go for dinner?
Sometimes I would stay over, yes, ma'am.
And you're saying when you would go over there and hang out with him, sometimes there would be further conversation about this potential job where you're going to be paid to hire someone or enlist someone to harm Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you learn any more details about what needed to be done?
No, ma'am. He never gave me any details.
And so he would just continue to say the same things?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Sorry. He would just tell me that they were going through hard times.
Okay, so the conversations typically were, my family is really suffering under this situation.
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained, did not answer the question, please rephrase.
In these conversations, are you asked, like, have you secured anyone? Are you asked further questions about who's going to be doing it?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell him, like, yes, I can do it?
Yes, I just agreed to it.
Okay.
That I had somebody.
All right. And during these conversations with Charlie Adelson, was there ever a time when he's in the middle of these conversations with you about what's going to happen, speaking to his mother?
Sometimes he would get on the phone. He'd kind of look at me weird and then just step out of the room and discuss whatever he needed to discuss.
Yeah, wow.
Overruled, she is talking about what took place, not the substance of the conversation, so you may continue.
All right, so he would step out, have a conversation with his mother, and then come back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you would resume the conversation about.
Yeah, he would just kind of go off again, saying that this needed to be taken care of and what his family was going through.
All right, how many times did this particular situation happen where you were discussing what would eventually become the murder and his mother was interjected in that way that you just described?
How many times did I think he stepped out and speak to him? A number of times.
So
more than twice?
Yes, ma'am.
More than 5 times?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was like a regular part of the way this worked whenever this conversation came up?
Yes,
he would
ma'am.
consult his mother and come back and speak to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever relay to you, my mom says whatever?
He never specifically said what he said.
Wait, that wasn't an outburst, but boy, did she look upset. Did you see Donna in that picture?
Spoke to his mom about. No.
Okay. But did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
Did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did you learn this isn't going to be just harming, like, I don't know, maybe punch him in the face or something. It's going to be a murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you know specifically when you learned that?
There was an envelope that Charlie had given me one day that I went over to his house, and he told me not to open it, and that he had worn gloves to close it, and that was basically it. And that I was to the understanding of to pass it on to whoever I knew could take care of it.
Okay. And when it's pass it on to whoever you knew, the name Sigfredo Garcia is used or is not used?
No, it was never used.
Okay. And is that, when we're talking about this conspiracy in general terms, are you in general trying to insulate the co-conspirator on this side of you from the one over here?
Yes, ma'am. I was basically in the middle.
So you don't talk about Charlie to Sigfredo and you don't talk about Sigfredo to Charlie?
No, ma'am.
But they both
knew that it was to them, yes.
Okay. He said he wore gloves when he put whatever he put in the envelope.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so he told you, don't open it, don't touch what's in there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what kind of envelope was it?
It was a manila envelope.
Was there any writing on the envelope or anything on the outside?
No, ma'am. It was blank.
All right. So the envelope goes into your diaper bag, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you take it and Sigfredo gets it from you?
Yes. Well, eventually when I came home, because I usually have that diaper bag, that's like my little weekend bag. And when I came home, I contacted Sigfredo and I was like, hey, I have a package for you. Just come by whenever you can.
Did you open it and see what was inside?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did Charlie Adelson say anything to you about where he printed the documents that were contained inside?
He did mention that he would never, he's like, oh, I didn't print this in my, the office that he had in his home.
That assumed there were documents inside. I don't think she said that yet.
Probably printed in one of the offices that he worked at.
Because he would frequent a bunch of different offices,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. All right. So you gave this package to Garcia, and did he open it in your presence?
No, ma'am. He literally took it and left out the door.
All right. And had you talked to him beforehand about, hey, I'm going to give you some instructions about a job?
No, there was no conversation about it. Basically, just I have that package, and then he took it.
But how
and
did he
left.
know what the package was? Had you talked to him at all about, hey, I got a job for you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Like I told them that, that I have potential person that needed to, get harmed or beat up from my understanding at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was like, okay.
Okay. All right, so I want to ask you about the June trip. In June, did you provide Garcia with any money for expenses associated with that June trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the money from to give to Garcia?
From Charlie.
Okay, how much money was it?
From my recollection, it was a couple $100, less than $5, maybe.
So this was just for like gas and whatever was needed to get to Tallahassee and back?
Yes, ma'am. I just didn't know where he was going. I didn't know.
Okay, but you knew it was for this job that we're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, you knew it was a murder because the envelope had been passed, right?
Yes, the envelope was passed towards kind of like in the beginning of the year, so we're already in June at that time.
All right. And when you went to Charlie to get the money for the expenses, what did you say?
I needed some money for, for the job that he had told me about, and that they needed to either scope it out or, just funds to get out of town.
Okay. So your understanding was the first mission to Tallahassee, or you didn't know it was to Tallahassee, but the first trip that needed funds was going to be like a scoping trip, not to actually accomplish the murder.
To my understanding, yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you give that money to Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And after the June trip happened, how did Charlie Adelson react to, I guess, just things not progressing along very quickly with this job?
Well, since I guess nothing happened and something was to happen, he was like, well, what's going on? And I'm like, I don't know. So Sigfredo didn't tell me anything. He's just MIA again because he just kind of goes in and out of my life.
So sometimes he'd be hard to reach.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you worried that like maybe he'd taken this few $100s and now he's
Of
gone
course.
off the grid and I can't really give any information to Charlie about what's happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you getting any pressure to put on you to get the job done?
Yes, ma'am, from Charlie.
And did that increase over time? Like between, and I specifically want to know about between the June trip and the ultimate murder trip.
Yes, ma'am. He was a little bit more adamant and persistent. Well, Katie, why hasn't anything been happening? What's going on?
And were you then in turn putting some pressure on Garcia to get it done, make it happen?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't remember that from last time. It's not that it
Did
contradicts
you
it.
relay the message to the killers that the victim was going to be going out of town the day after he ultimately was killed?
No, ma'am. I
Did
had
you
no
know-
knowledge.
You didn't know anything about Dan Markel's travel schedule.
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether his travel schedule was contained in the documents inside that manila envelope?
I would think a lot of information was there because for some reason, Sigfredo knew information and Charlie knew information, and that's why the whole confusion was on me. And it's
Okay, but you don't know what was in there. You didn't look at it, and you didn't relay that message about the travel.
no, ma'am. Had no knowledge of it.
Right. I wanted to show you a text that was sent between the June trip and the murder trip.
Even though she's taking responsibility, notice how she is very limited in the scope of what she did in her testimony. She is purely a conduit. She doesn't even touch the envelope. She simply carries it in her diaper bag from Charlie's house to Sigfredo. She doesn't know anything about what's in it. She doesn't know anything about when or who will be killed. All of those things are known by other people, but not known by her.
It's 86C. There's a text message where you are asking Charlie Adelson to put you on the payroll. Basically, you need to be able to show that you're working. Do you remember sending that text message?
To Charlie?
Yes,
I believe so. If you can show me.
I will.
Okay.
Was there a reason that you wanted to be at least part of your payment for this to be through the payroll at Adelson Institute?
Well, I was going through like insurance purposes for my son, so I needed to be put on payroll so that I can show that I was making a certain amount of money.
Okay, but it couldn't be too much money, right?
Yeah, it couldn't be too much money.
And so, were you actually doing any work for your payment at Adelson Institute?
No, ma'am, I was not.
I'll show you this. I'm just gonna publish it. This judge is gonna be in 81, and I can't read the slide number. This is in evidence, so I'll see it when I publish it. So take a moment to review that.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so here you're asking him, I need help on the employment, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you referring to getting on the payroll at Adelson Institute?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something you all had talked about before you sent this text, or is this the first he's hearing about it?
Still,
I don't know if I spoke to him prior to being on the payroll.
Okay, how does he know what you're talking about when you say, I'm gonna need help on the employment?
I guess he just figured, since he has an office, that he'd be able to help me.
Okay, and he says no problem, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he actually put you on the payroll at this time? This is June.
At that time, I'm not 100% if I was already on payroll. Not
Okay.
yet. I don't think so.
The evidence indicates that you didn't receive your first paycheck until approximately 2 months after the murder was completed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so did you feel like you could ask for this before the job was done because you knew you were getting the job done?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was the payments that you received from the Adelson Institute part of your compensation for your arranging of this murder?
I would think so. Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean you would think so? It's yes or no question.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. He wasn't going to put you on the payroll for no reason, was he?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in most or all the checks were after the breakup? You had broken up before you received the first check, right?
That I already, like, I wasn't talking to Charlie as much anymore. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, September after the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Notice how this doesn't quite fit exactly. It's hard to understand how it works. She writes in June and says, I need to be on the payroll and I need insurance for my kids. And they seem to still be dating at that point. Then in July, Dan Markel is murdered. And when Dan Markel is murdered, then another month goes, in fact, 2 months go by after that before she receives her first paycheck. But the state believes they're all connected, that she made this request, she's just said, back in June because she thought, well, I'm earning the money. I'm going to be entitled to it because we are going to murder Dan Markel. And then she began to receive the payment 2 months later. So it's all a little difficult to wrap your mind around because it doesn't exactly fit. It isn't like they murdered him on day 1 and on day 2 she began receiving checks from the Adelson Institute. It's a little bit of a mismatch. And so what they're trying to do right here is explain how it is that she believed it all fit together.
Had you ever met Wendi Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
When did you meet her?
I had dinner with her one time in Yardbird and another time at the beach.
Yardbird, is that a restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the occasion where Wendi was with her boyfriend, Jeff Lacasse?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you ever met Wendi?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
So twice. That's not very many.
And then did you meet her again?
Yes, I met her in the beach around, I think, Father's
Is that the
Day.
photo that we've seen, States Exhibit 35, publishing.
That's a little tough for Donna's argument because that's not a lot of time for Wendi to be able to convince her and arrange for the murder. And that's kind of where Donna's team seems to be headed. So that's not a lot of contact for that.
Is that the second time you met Wendi Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever discuss the murder with Wendi Adelson?
No, ma'am. I
Did you
not.
ever discuss Dan Markel's schedule with her?
No, ma'am.
So the only person you talked about it with at all was Charlie and Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, for the July trip, once the murder was done, did you receive a phone call from Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And were the two men looking to get their money for the murder?
I don't know what my conversation was with Sigfredo, but I did speak to him on the phone.
But you understood that you needed to get the money, right? And pay
Yes.
them.
Yes, ma'am.
That was part of your job,
Yes, ma'am.
part of your role in this whole thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you go to Charlie Adelson's house to get the money on the night of the shooting?
Yes, ma'am. He had contacted me and told me that there was an accident and if he can have dinner with me that night.
Okay. And the accident was a reference to the shooting of Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which was not an accident, right?
No, ma'am.
When you get there, how is Charlie acting?
He was pretty frantic, just pacing back and forth, and he had a gun in his hand.
Okay. Was that unusual behavior for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything about his parents when you arrived at his house that night?
He told me that his parents just left.
Did you end up staying the night there?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you planning on spending the night there?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay. Originally, was your plan to get the money and take it to the two men that killed Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Right. What happened the next morning?
Well, since that night, since he was like pacing back and forth, and he had given me a Xanax, that's why I fell asleep.
Okay.
And that's why
Did
it
he
was.
take Xanax as well?
Yes, ma'am, he took one as well.
Okay. And the next morning, did something happen with the money?
Yes, ma'am. So I woke up. I was like, I got to get out of here. And he told me that the money is in the trunk of my car.
All right. And was the money in the trunk of your car?
I actually did not check it. I just got my keys and left.
So you believed him that it was there?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got to where you were going, where did you go to deliver the money?
I was trying to contact Sigfredo and had a hard time trying to contact him. And then I eventually ended up in the alleyway of where Lewis lived at that time.
At Luis Rivera's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Garcia show up there when you pulled up there?
Yeah, he just kind of jumped in my car. I didn't know where he came from.
All right. And was he able to get the money?
Yes, I told him that his money was in the trunk of the car.
He was able to remove it and you observed him removing it and the money was there?
Yes, ma'am. He went to the bag, grabbed it, and then that's he left.
How did you get your cut of the money?
I don't know if it was later on that night that he came back to my apartment or the following day, and then he put it in the closet.
How was your cut of the money packaged?
It wasn't like a cut. It was just basically, it was in a bag, in a plastic bag, grocery bag, and I believe there was like a paper bag and then a Ziploc bag inside it.
All right, so the inner thing was a Ziploc bag.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you opened the Ziploc bag, did you notice that the money was stapled together?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
It was, okay. Did you notice something else unusual about the money?
At that moment, I didn't when I opened it, but a couple of days after the fact, it was wet and starting to mold.
The money itself was damp to the touch?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and did you ever mention that back to Charlie Adelson?
I'm pretty sure I contacted him and told him, why is the money wet?
What do you mean pretty sure? You did or you didn't?
That I did.
Okay, and when you contacted him and said the money's wet, or you just mentioned to him the money's wet, did he have a response?
Yes, ma'am. He told me,
Go
told
ahead.
me that that his mom washed the money.
That you physically washed the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Whoa, that is not what she said before. That is not at all what she said before. That's brand new. So I can't wait to see that addressed in cross-examination. That last time she backed off that so far, she couldn't really be sure, it's a small possibility it could have been. I mean, she had no clear statement, much less had Charlie specifically said that Donna washed and laundered the money. No, the implication was clearly there. I'm not saying that the implication wasn't there. She did say she thought that's what had happened, but this is way different and way stronger, tailored, if you will, for this trial.
All right, so you got a chunk of cash that day or a couple days later. You're not sure which.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you also got these paychecks that we've talked about, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did over the ensuing time, from the time of the murder up until the time of what we've referred to as the bump, are you familiar with that law
Yes,
enforcement operation? Okay. In that time frame, did you get some other gifts and things from Charlie?
Between that time?
Yes. Plane tickets, things like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you deny getting any type of gift or favor from Charlie Adelson other than the cash that you got?
I don't know if like specifically any type of favors. If I was going through, I was having problems with the car that I had purchased from him. So he would get that fixed and he would pay for it.
Okay, and before that, he helped with Mazda repairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You started getting paychecks in September after the murder, which continued through May of 2016. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how would you receive the paychecks?
Charlie would give it to me.
All right. And you admit that you weren't doing anything to earn that money
No, ma'am. I was
other
not.
than contributing to this murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the paychecks, would they come one at a time or multiples at a time?
It would be multiple.
Okay. Do you know why the paychecks stopped when they stopped?
At that time, just like Fredo got arrested.
So they got spooked.
Yes.
Who signed the paychecks?
I'm sorry.
I can see where, well, I was stunned by that. Now, I don't mean to sort of pass over what's a super important point, especially for those of you who are new to the trial. She did what? Donna did what? She laundered the money, as in actually took the money, shook it into the washing machine and washed it? What on earth? That's nutty. It's like she didn't understand what laundering money was. Laundering money is when you take money that is obtained in an illegal manner and you filter it through various methods to put it into legitimate businesses so that you can spend it without raising any kind of suspicion. Not literally putting your cash on spend cycle in the washing machine. But so this was a shocking piece of evidence, but it did not come out the same way at this trial. At this trial, it was far more damaging, entirely different from what had been said at prior trials. This is extremely important. Now, cross-examination will address that, but nonetheless, the jury has heard that. The jury has heard that Donna Adelson washed the money and that Charlie said that. So, interesting.
May I continue?
Who signed your paychecks from the Adelson Institute?
Donna Adelson.
How many paychecks did you receive?
I can't recall.
Does 44 sound right?
Can't recall.
If we assume 44, how many of them were signed by Donna Adelson?
All of them.
How many were signed by Charlie Adelson?
None.
Did Mr. Adelson, when he handed you the checks, give you any instructions on how they were to be deposited?
Just don't deposit it all at one time. Like, space it out.
All right. And did you always follow his directions on the deposits?
Not always. No, ma'am.
Okay. Sometimes you would cash one before the pay period ended, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And we've talked about the bump. Did you meet with Charlie Adelson after the bump?
Yes, ma'am.
Who called that meeting, him or you?
I believe he contacted me.
All right. And did you sit in the car with Mr. Adelson for a few minutes before going into the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you were in the car with him?
Well, I got inside the car. He came outside of my job and basically asked me, probably where we're gonna eat. And he turned up the volume in his car and kind of just leaned towards me and was just telling me that, that his mom got approached.
Okay. And did you continue to hear more from him about his mom being approached once you entered the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time, you did not know that law enforcement was intercepting those conversations, did you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you have any concerns that he might be trying to set you up during that meeting?
No, ma'am.
Did you feel that, or did he do anything to make you think he had suspicions that you might be trying to set him up?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those?
Just the way he was going through scenarios in his head. He might have, because he mentioned Tato's name and he had a piece of paper that he looked at and then kind of talked to me about, but I didn't know what he was looking at.
Who's Tato?
Tato is Luis Rivera.
Okay. So did he say Luis Rivera or he said Tato?
He said Tato.
Okay. And so did that concern you that he knew that name?
Yes, it did. I just thought he was confusing it with Tuto because Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia's nickname.
Okay. And what the setup was from the law enforcement was that this person was posing as an associate of Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when Charlie tells you this information, are you thinking it could be an associate of Luis Rivera? Maybe Rivera did tell someone, and
Yes.
maybe this is somehow connected to Rivera.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you tell Charlie that?
Did I tell Charlie that?
Did you tell Charlie, well, actually, the guy that went with Garcia to kill Dan Markel is Luis Rivera, and he goes by Tato? Did you say anything like that?
No, ma'am. I just told him that Tato was incarcerated, but I never knew at that time that Tato was with Sigfredo, or that he.
Right, but you're not, I guess, are you giving Charlie Adelson all the information that you have about this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you're going to handle it on your side of the conspiracy yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he's enlisting you to go do something. What is it you're supposed to do?
To contact the phone number.
Phone number on the piece of paper that was handed to his mother.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And figure out who it is and resolve it.
What's going on? He didn't know if it was somebody trying to extort him or try to blackmail him, or he didn't know if it was the FBI.
Okay, and he's saying one of two scenarios. One of two scenarios. Are those the two scenarios?
Yes, he did say
For
that.
the FBI, or it is actually someone who's gotten some information about what we did.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed the transcript that was prepared of that restaurant recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that transcript fair and accurate? Does it accurately transcribe the conversation that was had in there?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew Luis Rivera well, right?
I knew him from Sigfredo. Yes, ma'am.
But Sigfredo didn't tell you he took Rivera with him
No, he
to
did
do
not.
the job.
No, ma'am.
And even though it was pretty obvious, you didn't tell Charlie that Garcia was doing the job.
No, yes, ma'am. He didn't know. He didn't know that it was Sigfredo.
I mean, maybe not directly, but according to what she said, she had been talking about Sigfredo. Sigfredo had yelled at Charlie and kind of backed him in a corner, and Charlie knew that she knew someone who could commit the crime. So I don't know. Who did he think she was going to if she didn't think Sigfredo? Because earlier in this testimony, I'm fairly certain she said that he knew because she had talked about Sigfredo that she might be able to find someone.
Charlie never explicitly told you this murder is going to benefit my mother, or this murder is to benefit my sister.
No, ma'am. He did not.
So stay, please rephrase your questions. Kevin.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you this murder is to benefit my mother?
No, ma'am.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you this murder is to benefit my sister?
No, ma'am.
But you knew that, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mom was at the house right before you arrived, the night of the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mother washed the money,
Yes, ma'am.
money that was payment for the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak in code on that wire?
On the wiretaps, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Property and tenant, that was code for looking into who was behind the bump, right?
Yes, ma'am. Well, Charlie tends to go on his little rants, and then I kind of just followed, what he was saying.
That's fair.
Yes, but you spoke in code.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understood you were speaking in code because you might be tapped, right?
Yes,
Somebody
ma'am.
might be listening.
Yes, ma'am.
But there would be no reason to speak in code if you hadn't done anything wrong. Will you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Innocent people don't talk in code, do they?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
I am looking forward to this. I am really looking forward to this. This is so important. I think this cross-examination is the trial, just about that important, because her brand new comment that Charlie said his mother washed the money, that's a lot more than anybody had before. I think that's super important, very damning for Donna Adelson. So will they get any headway with that? I don't know. We will see. There's a lot to cross-examine on, in that she has really contradicted herself in her multiple times of testifying in various proceedings. And the stakes are high for Katie too. She is fighting to maybe get some kind of concession from the state. She's got no promises. And it's kind of crazy to do this with no promises, but she doesn't have any. So here she is, hoping. She wants to see her kids again. So stakes are super high for her and also for the state, because this is so important. What she just said, different from what's been said before.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I believe when you started your testimony on direct, Ms. Kappelman asked you about previously lying under
Yes, ma'am.
oath. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And from the first trial with Sigfredo Garcia to a trial with just you, you gave proffers to law enforcement, correct?
Not between those times, but
After that, before Charlie's?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after you testified in your trial where you've admitted that you lied, you were minimizing what was going on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you started meeting with law enforcement in the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And gave them a little more information each time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Each time you became, now what you're saying, a little more truthful?
I'm finally coming out with the truth. Yes, ma'am.
You had testified on direct that you got to Charlie's house and he had indicated that his parents had just left.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that he was nervous and upset, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you all both took Xanax,
Well, he gave it to me. Yes, ma'am.
but you said you took one, right?
Of course. Yes, ma'am.
And he took one, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you two went to bed together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So what you're telling the jury is you met Charlie Adelson and started a dating relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't exclusive at that time, were you?
No, ma'am.
Charlie dated a lot of women, didn't he?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point he tells you that he wants something to happen to someone, right? He wants someone to be harmed.
Yes, ma'am.
And he asked you if you know anybody that could take care of that for him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so then you contact Sigfredo Garcia, who's the father of your children, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and he are having a rocky relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you engage Sigfredo Garcia to be the one who causes whatever harm it's going to be to Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you do that, you know who Luis Rivera is, right?
Do I know who? Yes, I know.
At that time, you knew who he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But is it your testimony you did not know that he was going to be involved with this as well?
Yes, I did not know that he was going to be with him, let alone I didn't know that Sigfredo was even going to be the one.
Well, I'm sorry, you hired someone other than Sigfredo to do it?
No,
I think they went and got the rental car together. I seem to remember that Lewis and she got the rental car together. Maybe it was Sigfredo. I remember Katie went.
I didn't know that I just gave him, I told him that somebody, needed to be harmed. I didn't know that he was going to be the one.
Okay, and how much money did you tell him he could make?
I didn't tell him an amount.
So you testified before that you knew Sigfredo needed some money and you could certainly use some money. So that's why you agreed to do this.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were going to agree to have somebody killed and you didn't even know how much you're going to get paid?
No, I did not know.
Okay, so now we know.
I think we may need another poll on that. Do you believe that? She's saying that she knew she was being asked to procure someone to kill somebody and never found out how much she would be paid in advance. And nor did the hitman even bother to ask. All right. That's maybe I don't have time to put the poll in right now, but maybe when we get to the end, I will.
Fredo and Luis Rivera came to Tallahassee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's Charlie's asked you, you've asked Sigfredo. Unbeknownst to you, apparently, he has asked Luis Rivera to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we know that Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia traveled to Tallahassee on more than one occasion, but ultimately, they follow and track down Danny Markel. And when he pulls into his garage, Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him in the head and kills him, right?
From what it shows in my trial, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then they come back to South Florida, Sigfredo and Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you go to Charlie's house, you pass out with the Xanax, you get up the next morning, and he says there's money in the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, you're claiming you didn't know how much money it was.
Yeah, I did not know how
And
much.
as of then, you still hadn't discussed any dollar value for having someone killed.
No, ma'am. That was probably on the paper that I had handed to Sigfredo, the one that he got out of my diaper bag.
Yeah, I don't want you to speculate because you don't know, do you?
No, I never opened the envelope.
But your testimony is you arranged a homicide and didn't even know what the pay was going to be.
Yes, ma'am.
What are y'all thinking about that?
So the next morning, Charlie says the money's in your trunk and you get up and leave, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you go to Sigfredo, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he knows you're going to be bringing him money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he hops in your car and you tell him you got the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And so your testimony is then he goes into your trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
And he takes the bag out of the diaper bag.
No, it was not a diaper bag. It was the plastic bag that Charlie put in my trunk.
No, the money was inside your diaper bag is what you testified to before.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Oh, where'd you put it?
The money?
Yeah.
Was in the trunk of my car.
Okay. All right. I must have misunderstood your testimony. I thought you said it was in the
The
diaper
envelope was inside the diaper bag.
Envelope was inside the diaper bag.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you delivered to Sigfredo.
That's the envelope that Sigfredo picked up in my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
That Charlie had given to you.
Yes, ma'am.
That you say you didn't know what the contents were.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So moving forward, now Danny has been killed and Sigfredo gets in your trunk and gets the bag, right?
It gets the money. Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's in a bag or not?
Yes, in the plastic bag.
Okay. All right. So he gets the bag. And at this point, you say you haven't even seen the money.
Yes, ma'am. I did not.
Okay. And then a day or two later, he comes back to you and gives you, I guess, what is going to be your share, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, you still don't know Luis Rivera's involved?
At that point, no, ma'am.
You still didn't know?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And yet she drove to his house.
You said that Mr. Garcia puts the money into your closet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Wait,
And a few days later, you actually...
She said she drove straight to Luis Rivera's house. I don't know if that was today. I've read so much of her testimony in the past. Maybe I'm getting it wrong, but I thought it was today. She said she drove straight from there to Luis's house and that Sigfredo Garcia came out and met with her, but she had no idea Luis was involved. So why did she drive to Luis Rivera's house?
go into the closet.
I don't know if it was the same day that, that he put the money there, but a couple of days later when I had opened the bag, that's when I felt the moisture of the money.
So you didn't touch the money the first day.
I don't recall if I did or if I didn't.
So I'm talking about the first day that Charlie gives it to you. You didn't touch it that day.
No, I did not.
Okay, and you didn't touch it this next day. That's when you gave it to Sigfredo.
Yes, because he just grabbed it from the trunk of my car.
Okay, and a couple of days later, he brings you your share and puts it in your closet.
A day or two. It might have been the same day or the day after. He put it in the closet.
And then at some point you open the bag.
Yes, ma'am.
And inside the bag you find, it's not very thick, but you find stacks of money that's stapled together, correct?
What's not very thick?
10 $1 bill or 10 $100 bills stapled together. That's not very thick, is it?
It was just in stacks of whatever amount it was. I didn't count it.
It was stapled together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how much did you get for arranging Danny Markel to be killed from Charlie's request to passing it out on to Sigfredo Garcia? How much money did you get?
I never counted how much money was even in the bag.
As you sit here today, you're telling this jury you never know what your cut was. You can't tell them.
No, ma'am, I never.
Okay, we're just going to stop and do our poll because I can't stand that. Okay, so I'm going to have to end this poll about whether you think the prosecution will give Katie any break at all. I'm going to write that down, what you wrote, give Katie a break. And then we will, don't worry, we're headed back. And the answer is no, 68%, yes, 31%, which doesn't quite add up. I guess they're decimals. All right. Thank you, everybody, for voting. We are now going to ask the question, do you believe Katie did not know amount be paid? They don't give you many letters, but would be paid. Yes or no? Let's start that poll. I'm curious what you're thinking. It's driving me crazy. All right. Rarely do I feel like this during a cross-examination. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Counted it.
Okay.
You spent some of it, didn't you?
I believe so.
Yes. And you deposited some of it into your bank account?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't know how much yours was?
No, ma'am.
And it was in some
But
bag
that Charlie
for 2 days. Maybe the bag had moisture in it. It is possible that someone would launder money. I actually looked that up. Like, would anyone ever do that? And yes, some people believe it might remove fingerprints. I'm not sure that that's accurate, but it's not impossible that someone would do that. It's not even impossible that Donna would do that. But this is just really different testimony from what this witness gave before. And also the question of when it got wet is pretty much open if she didn't touch it for 2 days.
You check a check after that from Adelson Institute, right? He gave you payroll checks from
Yes,
Adelson
ma'am.
Institute, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie gave those to you.
No, it was, Charlie handed me the checks. Yes, ma'am.
Exactly.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And you testified that you met Ms. Donna Adelson on one occasion, right?
From what I recall, yes, from the dental office when I went to get work done.
She greeted you when you came for your appointment, basically.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had your appointment and you paid for the services, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's been testimony that Charlie, after that date, that Charlie, after that date, gave you other benefits, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, you and he weren't together anymore, correct?
After
the homicide.
No, we were not together, but we were still friendly with each other. We were still.
You're friends, but you went back to Sigfredo, right?
There was a time where I was between Sigfredo and still intimate with Charlie as well.
Besides the one time you had that dental appointment and you saw Mrs. Adelson, you met her, Donna Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
After that, you never talked to her again, did you?
Not that I can recall. I don't think I've.
You didn't speak on the phone to each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't text each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't email each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't have any other communication of any kind?
No, ma'am.
You didn't meet with her in person?
There's only a time that I saw her, but I didn't meet with her.
Right, exactly. And when you're having these discussions with Charlie Adelson, I'm talking about you and your knowledge. When you're having these discussions with Charlie and then having discussions with Sigfredo, she's not involved in those conversations with you, is she?
No, ma'am, she's not.
Yeah, just a moment.
I have to agree with Chili Mae. Washing money, it would get all chewed up. I would lose so much money. And thank you, Jilly Mae and Annie Legg and Nina, all the way back to Irish, I think. Thank you all for your super chats. Much appreciated. So I am, I think she's missing a key part of the cross-examination yet. I think there's some more stuff out there that she needs to get. I think she's got to hammer in on that comment that she was told by Charlie that Donna washed the money, because that's not what she said before. That's not what she said. And that's so important. If Donna was literally responsible for washing the money and it was still wet, then it's linked directly to Donna. And that's it. That's the only link, right? So far, they haven't been able to prove that she stapled money or anything that would put her directly connected to that. So this is a real important witness and a very important point.
Redirect examination.
Publishing states 55. Donna did not have any conversations with you, did she?
No, ma'am.
There's no line here, right?
No, ma'am.
Donna had conversations with Charlie.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie.
I don't object. She wasn't participating in those conversations.
Overruled, I believe the witness earlier testified concerning this very issue. You may continue your examination.
Donna had conversations with Charlie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie had conversations with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie was the go-between between you and Donna, wasn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
The same way you were the go-between between Charlie and Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
That's a really strong
Step
point
down. Will the witness be recalled?
they have made with her repeatedly and with all the
The
witnesses.
remainder of the subpoena was spent on.
That there was a chain, and they did not each of them speak to everyone. They spoke to the person next.
We stated Sergeant Corbett is going to need to set up before he gets started. Right, members of the jury, we're going to take a break before the next witness.
I'll wait for the jury to get out. It's too loud, but I am disappointed that I feel like a couple of opportunities were lost there. It was still a good cross-examination. It wasn't a bad one. I just think there was this huge opportunity to point out some real inconsistencies in what Katie McManwell had said, not just here, but in other
Everyone can be
proceedings.
seated. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
Gotta go over and see how y'all are voting. And this will give us a chance to catch up. We'll move to the end. Well, let me see how y'all are voting. This is pretty much what I figured. Although a reasonable percentage of you do believe that Katie maybe didn't know how much she would be paid. So you're currently at 76% as a no and a 24% as a yes. So I personally think that's not very believable. That's just, that would be my vote on it. I'm not buying that. We'll leave it open a little bit longer, see how it shakes out, but I'll close it in just a minute. So a couple of missing points I think that they could have made with this witness are her claim about Donna is brand new. Her claim that Charlie told her that Donna washed the money. Charlie told her, I'm trying to write this down so when I do the summary at the end, I'll remember that Donna washed the money. That's much stronger than what she said at Charlie's trial. It was much weaker. And I also think she drove straight to, she says she did not know Luis Rivera was involved. And yet, I believe earlier today, she testified that she drove straight to Luis Rivera's house from Charlie's home. Now, that could just be because she knew Sigfredo was hanging out with him. It doesn't have to mean she knows he was involved. But I believe during Charlie's trial, the implication was she knew that, or she may have even said that directly. So she did not know Luis Rivera was involved, yet drove to his house. Okay, those 2 points I think would have been very important to have talked to the jury about. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. Oh, wait, I see people still voting. I don't want to end until you've had a chance to vote and to express your opinion. So it's confusing to me when I run YouTube over here and do a poll. It's like way behind on what we're talking about. I'm like, how does that happen? Very confusing. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and end the poll in 3, 2, last minute. Hurry up. There. Okay. And the final number is 75-25. Okay. Thank you all for voting in the poll. When I do my summary, I will report on your opinions and what you thought about that. So here's how I've been doing it. At the end of the entire live stream, I do a summary. Then I pull that out and post it separately. So you could go all the way to the end of the live stream and watch it. That's one option. And also I'm going to try to pull it out and post it separately so you can just see a smaller chunk. You don't have to be intimidated by the 9 hours or whatever it is that the live stream is. But speaking of, thank you everybody for joining. I really appreciate your being here with me today as we watch this trial. It's been absolutely fascinating for me. I do have, let me see if I can pull this up. I have something special for you. Let's make sure that I can pull it up before I go getting all excited about it. Okay, yep, I've got it. I do have an exclusive. Let's make sure I can do that. I don't want to. Y'all are all like, what is she talking about? What is she pulling up for us? I don't want to tell. I don't want to give it away, but I think you'll like it if I can pull it up. I think it will be popular. Let's see. All right. I believe, before I open it, because I think it'll pop right into the screen, I believe that we have some exclusive footage here on the Lawyer Lee channel. I believe this is never before seen, but let's see what it is. It's not showing up. Oh, it's down here in the thing. Let me try again, adding it. Okay, let's run it again. What did she, look, it's Adelson laundering money. What can I say? I don't know how we got this exclusive footage. As you heard, I'm defending her pretty hard. There was no evidence of that, but I couldn't resist having that done because I thought it was so hilarious, just the concept of the laundered money and how much of a mismatch that is with what's actually happening. I see what it was. I had to remove the other one first, so I'll have to add it back. But I have actually 2 of these, so let me see if I can add the other one for you. Again, completely exclusive footage here. Never before seen. Oh, I don't want to share. I want to actually post this video file. There we go. Completely exclusive footage. You are so lucky you were here on the Lawyer Lee channel when we were able to debut this. So I completely denied that any of this had anything to do with AI, that any of this was made by AI and created just to be funny. I completely deny that. But I did think the whole concept of it is just nutty, crazy, and very funny. But I do want to say that I think Donna Adelson was wrong today by the testimony that wasn't refuted by Wendi Adelson. So let me make sure that I add back in our real video where we are actually watching the trial, because I don't want to miss a word of that. There we go. Okay, and we are still on break, so we haven't lost anything. So anyway, there you have it. I think that's actually how the scene must have looked at the moment, at least in Katie's mind. So that is exactly what Katie must have thought. No, it's that is not Donna. I completely made that, had it made, like I could do it, but I had it made in AI. That is completely not Donna. It's just a joke. So yes, I guess she washed it and didn't have time for the dryer. You know how you just sometimes don't leave enough time for the dryer when you're in a hurry right after a murder? That's what happened to her, I suppose. So anyway, that is, it's live. Okay, let's see. So see, I think the feed I'm getting is a little bit behind some of the others. So let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay. We'll move it back here. We'll see where we started. Oh, it's buffering a little. Give it just a second. So I thought y'all would enjoy that. I had a feeling you would enjoy that. To me, that's one of the funniest things about the trial, is that sort of testimony implication. I'm trying to find where I can get started on this, and I keep getting buffering. And let's see where we are. If I just straight take it to the end and then try backing up. Just a few seconds at a time till we get to the part. Okay, there we go. We're a few seconds behind.
Everyone can be seated. State, please call your next witness. Sergeant, could you please raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, sir.
Please speak loudly and clearly. You may examine when you're ready.
Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Certainly. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Corbett, and that's Corbitt, and I'm a sergeant with the City of Tallahassee Police Department.
And how long have you worked with TPD?
29 years and 11 months.
And what unit are you in at TPD?
I currently supervise the Technical Operations Unit.
Can you tell me a little bit about your training and experience in order to supervise the Technical Operations Unit?
Certainly. I have just under 2,000 hours of general technical training, which would cover sort of all realms of law enforcement technology, camera installations, audio, video monitoring, forensics, all kinds of, again, all the ways that we use technology to assist in criminal investigations. I have just over 1,000 hours of that is dedicated to communication record analysis or cell phone analysis. And that includes the obtaining, analysis, mapping, all the things that we do with communication records specifically to assist in criminal investigations.
Okay, and have you also taught in the field of digital forensics?
I do. I teach communication record analysis to law enforcement officers, other law enforcement agencies, prosecutors associations, other groups. Yes.
And how long have you been supervisor of that unit?
Since 2012.
How many hours of specialized training in historical communication records analysis do you have?
Just over 1,000.
And what is historical communication record analysis?
Communication or historical communication record analysis would be kind of a general term for the use of communication records. And when I talk about communication records, I mean primarily cell phone records, records that we get from the carriers. They may be forensic records or reports that we get when we're able to do a forensic analysis of a phone, when we have the actual device and can download data. But we take all that information and we analyze it really in whatever way the investigator or the investigation needs. Oftentimes that's location analysis. We're trying to put handsets, are they consistent, or could they have been at the scene of a crime? Could they have been somewhere else? Where might other evidence be? So a lot of that work has to do with the locations of the handsets. Sometimes it's communications, who communicated with who, when, how often, those kind of things to help establish relationships. There's really a number of ways that we can use those records and the analysis of those records, again, to assist in the criminal investigations.
And have you ever testified in court in the field of historical communication records analysis where you've given an expert opinion?
I have, yes.
About how many times?
123.
And those are all my questions as to his qualifications, Judge.
Defense wish to voir dire the witness.
There you are.
Is there a challenge to his ability to provide an opinion in the field of historical communication record analysis?
There you are.
Members of the jury, while this witness testifies today, he will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the area of historical communication record analysis. You may continue.
So in your position at TPD, you mentioned that part of your everyday duties is going to be pulling cell phone records from cell phone companies. Is that right?
That's correct.
And are those records called call detail records?
That's sort of a general term that we give to a broad range of records. Call detail records, we generally talk about specific call logs and maybe voice or text. We have other types of reports, subscriber information, other types of location reports that are more specific, but generally, yes, we call that whole group of records call detail records.
Are those types of records ones that are kept in the normal course of business of phone companies?
They are, yes.
And are they kept by an automated system that would have knowledge of those or of those calls and text communications?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how to read and interpret the records?
I am, yes.
And in this case, did you review phone records for State's Exhibit 91, call detail records of Luis Rivera, 92, call detail records of Sigfredo Garcia, 93, call detail records of Wendi Adelson, 94, call detail records of Donna Adelson, 95, Charlie Adelson's call detail records, 96, Harvey Adelson's call detail records, and 97, Catherine Magbanaway's call detail records, and finally 98, Dan Markel's call detail records?
Yes.
Okay. And did all those call detail records come with a certification from each phone carrier certifying that those are authentic records of that carrier?
They did, yes.
Just 1 second.
All super important. These call detail records are how the state has linked everybody together
I'm
in
going to show
terms
you
of
State's
communication.
55, which is already in evidence. I got to turn you off and turn you back on here. Actually, I'll just show it to you so you can hear me. Look at State's 55. This is our chart.
Yes.
Okay, here. You see some phone numbers below each person's face and name.
Yes.
Okay. Have you been able to review a chart like that before?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at those numbers, are those the numbers for each person that correspond with the call detail records that you reviewed for each person and you're going to be testifying about in your testimony?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
Fit.
At this time, Your Honor, I would move into evidence State's Exhibit 91 through 98, certified business records.
You have them washed.
There you are.
States 91 through 98 are admitted.
Thank you. In addition to all of those call detail records we just went through, did you also review traffic tickets that were received in the summer of 2014 by Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did, yes.
Did you also review car rental agreements, 2 from Comfort Rental in Miami and 1 from Save Gas Rental in Miami?
I did, yes.
Did you also review surveillance video from Premier Gym, as well as from Spirion, which is a GPS company that is the company that has the GPSs on the rental car?
Yes, to be clear, the Premier was video, the GPS was latitude, longitude coordinates.
Thank you. Sorry about that. And did you base your opinions in this case? Oh, and did you also receive, in addition to all those things, Cellbrites and returns from subpoenas from email addresses as well?
Yes, so there were forensic analysis conducted of several handsets and yes, an iCloud or multiple iCloud accounts.
Okay, that gave you access to emails as well.
And separate actual email legal demand returns.
Okay. Did you base your opinions in this case on all of those records that we just discussed?
Yes.
Now, are many of those records voluminous? I'm talking hundreds, even thousands of pages.
Yes, they are.
Did you prepare, instead of having to go through each page for the jury during this presentation, did you prepare a summary in order to show the jury what the phone company's records say in correlation with the other evidence in this case about the subjects in this case, phone activity and locations?
Yes.
And will you be relying on that summary for your testimony here today?
I will, yes.
I want to quickly, also in the summary, are there excerpts from Cellbrites?
Yes.
What is a Cellbrite?
Well, a Cellbrite has come to mean many things. When we do forensic examinations of computers or phones, we use a variety of different forensic tools. One of the more common ones that we use is a product from Cellbrite, and often the most common report format. So once we do that forensic analysis, then it generates a report for us that allows us to visualize all of that information, location information, text message content, emails. And so that report is generally called a Cellbrite report.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would move State's Exhibit 73, which is going to be, or which is the summary of all of these records that Sergeant Corbett has put together and he'll be testifying to today, a summary that will go into evidence with the jury, subject to the court's ruling.
Summaries are such a good idea. They really help.
Subject to the court's ruling.
73 is admitted. You may continue.
Okay. Now, did you also create a PowerPoint of this summary to use on the projector here in court during your testimony?
Yes, actually, that's a representation of the PowerPoint.
Okay. And some of the items that are in the PowerPoint that are already in evidence, emails and that sort of thing, they won't be in the summary, but we will go over those in your PowerPoint, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. All right.
So we're
Judge, at
just
this
setting
time,
everything
ask
up.
for permission for Sergeant Corbett to use his PowerPoint to show a demonstrative of the summary exhibit.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
You'll need to unmute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right, so you told us what call detail records from phone companies are. Can you tell us, or can you show us an example of what they look like and show us what's contained in them?
I can. So this is an example of call detail records from AT&T. And again, when we talk about call detail records, we're talking about this chronological listing of events. And those events may be voice calls, text messages, data sessions. And that varies a little bit by carrier as to what exactly they retain and provide for us in the call detail records return. But the call detail records have a few basic sections. Obviously, there's a place that tells us the date and time of this event. And oftentimes those may be in other time zones. So we have to do a conversion to our local time to make sure that we're talking about the accurate time for that event. But that's one basic section. The other section tells us the phone numbers. So obviously we have the target number or the number for which the records were obtained. And then we have the other numbers that that number is communicating with. So here we see, again, the phone numbers being communicated with. If it's voice calls, we see a duration or how long that phone call lasted. And we can tell sort of if these are incoming or outgoing calls based on which phone number is doing the originating or terminating. So from this section of the records, we look at, again, calling patterns, calling frequencies, those things. There's a few other pieces of information there, but the other one that we frequently look at is here, which is the location information. And for these particular records, they provide us both a numerical identifier for the location of that cell site, and they also provide a latitude and longitude. And again, this is the location of the cell site or cell tower that the handset was communicating with for that particular event. This is not a location for the phone, but again, rather the tower that it's communicating with.
So this is just setting up what they're going to talk about in terms of their wiretap of the entire group. They wiretapped everybody who was involved, and then they are going to lay out the information they found. So he's just setting this up, explaining to the jury what information they could get, what they did find, and then he'll lay out what the actual information they found was.
And can you quickly kind of explain more about how you determine a location from that information to be able to know what the location is of a cell phone at a certain time?
Sure. So very simply, we'll take the location of the cell site and we will plot that on a map. And in this presentation, we will see several locations for handsets, and they may be represented by a colored dot, as you see here, a blue dot. And so that dot represents a location of the cell site or the cell tower for that example event that we were looking at. And sometimes just knowing where the cell site is itself is sufficient. We know that a handset chooses to communicate with the cell site that it sees with the best available signal. And that's usually the one that it's closest to, although there are numbers of factors that affect what cell tower or cell site a handset might choose to communicate with. So sometimes just knowing where the cell tower is enough. But we also know that most of our cell sites are broken down into multiple sides or sectors. It means they have antennas that are facing different directions. And the cell carrier, the company, most often provides us not only with the location of the cell site, but also the side or the sector that the handset was communicating with. So here we would generally expect that one sector covers about halfway to the next sector. You can see some dashed lines that are drawn here, and that would be the approximate transition areas around the cell site. So in theory, if you were to get in your car and drive circles around a cell site, you would transition from sector to sector as you went round and round. And from that, again, we would expect certain locations relative to certain sectors to be serviced by that part of the cell site, which we can kind of see here. When we display those or we see those, here, this particular cell site that was, or sector that was used for this event was at 215 degrees. And that's the cardinal direction, like 360 degrees. So this is at 215, a little past due south, a little to the west. And you can see that that is illustrated here by the large blue arrow. So when we're representing a cell site and sector that the handset was using, we will use a large colored arrow so we know that's the particular sector that was being communicated with. And when we do our analysis, again, we understand that that sector goes approximately halfway around to the other sectors. And so when we do our location analysis, we would include or exclude certain locations. And we would say that Locations that are in close proximity and on the right side of the cell site and sector are possible locations for the handset, and then other locations might not be.
Can you say exactly or precisely where on this map a certain cell phone is?
No.
Okay, but you would be able to tell us what cell site that cell phone is communicating with if it has location data, and the sector of the cell site, the particular sector that it's communicating with.
Yes. So one of the basic things is we can only make a determination about where a handset was when we have a record or an event. And while different companies and different handsets and different technologies create different amounts of records, we can only, again, make a determination when we have a record. And then, yes, we will know the location of that cell site, the orientation of the sector in most cases. And historical location analysis is about inclusion and exclusion. And we look at a location and we say, yes, this address is included in the service area, based on our opinion, is included in the service area of this particular cell site and sector, or no, a handset at the location you gave me would not be serviced by this particular cell site and sector. So we include and exclude locations. We do not say exactly where a handset was.
And is your way of saying that you say whether a certain location is consistent or inconsistent?
Yes.
Okay.
We're
Do you
just working
sometimes
our
get
way.
records with no location data at certain times?
I'll stop it. For
that-
We're just working our way through the details of how it all works and how the data gets gathered. All of this will be put together by him in the summary that she mentioned.
That's correct. Yes.
This just explains how.
You mentioned Cellbrights. How do you extract data, or how does a Cellbright that you've extracted from a cell phone, how does it look different in the actual Cellbright report versus what we're going to see in your presentation?
So this is, and I'm on slide 11 here. This is an example of a page from a Cellbright forensic analysis report. And so when we're able to select a variety of different information from within the Cellbright report and create smaller reports or sort of export different pieces of data, text messages, call logs. And we can see in the actual forensic report, there is a lot of information that is contained. They try to make it appear like a conversation we're kind of all familiar with the bubbles going back and forth. But there is a lot of information that's contained in there. They are very technical and very detailed reports. So when we represent those in the presentation to make it easier to read the actual content, we may do something more like this. So we will provide a visual indicator of who is issuing that communication, who sent that text message, and then we will focus on the content of that. But again, it's taken from that forensic report, just put into this format, so it's a little easier for us to follow.
I think they're a little bit off. I think they're using Cellebrite. Cellebrite's a company that has proprietary software that's used to extract this information. So I think they're using the Cellebrite system and they're extracting the information. That's what they're saying.
Can you walk us through Dan Markel's location on the morning that he was murdered?
Yes. So we do know, and I'm on slide 14 now, we do know that the morning of the homicide, he was at home at his residence on Trescott Drive. He did drop his children off at Creative Preschool. He went to Premier Health and Fitness and then returned to his home on Trescott Drive.
And did TPD believe that whoever shot Dan Markel was at these same locations that he was at that morning?
We did believe that him being under surveillance was a definite possibility.
Okay. And was there a Prius that was identified based on surveillance images following him that morning?
There was, from the Premier Health and Fitness.
Okay. How did TPD try to identify who was in the Prius from the phone records perspective?
So one of the first things that we did is what we call a tower dump. And that is just a request of the carriers to provide us all of the transactions that occurred through cell sites that may service a particular location for a very particular or specific time frame. So if we know that Mr. Markel was around his house at a certain time, then we can request all the phones that were around his house. And if we know he was at Creative Preschool at a certain time, then we could request all of the cell phones that may be in the area of Creative Preschool at the same time he was. Same for Premier Health and Fitness. And then we would hope that the only cell phones that would be in those exact locations at those exact times would either be Mr. Markel or whoever was following him. So that's kind of the purpose of the tower dump.
And which companies had cell sites in the areas of those locations?
We had AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint, and Verizon, our major carriers at that time.
All right, so were search warrants sent to all those carriers for all of the records for the numbers who were using cell sites servicing each of those locations?
Yes.
And did you receive a lot of records in return?
Yes, we did.
Okay, just a moment. I want to ask you specifically about States Exhibit 101, which is going to be
They're just explaining how this is how they cracked the case.
the T-Mobile tower dump records, States Exhibit 102, the AT&T tower dump records, States Exhibit 103, the Verizon tower dump records, and States 104, the Sprint tower dump records. When you received those for all four carriers, did they contain a certification certifying that they are authentic records from each of those companies?
Yes.
Okay, and did you review those records and rely on those records in your determining your results or your opinions in this case?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move States Exhibit 101 through 104 into evidence.
States 101 through 104 is admitted.
Okay, so a lot of records to go through. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Did law enforcement eventually find any one number at all of those locations where Markel was located that morning?
We did not find one number common to all of those locations.
Since you couldn't find a number with common events at all those locations, did you cross-reference all of the records with all of the phone records you had from the Adelson family to see if any of the numbers from the tower dump showed up in any of the Adelson family records?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what did you find?
So as I mentioned, we did not find one number that was common to all of those locations. That does not necessarily mean that the other handsets were not there, but we go back to if there's no events, then there's no records and there's nothing for us to compare to. But what we did have from the tower dump were a number of reports with cell phone numbers of cell phones or handsets that were present at those specific locations and times for us to look at or compare. What we also had was a number of CDRs or communication records from various subjects in the investigation. We use analytical software to kind of help us out with this, to crunch large numbers, but we were able to actually compare all of the handsets that were here in Tallahassee around those specific locations and times with all of the records, the phones and the phones that they were communicating with for all of our subjects in the investigation. And what we did find is, and this is slide 19, we did find a common number, this 7. That was a phone number that was present here in Tallahassee around the Premier Health and Fitness that was also in the call detail records for one of the subjects of the investigation.
And was that subject Harvey Adelson?
It was, yes.
And is this Harvey Adelson?
It is, yes.
Okay, and this is an example of his call detail records?
That is correct.
Okay, so Harvey Adelson is the husband of Donna Adelson, father of Charlie Adelson and Wendi Adelson?
Correct.
All right, can you give us more information about this call that you found?
So what we see, and this is just an excerpt, I'm on slide 20, from Mr. Adelson's, Harvey Adelson's call detail records for July 1st of 2014. And we see that 786 number I spoke about. And this is a good example of some of the
Looks
things we see
unhappy.
with call detail records. It looks like 3 calls or 3 entries here, but this is actually just one event. And in the records, we also see the kind of the routing or the way they call, like this one that was routed to voicemail, how it kind of traverses through the network. But these are 3 lines, or it looks like 3 events, but this is just one incoming phone call from that 786 number. And again, that was on July 1st of 2014 at 5:20 p.m.
Okay, so here we have this one call on July 1st, 2014. What was the duration of this one call?
The duration is listed as 37 seconds.
And 37 seconds as in, does that include the amount of time that it's taking a phone to ring?
In this case, it does not. They do provide us both a seizure time, which is how long the phone rings or how long it takes to connect, and then an overall duration.
Okay, so a 37-second call. Do we know whether this call was routed to voicemail?
This call indicates that it was routed to voicemail.
Okay, so the 37 seconds, would that include an amount of time for a voicemail to play and an amount of time for a message to be left, if a message was left?
It could, yes.
Was there any other communication in all of the phone records that you have between the 786 number you found and Harvey Adelson's phone?
No.
Who did the 786 number belong to?
So the 786 number belonged to Sigfredo Garcia.
Okay. Just a second.
Now, the super interesting part about this phone call that they found that really broke things open is that it was just absurd. According to what we heard at Charlie's trial, this was a 37-second rant where Sigfredo was really angry at Charlie, and because he was seeing Katie. Remember how we heard from the dental assistant that there had been a message, and if a message came in, someone might delete that on Monday. Well, this was a message that was left at the dental office because they were looking, as Katie said, he probably just didn't know how to find a phone number, looked up Adelson dentist, because that's what he knew. He got Harvey's, and he left this message on Harvey's number. And that is how they managed to link all of these things together. It's so ironic. It was just a 37-second. He was really mad at Charlie, ranted even at the wrong person, and it broke it open.
Okay. In Sigfredo Garcia, were you able to do a frequency report for his phone records?
Yes.
What is a frequency report?
So I'm here on slide 22, and this is an example of a frequency report. And a frequency report is just going back to that analytical software that we talked about. It can tell us, or it can rank the most frequently contacted numbers for any particular target number. So it is able to rank for us in kind of from most to least frequently contacted, all of the unique numbers that Mr. Garcia's phone communicated with. Now, in a frequency report like this, it would include incoming calls, outgoing calls, text messages. Unless we go in and limit the things that we're asking for, it would include all sorts of events, even some of those routing events that we saw on Mr. Adelson's records. So we don't really look at this as an exact number. We don't say, and we see here that in Mr. Garcia's frequency report, his most frequently contacted number is a number that ends in 13. See that it assigned a frequency of over 1,600 calls. That may not mean that they actually spoke 1,600 times, but within the records, there are over 1,600 lines or events associated with that particular phone number.
Okay. And looking at this date range, you said the number ending in 1312 was his most frequent contact. Who did that number belong to?
That number belonged to Miss Catherine Magbanua.
Did you run a frequency report for her?
Not a
Same.
surprise.
Again, looking at the most frequently appearing number in the records, we see that her second most frequent number, the 9223. Obviously, the 5986 was Mr. Garcia's number.
Okay. And who did the 954254
I don't know why this sounds.
belong to?
Mr.
Baby in
Adelson,
there.
Charlie Adelson.
So this is the son of Donna Adelson.
Correct.
And was Donna Adelson one of Charlie Adelson's most frequent contacts?
Yes. Again, using the frequency report just to get an idea of relationships and maybe degrees of relationships, we do see that Miss Donna Adelson's number that ends in 0997 is at that point his fifth most frequent communicated number.
Okay. And this is for this particular date range on the frequency report.
That is correct.
Why do we see such small numbers there?
I'm sorry?
We see very small numbers. Does that mean he just talks to a lot of different numbers? Maybe more numbers than we saw Catherine Magbanua might normally speak to on a daily basis?
Do you mean small numbers on the frequency column?
Frequency, yes, sir.
So the frequency percentage column we see here is obviously the percentage of calls for that particular number versus all the numbers that this particular phone number communicates with. So if you only communicate with very few numbers, then your percentage for each of those numbers is going to be relatively large. Charlie Adelson communicated with a number of unique phone numbers, so that the overall percentage is a little lower. Because again, he had a lot more unique numbers that he communicated with.
Did you do a frequency, or I'm sorry, so who does the 954
Oh, I see what it is. They're trying to block out the
do a
number.
frequency report for her?
Correct. And we see here, this is slide 28. We see that the 9223 of Mr. Charlie Adelson for this date range is her most frequently contacted number.
Did any other number appear in the tower dump records you received from the phone carriers who was a frequent contact of Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes. As I move on to slide 29, going back to Mr. Garcia's frequency report, and again, comparing the numbers that the subjects of the investigation communicated with versus numbers that were physically present in Tallahassee, either around Premier or around Mr. Markel's residence or Creative Preschool, what we did find was this 305 number that was, again, present in Mr. Garcia's records. One of his more frequently contacted numbers was also physically here in Tallahassee.
And who did that number belong to?
That number belonged to Mr. Luis Rivera.
Can we see your next slide of the organizational chart, please? Did anybody in this chart have phone contact with Garcia or Rivera down at the bottom during 2014, other than the 1 37-second call between Garcia and Harvey Adelson on July 1st, and obviously Catherine Magbanua?
No.
All right, I want to go back to that July 1st, 37-second call that was routed to voicemail. Was it your understanding that that call came after an incident where Garcia angrily confronted Magbanua and Charlie Adelson on July 1st of 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and then Garcia left an angry voicemail on Harvey Adelson's phone.
Correct.
Were there text messages in Charlie Adelson's iCloud that referenced that event?
There were.
Okay, and do you have those for us here?
I do. So this is slide 35 now cumulatively, and we see the communication between Mr. Charlie Adelson and Ms. Magbanua.
Okay, so if this is July 2nd, beginning at, is that 9:12 a.m.?
Yes.
So this would be the morning after that voicemail is left on Harvey Adelson's phone.
That's correct.
by Garcia.
That's correct.
Can you walk us through these messages?
Certainly. So Charlie Adelson states that this really sucks, and Ms. Magbanua responds in a couple of messages that she doesn't like the fact that someone thinks they can make decisions in her life, and then apologize, and that the leaving messages was retarded and childish.
Okay. And does she say to Charlie Adelson on July 2nd, I'm sorry, but he's a effing pussy. All that leaving messages is, as you said, and so childish.
Yes.
Okay. But whatever.
But whatever.
Okay.
But whatever is important. At the end of that, I think.
All right. Can we go back to our chart? I want to ask you a little bit about the communication and emails between these parties. Did law enforcement look at the communication and emails between these parties to see if anyone seemed to have a motive to kill Dan Markel?
They did, yes.
Okay. I want to go through just a couple of these. I think we may have 5 or 6 in here, and I want to start chronologically, if we could, from the beginning of 2013, moving up to the murder, as far as the written communication moving up to the murder. And then I'll ask you more about the locations of the parties for the trips to Tallahassee after that.
Okay.
Okay, so if I could first turn your attention to March 6th of 2013. Is this an email from Donna Adelson and then the email associated with her is donnaharvey@gmail.com?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're looking at some of these emails, does sometimes the name that it appears that the email is from, is sometimes that name different, even though it's from the same email address, donnaharvey@gmail.com?
Yes.
How does that happen?
It can happen in a few different ways. That display name is what we call it, is a kind of a separate piece of information that is attached to your email address. And in this case, the email is Gmail. It provides the email service. And you can go into your Gmail account and change your display name or change the name that you want to come up when you send email to someone else. Also, if you're using different email clients and you're checking your Gmail, maybe through your iPhone native mail application, you can also set a different name in there. So either changing it within Gmail or changing it within the email client that you're using, especially if you're using multiple different devices, it's possible to have different display names for that same email address.
Throughout the emails that we see in the records from donnaharvey@gmail.com, is the display name sometimes Donna Adelson, as we see here?
It is, yes.
Is it sometimes Donna Sue?
Yes.
Is it sometimes Donna and Harvey?
Yes.
And is it sometimes Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, so is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendi?
Yes.
Okay, and it is also a way of determining who sent the email, who signed off on the email at the end.
Yes, certainly the signature or content of the email itself.
Okay. Looking at this specific email, in this email, does Donna Adelson call Dan Markel a name?
She does, yes.
And what does she call him?
So I'll display that. What you see here on the screen is the actual email in the form that it was out of the return. And then when we emphasize certain areas, I have enlarged those and made the font bigger. I did not change things like boldness or italics or punctuation, just made it larger and changed the color to red to emphasize the sections that we're speaking of. So to your question, she says this guy is a major fucker. I hope that your attorney is the shark that is her reputation.
And then in this email, looking down 2 paragraphs below, does it say Gary told Dad yesterday?
It does, yes.
So in this communication, Dad is referred to in the third person.
Correct.
Okay. And just as you were saying before, can that give context about who sent the email so that it seems like Mom is sending the email as opposed to Dad from that shared email account?
Correct.
All right. And is this email signed off on?
It is not.
Okay. Looking 2 months ahead to May 21st of 2013. Is this an email from Donna Adelson to Wendi Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. And in this email, does she say, wow, exclamation point?
Yes.
And says, he is such a royal jackass. How smart are you to get rid of this piece of S word? And then types out a scream.
Yes.
All right. And is this email signed off on?
It is with "I love you, Mom."
Were there also emails that showed Donna Adelson's strong interest in Wendi and her sons being able to relocate to Miami?
Yes.
Looking at another May 2013 email next, is this an email from Donna Adelson up top to Wendi?
I think this has been proven conclusively. Donna definitely was heavily involved in Wendi's life and in the grandchildren's lives.
Yes.
And in this email, what did Donna Adelson tell Wendi Adelson is the most important part of her divorce?
So this is slide 42 that we're on now, and we see that the most important part of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that that is your non-negotiable.
In the next slide, does Donna Adelson give Wendi Adelson some ideas of what she should tell the judge about how this is negatively affecting the lives of Donna, Harvey, and Charlie?
Yes, she does.
And this is the mother and father's practice she's referencing here?
Yes.
Okay, and what do we have next?
So the next section, again,
This is all-
speaks.
Go ahead. You go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, speaks of the loss of income across the entire family. Encourages her to say that because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father, it isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee.
And at the email, does Donna Adelson say, why does she say she can't write anymore?
Sorry, we skipped ahead a few there. So slide 45, she indicates that she's too angry to write anymore and signs off, "Love you, Mom."
Looking at the next month in June, on June 25th of 2013, I want to ask you about an email there. And was that just days after a very significant event in the divorce?
Yes.
Was Wendi Adelson relocation denied with prejudice just about 5 days before this email was sent?
It was, yes. The request to relocate with the children to South Florida, yes, was denied.
All right.
Now, this was all bolstered by Jeffrey Lacoste today because he said that when he would go over to Wendi's house, frequently her mother was there and taking care of the kids, and she would be the babysitter for the evening when they would go out. Her mother stayed with Wendi for months, apparently, or very frequently over a period of months right after Wendi left Dan to help with childcare.
And what does Donna Adelson say to Wendi Adelson in this email? So this one's from Donna Sue up top.
Correct.
Okay, and what does she say about their recent loss in court?
She encourages Wendi to never give up, and that it is time for action, time to take control of your life and not let Jibbers, which is a nickname for Mr. Markel, think that he's just won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee.
And I think we've seen some of these, so let's go just quickly through the rest and go through the next one. In the next, does she appear to give Wendi Adelson a bit of a pep talk about what she should do next?
Yes.
Okay, does she say that the rest of their family's lives next will be determined by her performance in the next couple of weeks?
Yes.
And how he hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. She needs to put on the performance of her life. He hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet.
That's correct.
And she has a strong family behind her.
Yes.
Is next in this email where we see the plan of action outlined.
That's correct.
And if you could skip through, is this the plan of action about posing the kids in front of the Catholic Church and getting them baptized?
That's correct.
And assuring her that this is just an act, but don't tell anybody.
Yes.
And that she should take control of him psychologically.
Correct.
after this portion where she wants her to psychologically manipulate Dan Markel into converting the children to another religion, what does she say she plans to do next?
There's a plan of a financial offer to Mr. Markel.
Does she say, I am planning or we are planning?
It states we plan to make.
Does she go on to describe who this we is in the team?
She does, yes.
Okay, can we see that? And does she then detail how she, Harvey, and Charlie's lives have been affected by Wendi not being able to relocate?
Correct.
She says, it's time for you to show us you can put the performance of your life on for the next few weeks. What was a few weeks later?
The final divorce hearing.
Was that on July 31st and August 1st?
Yes.
Now, a day or two after this, does Donna Adelson then write another email about the relocation?
Yes.
In this email, if you can, okay, so this one's from Donna and Harvey, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And if you can skip through to where she's discussing the extreme links. Okay, if we could see the next one. In this email, does she describe situations where people have to go to extreme lengths to accomplish their goals, like American soldiers in Nazi uniforms?
Yes.
And does she next suggest that a major act of defiance would be putting the boys in SS uniforms?
Yes.
Or Hitler Youth, I'm sorry, Hitler Youth uniforms. Next in this email, does she tell Wendi Adelson to stand up? It's all part of an act and we are willing to help you.
She does, yes.
And this is where she says that it'll put a scare into this jackass.
Yes.
Next, does Donna Adelson say in all capitals that Wendi needs to see the big picture?
She does, yes.
Okay, so you didn't add those were just in there.
That's correct.
And that her life in Tallahassee is not a pretty picture?
Correct.
And then finally in this email, does she give details of the financial offer again, the $1 million email?
Yes.
And does she say that, again, that we are planning, me, her, Charlie, and Harvey, and they want her to help too, Wendi Adelson?
That's correct.
And finally, does she say that they are a team and they cannot do this without her help?
She does.
All right, and then how does this email signed off?
Written with hope and love, Mom and Dad.
All right. Okay, this is the final email I'm going to show you today, or at all in your presentation. October 12th of 2013. So we've fast forwarded a couple of months now. Looking at this email, what can you tell us about the email chain here as far as who sent the first email, who sent the second email, and who sent the final email?
So what we see here, again, emphasizing kind of on the content about what's being sent. But if we look at the email chain, we can see originally this is an email from Mr. Markel to Wendi Adelson, where Wendi Adelson has forwarded it to the Donna Harvey Gmail account. And then the Donna Sue has forwarded it to Charlie Adelson.
So in Dan Markel's email sent October 10th, the subject is general principles.
That's correct.
And in that email, does he reference that he wants a right of first refusal, an RFR?
That's correct.
What does that mean in this situation, according to him?
In this situation, if what he wanted was that if Wendi was unavailable to take care of the children, that he be given the first right of refusal before Wendi solicited her parents or anyone else to watch the children.
Okay, and then Wendi forwarded that on to the Donna Harvey at Gmail?
That's correct.
And then did Donna Sue then forward that email on to Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And what did Donna Sue say to Charlie Adelson about the contents of everything that she'd forwarded to him?
That Mr. Markel was absolutely crazy and impossible, emphasized.
So this effer is sending this to your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. She defines RFR and she says impossible in all caps and exclamation points.
Yes.
All right, so the date of this email, is this October 12th of 2013?
Yes.
So she's sending this to Charlie Adelson, this information about how impossible Dan Markel's being, what he's doing to Charlie Adelson's sister, about 2 weeks before Halloween of 2013.
Yes, a little 2.5 weeks.
Okay. Judge, I've got a few text messages next, and then we're going to go into all of the location information. So I could go probably another 15 to 20 minutes and get through the text, or we could stop now, whatever the court prefers.
Just finish with the text.
Yes, sir. Was there also phone communication that showed Donna Adelson's venting to Charlie Adelson about Wendi Adelson's custody battle?
Yes.
Now, around the same date as this last email we saw, October of 2013, in this text message, does Donna Adelson say, "Horrible evening for your sister and for us. Dad finally had to walk outside to lower his blood pressure. Just awful. I can't even explain."
That's correct.
Who is she sending that to?
To Charlie Adelson.
What does he say?
So this is slide 66. As we continue into slide 67 with the rest, she indicates, Donna Adelson indicates that she's on the way back to Wendi's house with only one of the children. And Charlie responds, "I bet, let's talk this week."
Okay, so she doesn't go into any more detail here, but she's describing how stressed Wendi is, and that's causing Dad a lot of stress, and it's just awful for her too.
That's correct.
And this would have been at that same time, or around the same time as the last email, about 2 weeks before Halloween.
Correct.
All right, so let's go to October 30th of 2013, so the day before Halloween of 2013. Here is Donna Adelson.
Why are they circling in on Halloween, you may be asking, or you may be thinking? Because on Halloween is the day when Katie Mabanawa testified that Charlie had just barely started dating her, like a couple of weeks, and he broached the subject of, can you find someone to do some harm to a guy I know? Dan Markel being the guy, presumably, although she said she didn't know the name. And she said, why, yes, I could. She said, he asked her if she knew anybody, and she said immediately her ex-boyfriend came to mind, Sigfredo Garcia. And so that was the beginning of the time in which they would hook up. At that point, there was no connection. Katie did not, in fact, go to Sigfredo right then, but that's why they're circling in on this time frame. They're suggesting Charlie, that he got turned up on Charlie over and over again through these messages, and right around Halloween. And that's why on 1031, he was with Katie and said to her, could you do something?
Does Donna Adelson say that she just got a text from Wendi casually mentioning that she's moving ahead with the purchase of a house that she liked. I guess she wants to do it before a certain date when she goes to England. And what does Charlie Adelson say?
That she had never told me. She never told me, meaning Wendi had not told her.
How does the conversation go after that? Is Charlie for this or against this?
Against it. He's asking Donna Adelson why Wendi would do it, and ask, of course, if Mr. Markel has given permission, all of those things.
Okay, and what's next? Is he afraid that Dan Markel will hold this against Wendi Adelson? Like basically like, well, now you've purchased a home here.
He would, yes.
And use it as leverage.
Correct.
What's next? And he says he'll try her again, but basically Wendi never gets back to him, basically.
Correct.
All right, what's next?
And during his trial, Charlie said that the reason that he told, and not just during his trial, but also in the phone calls with his mother from jail, when he was in jail, it was right after his conviction. He talked about the fact that the reasons that he told Wendi that she shouldn't buy a home in Tally is because he felt like it was really a lot of trouble to buy a house. There's a lot of maintenance, a lot of stuff to do, and you needed to be really sure, and she just wasn't sure enough. Those sorts of reasons, as opposed to he just hated Tallahassee and he wanted her out of there. So they're suggesting, no, that was a lie. But what was said in those things is incorrect. And the reason he didn't want her to buy a house there was because he thought it would give Dan Markel leverage to force her to stay when the family didn't think she should.
So we see, again, this is October 30th. We're on slide 72 now, that Charlie Adelson sends a message to Wendi stating that he would call her in 10 minutes.
Okay, what's next?
He, again, later responds that he must talk to her to please call him. And she responds that she's in court. She can call after 4.
Going through the text, does it seem like eventually they talk?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so they're still setting up a time to talk. Everything's okay. What's next? Does he then report back to Donna Adelson?
Yes. So we're on slide 75 here, October 31st. Charlie is speaking to Donna, texting with Donna, stating that he had spoke to Wendi and thinks that he had made some headway and hopes they're having a good time on vacation in Israel.
Okay, so the phone call between Wendi and Charlie would have happened before this message to mom or to Donna Adelson.
That's correct.
Okay, and how does she respond? Oh, I'm sorry. So then does Charlie check back in with Wendi?
He does, yes.
Okay, and tell us about that conversation.
He asks how she's feeling and gives her some general advice and tells her that he loves her.
And does that advice involve renting things as opposed to buying them?
That's correct.
Okay, and says, I love you.
He does.
What's next? Does Donna then check back in with Charlie?
Yes. So this is slide 78, again, still October 31st. And Donna Adelson is communicating with Charlie Adelson.
And what does Charlie say next? Spoke to Wendi for 20 minutes last night. She texted me today that she pulled the plug on the house. Smiley face with a lot of smiles.
Yes.
And that's at Halloween on 5:19 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. And how does Donna Adelson respond to this news?
She says, wow, Charlie, thank you again. How did you accomplish that? You are a miracle worker. Tell us.
Okay.
Although it would have almost certainly been after 5 p.m. when he would have spoken to Katie Medvano about hiring someone, and it looks like they were succeeding and winning. So why was there a need to do that? People may wonder that.
So she's saying, thank you again. And she calls him a miracle worker.
Yes.
And then does Charlie lay out the reasons or how he was able to get Wendi to do this?
He does.
Which was kind of the same things he was pointing out to his mom earlier.
That's correct.
And says Dan would hold it against her and it would be the second dumbest mistake of her life.
Correct.
Without specifically saying what the first is, I guess.
Correct.
What's next? He's telling her how long it took to talk to Wendi about it.
Yes. And we're on slide 82. Again, this is November 1st of 2013. And he continues the conversation.
All right. What happened next? Or what's our next text message? Do we have one from February of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. Here does Donna say that Wendi is totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She'll probably have to go through another depot. Outrageous. Her attorney is abusing the system. I'm sorry. Her attorney will claim he is abusing the system by filing all these motions. And a $500,000 bank account is the same $50K tried to get his hands on. And Charlie responds, crazy.
Yes.
Okay. What's next after Donna is venting to him about this? Does she say it's a total waste of the court's time?
Yes. I apologize. I went fast there. But yes, that it's a total waste of the court's time. This is slide 85. We're on February 15th. That yesterday he sent Wendi a text that he saw her leaving the school in our car at 2:07 p.m. He is stalking.
Okay. And how does Charlie respond to that? Oh, sorry. And then does Donna talk about wanting to get a protective order? But that's very hard to do if there's no threats or abuse.
Correct.
But a judge should know that she's being stalked.
Correct.
And Charlie says, I agree.
Yes.
Okay. Do they continue talking about the divorce here?
Yes.
Okay. What's next? And they're continuing to complain about the system, the judge that's assigned to the case. And Charlie says that complaining about the amount that Wendy's attorney is costing.
Correct.
And Donna's agrees.
Yes.
Okay, what's next?
There are lots of checks on that. I'm not saying that some judges aren't significantly slower than others, but there are a lot of checks within the bar system. Depending on the court, there may be reports that come out about how long judges take. So I take that with a grain of salt.
He wonders if she's mad at her attorney. How does Donna respond? Donna says she's too stressed. Let's keep her conversations with her light. Let's not add to what she's dealing with. Let's just get through Monday. Nothing stressful.
Correct.
Is there another text message on February 17th?
Yes, this is slide 92.
And on this, is Donna saying that she just left the courthouse?
Yes.
Okay. And how does Donna respond to how did it go?
She says, okay, we'll talk later.
Okay.
I assume that's when they lost relocation.
And she gives some more detail about what happened in court.
Yes, slide 95, still on February 17th, that the judge was really pissed at him for not paying Wendi, and continues.
So it's before.
Okay. And it looks like Wendy's still going to have to be deposed, but with strict limitations to questions.
Correct.
And she wants Danny to get psychological testing.
Correct.
All right. What's after that? They're talking about Danny getting a large bill.
Yes.
Okay. What's next?
So February 19th.
Is this more talk about the divorce proceedings?
Yes.
I won't make you read this whole email. I'm getting tired too. But basically in this email is Donna complaining about Dan Markel coming to the soccer game of the boys and wanting to play with them.
Yes.
And she calls him an F word here.
Yes. A couple of things.
She's
Basically saying he's allowed to attend the children's activity when it's Wendi time, but that's it. He can't be spending more time with them than just attending.
Correct.
Okay. What's next?
This is now March 4th of 2014. We're on slide 98.
Okay, thank you. So on this day, so on March 4th of 2014, was there a text message in the records where Donna Adelson asked Charlie Adelson to erase a text that she sent to him?
There is, yes.
Okay, can you walk us through that exchange?
So again, this is March 4th. She is communicating with Charlie. She indicates 37 miles to Gainesville.
As in coming from Tallahassee going to Gainesville.
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. And what does she say here?
She says, I can't talk now, but I'll text you before we stop in Gainesville where I can go to the bathroom and have a moment of privacy. Then I'll call. Please pick up because I will have where I can go to the bathroom and have a moment of privacy. Then I'll call. Please pick up because I will have limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it.
What does she send a few minutes later?
Which apparently was not erased. That's exactly what my family would do.
She says, we'll stop in about 5 minutes and I can speak to you privately about Dad's birthday gift when I'm out of the car. I have some good ideas.
What was the time difference between those two texts?
This text was at 10:42 a.m. and this is at 11:08 a.m.
Okay. So 20 minutes before, she's texting saying, we'll have a private conversation and erase this after you read it. Then she sends a text 20 minutes later saying, I can speak to you privately, and says what it's about, Dad's birthday gift.
Correct.
Does she tell him to delete that text where she said the subject of the private conversation?
There's no request to delete that text.
And how does Charlie respond?
He says, great.
And then is there some communication after that where they're setting up this phone call?
Yes.
Okay, can you show us that? She's saying don't call yet.
Correct.
Okay. She needs 5 more minutes until she can get to the bathroom for the
Yes.
private call. Okay, what's
This
next?
is 11:10 a.m.
All right, moving on to May 30th. In this text is Donna telling Charlie that she had a tough conversation with Wendi.
Yes.
All right. And this text message then is on the second to last day of May of 2014.
Correct.
All right. And through Luis Rivera, was it learned that there was not only a July trip to Tallahassee, but also a trip in June, at the beginning of June, where these killers came to Tallahassee?
That's correct.
All right. Judge, this might be a good stopping point for now.
Very well.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, we will resume with the testimony of Sergeant Corbett tomorrow morning when the trial resumes.
We are about
Once
to do a
again, I'm
summary.
going to instruct you, as I have before, do not discuss this case with each other or anyone else. Do not watch any of the news coverage or seek out any information about this matter. We will resume with the trial tomorrow. Please report at 8:45, and we will attempt to get started by 9. Have a good evening.
All right. Welcome for the day. Donna seemed really tuned out. She did not seem to be listening at all. She's looking more the grandmother part, just naturally, it seems. Like, I don't know if she's sleeping.
Everyone can be seated. Go ahead. Is there anything that we need to address before the examinations continue tomorrow morning?
Judge, just have not had a chance to go through in full what my experts sent me, the changes. I might want to address it in the morning. I just haven't had a chance to go through it yet.
We have this evening at this point.
Thank you.
Any other matters that we need to address? We'll be in recess. Please report by 8:40 tomorrow, and we'll wait the jurors to be set.
Sorry, Your Honor, you said 8:40?
8:40.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good night, Sergeant.
All right. Well, if you came in toward the end of the day, you may be thinking it was a little slow, but let me assure you, it was not a little slow. Today was quite amazing. Let's see. Okay, that we're going to go ahead and we'll let it run through till they cut the feed from the court. But this was really quite a remarkable day. We had a lot of ground that got covered. I think they are moving much faster. I'm just going to pull that out. Go ahead and stop it and pull that out. We're going to do a summary and talk through what's happened today. I think they're moving much faster than they anticipated moving. Excuse me. And I think that they will finish more quickly than they thought they would. The prosecution said 5 to 7 days, take 6 as the average. The defense said 6, but this is the same defense that said they needed rows at the beginning for all the people who would be coming to support their side. And thus far, there have been virtually no occupants. They appear to have let the second row go entirely. And in the first row, we faithfully see Harvey sitting there, but not really necessarily other people, at least not ones we recognize. So I don't know that they'll really need 6 days. That would be a lot for the defense to need as much. Now, we do know, because he referred to it tonight, that there's going to be an expert witness for the defense. So that's at least one witness who will testify. We know that the subpoena to Wendi was quashed. We don't know whether Donna will testify. There were at least 2 comments by her lawyer before trial started that she would be testifying. Those were made during hearings. But even though we heard that Donna would be testifying, I'm asking more and more questions about whether that could be true, because as we get into what her defense is, I am not sure that would really make sense with what her defense is. We'll see, but they have pushed very hard on the idea that Donna Adelson was siloed away from the people who actually committed this crime. She was over here, Team Dan. They were all over here committing the murder. So let's go ahead, and y'all helped me decide at the beginning during lunchtime. Those of you who were watching with me, we've been watching all day. And those of you who were with me, we voted on what were some of the most important things that happened today. So I've got an idea for how we're going to do this tomorrow. I won't be able to do it quite the full way, but it was really helpful. Y'all helped me sort of focus in and get my ideas. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to make this. I want to make sure I get back to the exact spot where we were for today. It can't be this whole thing. No, that was day 2, part 2. And we are on day 3. So I have to find where day 3 starts. Is it right here? Yes, it's right here. Okay. So what I'm going to do is you can just watch along as we go through the summary of today. But I'm going to break this out and separate it into a standalone video afterwards, after YouTube finishes processing it, and I can do that. So I'm going to make it look like a standalone video. So if I suddenly address you as welcome, and you're all thinking, well, we've been here all along. What are you doing, Lee? Then you will know why I'm doing that. We've had so much fun today. Such a great group. I am so appreciative of all your comments and I've gotten so many super chats, and just very, very grateful for that. So let's do this. Yesterday, I was insanely tired at the end of the day. I mean, we've been live streaming for 8.5 hours. I think I get quieter and quieter as the day goes on, but I'm going to try to get my energy back up and go through for the entire day. Hopefully not have to cut it and edit it like I did last night. Hopefully I'll do a little better. So, okay. Here we go. Ready for the big summary. All right. Today, wait, I have to say welcome or something like that, right? It's going to be a standalone video. Hi, y'all, and welcome to a standalone video. This is a recap of everything that has happened on Donna Adelson's trial day 3, and we had an absolutely wild day. We are hearing more and more about how the defense is carefully separating Donna Adelson out. They are forcing us to rethink evidence. Does it really implicate Donna, or does it implicate other members of the family? And it continues to be the case that everybody is ready to throw Wendi Adelson under the bus. The prosecution, the defense, everybody. So we started the day with Jeffrey Lacasse. He's an FSU professor who at one time dated Wendi, right around the time of the murder of Dan Markel. And they were, in his view, exclusive. Now, Wendi felt differently, at least toward the end of the relationship. But from about February, March of 2014 through July, in Jeffrey Lacasse's mind, they were exclusive. He called the Adelson family a family without boundaries, and said that they were so enmeshed in each other's lives, particularly Donna Adelson and everybody else's lives, that Charlie had particular contacts, bragged that he had particular contacts with people on the other side of the tracks, the criminal element, and therefore could have found somebody to commit the murder. That Wendi, he started to, let's talk about this, but I have to divide this out. He started to talk about and be asked about a question that Wendi Adelson asked him. She said to him, you know, when is it that kids develop memory to the point where they remember their childhood? At what age is that? And he knows about that. It's right within his right where I am still tired. It was right within his knowledge base, because that was exactly what he teaches. So he said, well, he started to answer it, saying, I told her 5 or 6, ages 5 or 6. And at that point, there was an objection. The judge treated it fairly harshly. It was the second or third to this sort of line of questioning. And he's like, sit down. But they pushed it a little further. The judge called everybody up. As they came back, the prosecution admitted, conceded a discovery violation. The judge gave a curative instruction saying, just disregard all you just heard. Do not consider that. Jeffrey Lacasse also talked about the TV that Wendi had repaired, about how it looked like, in his view, an adult had put something through it at the height of an adult, a little too high, he thought, for younger children like Wendi had. And that Wendi had written what he considered to be a very strange and odd message to her brother, Rob Adelson. Wendi had told Rob about Jeff, and in the message, which we heard Rob Adelson talk about yesterday, she said she hadn't told her mom and dad that Jeffrey Lacoste was dating. Well, that made no sense to Jeffrey Lacoste because he said he had met her parents many times. Her mother was staying with them and for a long periods of time, not with them, but with Wendi and her sons as she was parenting alone and was taking care of the children. So it made no sense to him that she would suddenly tell her brother Rob, oh, I'm dating somebody and I haven't told mom and dad about him yet. So don't tell anybody about that. That did not make sense to him. Wendi also told him that the only way I'll be able to relocate is if something happens to Dan. Obviously, an extremely damaging comment because it suggests that Wendi was realizing that unless something happened to Dan, she was never going to be allowed to move to Miami to be near her parents. She also told him that Charlie actually looked into hiring a hitman. Now, this is different from Charlie's joke about he was going to hire a hitman, but it was cheaper to buy a TV. Ha. So he went ahead and did that for her divorce gift. But that instead, Charlie actually did look into hiring a hitman, Wendi told him, and it was going to cost $15,000. He believes it was clear from his testimony that Wendi is setting him up, that she was trying to make it look like he possibly was the person who murdered Dan Markel. And that's why she sent this text message to her brother, hey, dating somebody, and I never told mom and dad. So the brother would mention it to law enforcement. He also said that twice the killers came to town and twice he was leaving town right at that time. He was on his way out of town, out of Tallahassee, and it would have looked like he was on the run out of town because he had committed the murder of Dan Markel. As it turned out, in the June trip up to Tallahassee, the two hitmen did not actually murder Dan Markel. They came back in July. But both times, it just so happened that Jeffrey Lacoste was headed out of town. He ended up leaving the night before, earlier than he had anticipated at the July trip, which meant that he had an alibi. He was nowhere in the vicinity when Dan Markel was killed. But if it had not been for that happenstance, he could have been a real target during the investigation into the murder. He also talked about art being taken down off the walls in Wendi's home before Dan Markel was murdered. The children had art, that various pictures they'd drawn and stuff over the course of the school year. And all of that art had been on the wall for months. And suddenly, when he went over there shortly before Dan Markel's murder, he realized it had all been taken down. The insinuation between that and the fact that Wendi was giving away some of the kids' clothes was this was no ordinary house cleaning. This wasn't decluttering Marie Kondo style. This was simply her getting ready because she knew for a fact she was going to be moving out of Tallahassee into Miami because she knew Dan Markel would be murdered. That's the insinuation the prosecution is trying to make. On cross-examination, it was very brief, and they talked about the fact that there was very limited talk between Jeffrey Lacoste and Donna Adelson. They really didn't need to do a lot of cross-examination with him because all of his testimony, or most of his testimony, went to Wendi's motive, not to Donna's motive. It went to what Wendi might want to do, what Wendi had the opportunity to do, and with Wendi setting him up. That's pretty much the theme we've already been hearing from the defense. So now it's also a theme from the prosecution that Wendi is in the crosshairs. Wendi may be the person who has actually committed these crimes, who masterminded these crimes. Both sides have dropped many hints that they think that might be the case. It's not obviously the person on trial. The person on trial is Donna Adelson, not Wendi. So I asked at lunch, I asked people to give me a vote on what they thought about the various points from Jeffrey Lacasse's testimony. And here was the result. The most important point they thought, this is people who've been watching with me in the morning, we've watched all day, is that both of the trips of the killers were coincidentally timed to match when Jeff Lacasse was going out of town. 51% thought that was the most important point of his testimony. There were 15% who thought that one other point, which I didn't even mention, which was that Wendi was very nervous twice. Once in June, right about the time when the hitmen came to town, and again in July when the hitmen came in town. And that nervousness seemed out of place, unusual for her. And 15% thought that was really important. 6% thought that taking the children's art off the walls was the most important point. And the comment from Wendi that she would only relocate if something happened to Dan filled up the rest. I didn't write down the number, so I can't tell you exactly what the number was on that. Can't do math that fast. The next witness was June Umchinda, who dated Charlie Adelson from 2015 to 2017. She was his girlfriend during the bump and talked about how dramatically his personality, his behaviors, maybe would be a better way to put it, changed right after the bump. He stopped sleeping. He was stressed. He was depressed. And she acknowledged one of the most important physical facts about the cash in the case. There was cash paid to Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia, the two hitmen, and that cash was stapled. Obviously kind of a strange circumstance. And she said, yes, she knew Charlie stapled his cash. He kept it in $100 in stacks of $100 bills, stapled into 1,000 at a time. And he kept that in a large safe that he had. Charlie was at some time after the bump, Charlie was on the phone with Katie McBanoa, his ex-girlfriend, a lot. She also, one of the key points she made was that Donna Adelson told June that she felt like Dan was back from the grave and haunting her. That stuck out to June because it seemed like such a dramatic thing to say about somebody's ex-son-in-law who had been killed some time before. Then, let's see, and I believe the number one vote by our crowd was the number one most important point they thought was that Charlie had changed after the bump. The number two was that June confirmed that Charlie stapled his money. And number three was that Donna had made the statement about Dan's back from the grave and haunting her. But what's super interesting about that and the most important points is Charlie's change in behavior doesn't necessarily reflect directly on Donna. And the stapled money hasn't yet been connected to Donna. There was a very important comment from Katie McBanoa today. Don't worry, we'll get to that. But the one that does was considered the third most important, but it was Donna's comment about Dan haunting her. So the next witness was Ryan Fitzpatrick, who was a friend of Charlie's. They've had quite the falling out, so not anymore. He agreed Charlie changed dramatically after the bump. He just wasn't the same, very stressed. On cross-examination, and that was very brief, on cross-examination, the primary point was just that he really barely knew Donna Adelson. He may know that Charlie was different after the bump, but he really hardly even knew Donna Adelson. He had made a comment on direct that Donna Adelson didn't like Dan Markel, but when they drilled into that on cross, he had to say, well, it was just well known to me. I mean, I heard that, not that he had personal knowledge that she disliked Dan Markel. So the next witness, Mary Hull, there was a long colloquy outside the hearing of the jury right there about some objections. Once again, the judge is not happy that he feels like the defense has failed to make objections in advance. They wanted to object to some of the testimony through slides that were going to be presented by an investigator we're going to talk about in a minute, and they hadn't done it in advance. So that ended up, I think everything got taken care of. The slides were presented as was, but the judge is increasingly upset with the defense for not having done that. So the next witness after lunch was Detective Mary Hull, a criminal financial investigator for the state. Not a criminal, but a criminal financial investigator for the state. And she synthesized absolutely an enormous amount of information. They just cataloged all the things she had reviewed and looked at. She was putting together the finances of everybody, all of the key players. And she sort of began with some of the stuff that Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia bought after the murder of Dan Markel, obviously with the proceeds that they had received. That Luis bought a 2003 Suzuki and a 1996 Camry. And for 4 months, he didn't overdraft his account. Normally, he would put in money, immediately pull it all out, and overdraft everything. But for 4 solid months, he didn't actually have any overdrafts. Then Sigfredo bought a motorcycle and a 1984 Monte Carlo and a 2000 Nissan Maxima. Even though he was not employed at the time of the murder, he bought all of that within 2 or 3 months of the murder. Pretty great evidence that they had received an influx of cash from somewhere that wasn't accounted for. Sudden and unusual influx of cash. What was so pitiful about that, though, I thought, is you've got these people. This is the loss of the life of a father of 2, a son, a husband, but well, he wasn't a husband. They were divorced at the time, but this was the loss of the life of a brilliant attorney and law professor. And the price of it was 4 months of no overdraft and cars, a 1996 Camry, and this is 2014, a 2003 Suzuki, 1984 Monte Carlo, and a 2000 Nissan Maxima. I just thought it was especially sad when you put it in financial terms like that, to compare the value of a life to that. Then Katie talked about, and then Katie's money showed in 2015 that Charlie was paying for a bunch of stuff for Katie. They had broken up, but nonetheless, he was paying for a whole bunch for her. For example, he paid for car repairs on her car. And in fact, she said it's going to be about $1,620. He said, I'll give you $1,650. He also, she bought a Lexus from Harvey Adelson. And much has been made of the fact that there isn't any evidence in her account that cash went in or out, or that she did anything to pay for this. So maybe she didn't pay for it at all. Or also possible is she had a lot of cash sitting around still, and she paid that. Katie bought the Lexus from Harvey. It was Harvey's Lexus. Charlie maybe could have been involved in that. Definitely Harvey could. Less Donna, except for one thing. For the first week after Katie purchased it, Katie was going to have a difficult time getting to the point where she could call and get the insurance in place in time. She had a lot going on with her kids. And so Donna paid for an extra next month of insurance on the car before Katie could go ahead and get it rolled over into her own name. Not exactly really damning. And that was really the only thing connected to Donna, except the big part we'll get to in a minute. There was also the airline tickets that Charlie bought for Katie, $970, an airline ticket for her, and a cruise. She said, I would like to take my mom somewhere for her birthday. He said, why don't you pay for a cruise? Why don't you get a cruise? And she took her mom and he paid for that. There was a cash deposit to Katie from him in May of 2015. So that in the year following Dan Markel's murder, for $1,400, she asked him, she said, I need money. And he said, sure, I'll give you a loan. There was the breast augmentation she had in October of 2014. And that was $4,600. And it was paid with $4,400 in cash. They looked at all the cash withdrawals Katie had made from the bank for a long period of time, and it was only $2,000. So the question being, where'd she get that extra cash? And then there were payments from Jerome Obed, who was a friend of Charlie's and a doctor, and he made payments to Katie for about 9 months, 8 or 9 months. And then there was, but none of that, pretty much, except maybe the 1 month of extra insurance after she bought the car. None of that really had to do anything with Donna. It all had to do with Charlie, or maybe Harvey, or perhaps Jerome Obed, the doctor friend of Charlie's. But it did not have to do with Donna. And that has been a repetitive problem for the state, that a lot of the evidence they have connecting Donna back to the crime has to run through Charlie. They have to connect Donna to Charlie because they don't have Donna jumping around over him to Katie. They don't have the direct connections there. So except they do have 44 checks written from the Adelson Institute to Katie, and they were signed by Donna Adelson herself. They started, the way sort of the entire circumstance started was that in June of 2014, Katie told Charlie, I need a place of employment because I need to be able to list a place of employment for my apartment and so forth. And so I need a place to work. Can I work for you? And from Charlie then told Donna, we're going to write checks for Katie. We have not seen evidence of what they said between each other yet. No witness has come that's given that. But we know from his trial that he said he needed to have these checks written to her. And the Adelson Institute wrote these 44 checks. And a great point the state brought out, although Donna Adelson signed them, both Charlie and Harvey could have signed them. They had the authority to do that. They didn't have to run them through Donna. But everybody knew that Katie was not, in fact, working for the Adelson Institute, even though she was getting regular checks from them. And some of these checks were backdated. Some of them were advance pay. And several checks would be written all at once. So in other words, this was very much not your typical employee payment on a regular basis, someone who's working for you. Very clearly, these were payments being made by Donna Adelson because that were out of the ordinary of what they did with employment records, with employment checks. And speaking of employment records, for Katie, the state asked, can we see the employment records for Katie? And all they got was a record of these payments straight out of QuickBooks. There were no records that had been filled out, like she wanted to have this deduction taken or that deduction taken, or here's your emergency contact, nothing. There was no photograph of her license to prove that she was a U.S. citizen. Nothing was in there. Over that, there were $17,729.73 deposited to her account. And there was a huge influx in cash in the year of Dan Markel's murder, which does correspond with her saying she was paid $35,000, $40,000 for it. Although you'll have to wait till Katie's testimony to hear that she actually argued she didn't know how much she had been paid. Never really seemed important to her. Wendi they didn't talk at all about Wendi's finances in terms of payments or anything like that, but they did say that Wendi, along with everyone else, had a sufficient amount to contribute to that $1 million bribe that was going to be split between Wendi, Charlie, and Donna and Harvey. Or if you ask Wendi, between Charlie and Donna and Harvey, with Wendi not being responsible for paying any of it at all. They all also had, each one of them, including Wendi, listen to this, including Wendi, had enough to have paid the full $140,000 payment for the murder that went to Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis Rivera. Any one of them could have paid that. Again, suggesting that Wendi could have been the person who is the mastermind. Wendi could have been the person who actually hired Katie Medbanwa. That is what the defense has been suggesting since yesterday, and there obviously now there are hints of that from the state as well. The car in Harvey's name was only $1,700 and could have been paid in cash. It was a 15-year-old car with a lot of miles on it. So it wasn't exactly a cream puff, and it wasn't a super high-end car. The odometer showed 140 to 160,000 miles. And the cash, they did talk about the fact that there was a lot of cash that was brought in by the Adelson Institute. To be honest, a lot is an exaggeration. They don't really know, but they did offer a discount to people who paid in cash. That the cross-examination said, okay, maybe they did that, but don't you realize that the 5% off that you got, you also got that off if you paid with check? And the reason for that was because the Adelson Institute had to pay a fee if you used a credit card. So they just made it clear, okay, if you pay with cash or check, you'll get a discount. This isn't like they were bribing people to pay in cash so they could run some kind of illicit business under the table. So we put these out to all the viewers who were on at the time and said, okay, what was the most important of these facts to you? And here is how you voted. 51% of you thought the most important thing of the testimony was all of the various payments that went to Katie in general from Charlie. And interestingly, again, that doesn't necessarily implicate Donna. 21% of you thought that the things Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia bought were the most important of the facts brought out by this witness. 9% of you thought, well, the fact that, oh, sorry, I got that wrong. Charlie paying for stuff for Katie was 9%. The number one answer, 51%, was in general, the fact that Katie had large amounts of cash that were going in and out of her account on a regular basis. And 10% of you thought the breast augmentation and how that was paid for in cash and where that cash came from was the most important fact. So the next witness, Clarissa Spolteri, was for 40 years, a dental assistant for the Adelson Institute. She worked with Harvey. 40 years. That's amazing. She still works there with the dental practice that took over the Adelson Institute when Harvey retired and Charlie was put in prison. So Donna was their office manager. She kept all the books. Katie was only a patient, not an employee. And at no point in time did the regular employees ever receive 4, 5, 6 checks at a time. At no time were they ever allowed to work remotely. And at one point, there had been testimony from Katie that she was, and Charlie both, that Katie was doing cleaning at the office and that the reason she was being paid was for this cleaning. But they brought out the Adelson Institute already had a cleaning team, and it wasn't Katie. It was a husband-wife team. They handled it. It wasn't Katie. The cross-examination, very short, just, well, Donna Adelson never spoke badly of Dan Markel, right? And she said, yeah, that's true. Donna Adelson never said anything negative about Dan Markel. Katie McBannel was the bombshell next witness, and she was very, she was so much better a testimony than what she's done in the past. She was a train wreck during the trial of Charlie. She was all over the place. She has had so many different stories. It was honestly impossible to even piece together what her story was for purposes of the trial. It was much cleaner this time. Before she testified, the judge specifically addressed Donna and said, I don't know how you're going to feel about this testimony, but I just want to warn you, no emotional reaction. And so there wasn't anything over the top anyway. So at trial, the prosecution had to start with the obvious fact that Katie McBannel has told a whole lot of different stories. And specifically at her 2 trials, the first was a hung jury, the second she was convicted. That's why she's spending life plus 30 in prison. But she testified that she was in the dark, that she had absolutely no involvement. She had no idea Charlie was going around her to get to Sigfredo in order to have this murder committed, but it wasn't anything she had to do with. Then she had a very long and confusing set of proffers, a couple of different proffers, in which she told story after evolving story after evolving story. And each time they'd be like, yeah, that's not going to do it. No, we're not buying that. It would have to be a different story. And at Charlie's trial, they went through that really effectively. That didn't really happen in this trial. We didn't have that sort of laid out information about how she had changed her story. But she did say the truth. Her answer for why now are you coming in and suddenly telling the truth to this jury? And she said, well, it's time for the truth to come out, which if you had read through the other testimonies, it's not a very good answer. But she had admitted she had been offered a deal. All she had to do was testify against everybody and she could walk away entirely. She could not have any criminal, no jail, no nothing. She turned it down. And the reason, she said, was because at that point in time, Sigfredo Garcia was up for the death penalty. And she wasn't willing to throw her longtime relationship, children's father, under the bus like that. So she talked about a Halloween shortly after she had begun to date Charlie Adelson. It was only maybe a couple of weeks after they'd begun to date. And she said he suddenly asked her, do you know someone who could harm someone? And she said her longtime boyfriend, father of her children, was the first person who popped in her head, which I thought was not a good sign for that relationship. But she said, yeah, I know somebody. And that same day, Charlie sent a photo of himself with Katie to Wendi, the two of them together. The prosecution would like to say, I think, well, this is Charlie saying, hey, this is the one I told you about who has somebody who can take out Dan. But there isn't evidence of that. And that photo was sent at 5 p.m. So kind of on the early side. So I don't know if they would have, I don't know what time they got together. We haven't had enough details for me to consider that a super important point. Charlie also thought she might help. She said, like, why would Charlie think of you? Why is Charlie coming to you? And the answer was Charlie thought she might help because she needed the money and because she could really connect and relate to Wendi because she had been in a bad relationship and could really understand how Wendi must be feeling. Charlie laid it on thick. My family is suffering. It is so difficult for my family. And Charlie, ultimately, fast forward, when the time came, months later, and the hit was called, he put a blank manila envelope in the diaper bag she was carrying and told her don't touch it and that he had used gloves himself to handle it. And Sigfredo took it out of the bag. She never touched it. She just showed him the bag and he actually reached in and pulled it out. Her payments through the Adelson Institute were in part so she could get insurance for her children, so she could have a stable work history that she could provide to get an apartment. But at no point was she doing work for the Adelson Institute, she said. This is different from how she had testified before. Charlie, so on the night of the day when Dan Markel was shot in his driveway, in the garage, in front of his home, Charlie spoke to her and said there had been an accident and could he have dinner with her? There was no accident, of course. It was actually a murder, but that he called it an accident. And when she got to his house that evening, he said his parents had just left. And the money that he gave her, he put it into the trunk of her car for her. She stayed overnight. Next morning, he said, the money's in the trunk of your car. It was damp to the touch. And Charlie said his mother had washed the cash. Now, I believe that contradicts what she said at an earlier trial, but there was no cross-examination on that. So the fact in evidence in this trial is that Charlie said, Donna Adelson washed this cash. Here it is. It's wet. And she gave it to him for the hit. Hugely, hugely important. And there is nothing to really contradict that. Although I do think she said something different at Charlie's trial. So they got She admitted she did nothing to earn those paychecks from the Adelson Institute and that Donna had actually signed them. She also admitted to speaking in code on the wiretaps. It was brief compared to her testimony before, and we got into cross, which was even briefer, a fraction of what Charlie's side had asked. She said, quote, "I'm finally coming out with the truth," which is just an ironic statement for somebody who is asking the jury to believe them. But the jury has no idea the extent of different stories she's told because they didn't go into that. They asked her, you know who, this is Donna's team, remember, you know who Luis Rivera was, but you didn't know he would be with Sigfredo, because that's what she was saying. She had met Luis Rivera. Of course, she knew who he was, but she had no idea Sigfredo had hired him to go do the hit. Well, I believe earlier in the day, she had just told this prosecutor that right after picking up the money, she went straight to Luis Rivera's house and Sigfredo came out and picked it up. It's possible that that's because she just happened to know Sigfredo and Luis had gotten together and they were watching the football game. And so well, it's July, but they were doing whatever and having, hanging out. And so she went over and just happened to meet up with Sigfredo there. But she knew to go to Luis Rivera's house. So I found that to be questionable. They didn't ask her about that, though. She did say she said she knew they were going to kill someone. She knew that's what she was being asked to do, to hire Sigfredo for, to kill somebody. But she did not know or ever ask how much they would be paid. Thought, So I asked you, all of those watching me, and I asked you, do you believe Katie did not have any idea, no clue, how much she would be paid for this? And it was a 75% no, I do not believe that. 25% yes, I do believe that. I would be wholeheartedly in the no. I just find that impossible to believe. If you're being asked to commit a murder and you're doing it for money, it seems like the thing you're focused on is the money. Just seems to me like you would know that answer. I also asked everybody a question. Do you believe the prosecution will give Katie a break? Because Katie testified without any deal in place. Katie came to trial and testified at Charlie's trial and now at Donna's trial, and she does not have a promise that she will get leniency, but she is asked early on by the prosecution, but what you want is a break on your sentence, right? That's what you're asking for. And she says each time, yes, I want to see my children again. But 68% of you do not believe the prosecutor will give Katie a break. Only 31% of you do. I'm kind of with you. First of all, it did go better this time, but the last testimony she gave was just an utter disaster. I don't see any reason why they would. I think it was harmful to the case the prosecution was making, not helpful. So 68% of you think, no, that's not going to happen. The defense, again, very limited cross, but she had met Donna Adelson one time at a dental appointment and they never spoke again. So separating Donna once again from the people where there's actual evidence of them relating to each other and moving down toward the actual commission of the murder. Final witness of the day was Sergeant Corbin, who looked through call detail records and put things together. Ironically, huge break in the case was they found a phone from Miami. They found that was located in the area when they did a tower dump right around one of the areas on the way to where Dan Markel had been that morning. He had first been to drop the kids off, then he had been to the gym, and then he had come home. And at one of those towers, they found the number for Sigfredo Garcia. And they cross-referenced that with the numbers for the Adelsons. And what they found was one of the numbers had contact with Harvey Adelson. Ironically, apparently what this contact was not anything like, hey, we've just done the murder, or how much will you pay me? Nothing to do with the murder. It was instead Sigfredo Garcia on a rant because he was mad that Charlie had been spotted with Katie McBanawa. He and Katie had been together for many years, since high school, and they were at least temporarily apart, but he saw Charlie with Katie and he was furious. And He drove his car, drove up, blocked them. They had to do a 3-point turn and get away. He was screaming, although they had their windows up. And that bitter message, he didn't know quite where to send it, didn't know the number. So he looked up Adelson Dentist. That's what he knew about Charlie. Found the Adelson Institute and called and left a message, which Harvey got. He really meant to call Charlie, and none of that had to do with the murder. And then there are some text messages that confirm that's the exact time that there was this message, this angry message. But that connected the phone to the Adelsons, the phone that was at the tower dump to the Adelsons. And that was the beginning of breaking things open, or a beginning to breaking things open. They talked about the order of phone calls, which has been very important to the prosecution in Charlie's case and here, because they need to prove that Charlie may not have been in direct contact with, say, Luis Rivera or even Sigfredo Garcia. And Donna certainly wasn't. But the call line went from Donna to Charlie to Katie to Sigfredo to Luis Rivera. And it went down that direction. They didn't have to call everybody else. It wasn't a group chat. This was a one direction, or if they had to go back, it would go in that same line. Nobody got out of their place in the line. They talked about some of the messages we already know about, emails where Donna called Dan bad names, where Donna told Wendi that the most important thing about her divorce was that relocation. That was critically important. And she even said in one, she was too angry to write anymore. At one point, they wrote, "We're a team and can't do this without you," to Donna. Sorry, Donna wrote that to Wendi. Signed with hope and love, written with hope and love, Mom and Dad. There was also a Dan Markel email saying he wanted a right of first refusal when there was some reason why for Wendi needed to go somewhere or go out and she was going to hire a babysitter. Instead of just straight off hiring a babysitter, call me and see if I want to take care of the kids. And then Donna wrote to Charlie based on that that Dan Markel was absolutely crazy, which it seems like such a reasonable request. If they were going to be getting a babysitter anyway, why not let the other parent have them? But, and that was 2.5 weeks before Halloween. Back to Halloween, which is the day on which Charlie asked Katie, according to Katie, "Do you know anybody who could cause somebody some harm?" All right, and we are at the end of the day. Biggest, most important takeaway for me is the way both sides seem to be coalescing on the idea that Wendi may be responsible, that Wendi may be the person at the center of all of this, that Donna has taken that position. Huge surprise to me. I did not expect that. We were watching the trial all day live. Please join us. It's absolutely a fascinating trial. We're having a great time. We would love to have you join us. Please hit the like button and subscribe, and I will see you back each day. We're going to do the live, and I'll do a recap at least most days. That's my plan, to do it every day. So I will see you then. And let me go ahead and play. For those of you who have been watching along as I've done my outro, let me say thank you so much for being with me all day today. It is such a pleasure, and I've really enjoyed it. And I do need to say thank you to a few people before I sign off. Sherry Sykes is just really feeling the reasonable doubt. It is, I will say this, it is very different from what I was anticipating. I am very surprised by the way things are coming out. And Lynette thinks it's not really the checks, it's the sequential checks that make it clear Donna was involved, because if somebody came to her and said, I need to make some regular payments to somebody, she would write them in order in a timely way, just like she did for everybody else. That's a really good point, Lynette. I think that's a really good point. Chess Desk, gifted a lawyerly membership. Thank you. Thank you so much. Breeze Coyote, super sticker. Thank you, Breeze. I appreciate that very much. Several, in fact, today. Thank you. And saying he only said it that he did it. He didn't want Katie to know he stored the cash. Also possible. Also possible. There's a lot of ambiguity in this case. That's what I'll have to say. Well, I am worn out. So I'm going to call it a day. I'm not going to do questions, but we are, to the extent we can do it before the trial gets started in the morning, we'll do some questions then. We do some at lunch whenever we can fit them in. We try to do questions, and I will look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow.